Hello, League fans, and welcome to the 2017 North American Challenger Series. I'm Optimus Tom Sirfos, and joining me again on the desk for this Challenger broadcast is Mark Zimmerman.
Yeah, I'm getting a little too much of you, Tom. I see you twice a week now. It's getting too much.
It's like overly attached analyst.
Yeah, exactly what it is.
All right, well, before we get into today's games, let's talk a little bit about some changes this week because we are going to be starting off on 7-2.
Right, and the big thing with this patch, of course, is the lethality changes, the fact that they buffed it significantly, so you see a lot of AD carries going for different builds, and it's going to be interesting to see if they track that and if new champions rise in the meta as well. Just something like a Lucian could come back pretty strong.
Yeah, Lucian could potentially be one of those targeted ones. We also have the Varus that could be picked up as more of a contested tick, and of course, Jace in the top lane is going to be benefiting a lot from that lethality as well. But those champions are not the only ones we could potentially see more of because Warwick is enabled in this
Yeah,
patch.
they finally got the rework out on this guy, and it's been an interesting champion to kind of track the stats on in solo queue. Tends to do really well at lower levels of play, but the win rate drops off very quickly as you get to higher levels. So not anticipating seeing this in the Challenger scene, but we've also seen a lot of other stuff that we didn't think we'd see already.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of interesting picks in the Challenger series, so the Warwick could be something that they can test. A lot of people have been kind of comparing him to a Rengar as far as like the way his utility can work from his kit, but not necessarily as strong.
Right, I mean, Rengar brings a ton of damage. That's one of the things people kind of knock against the Warwick, is that while the CC is pretty crazy and he has very sticky tools, he just doesn't quite kill you the way Rengar does.
That's true.
Not much does.
No, not a lot really kills you like a Rengar, except for maybe a Kha'Zix or who also would like the lethality buff. That's okay, though. So instead of speculating, let's review the teams, how they finished in week 1 so we could jump into week 2. Delta Fox sits alone at the top of the table after their 2-0 and finish, and then in the middle of the pack is a lot of 1-1 teams. Big Gods Jackals, eUnited, Goldcoin United, and Tempo Storm all tied up there. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the standings, Team Gates, they're still looking for their first victory.
Right, and it's been, like we said, a very interesting first week. It wasn't just that some teams that we thought would be the favorites struggled. It was also the way that it happened. I mean, we saw Quas had a ton of interesting picks. We saw the Swain in game 1, and game 2 we had the Alawi. Both games, not necessarily the most impressive score lines, but he always had a ton of pressure coming towards him, and he was making plays. So it was very fun to watch him go to work, but not the craziest stat lines, didn't quite dumpster the games.
That's fine, because as long as Quas is doing Quas things, it's kind of difficult for anybody to really deal with these picks, not only because he has a certain mastery of these champions that you might not exactly be as familiar with, but you're not going to be familiar with playing against them, let alone having the mastery of somebody like Quas does on those champions.
Right, so obviously Quas was one big storyline. The other one, of course, was that GCU, they were expected to be the best team by far. They struggled week 1 going 1-1, but it was without Madlife, who was back joining the team now. And so we're going to be able to see the debut of the Korean god in NA Challenger. It's crazy to hear and think about.
Yeah, and that's going to be our second game of the day, so why don't we see who faces off for the rest of the schedule. First up, we got Big Gods Jackals versus undefeated Delta Fox. Then, as we mentioned just now, eUnited and Goldcoin United will catch game number 2 of them second up. And finally, we're going to catch up with the conclusion of Tempo Storm versus Team Gates in our last match of the day.
Right, a lot of interesting stuff to track throughout the day. Obviously, Delta Fox being the first one. They had really long game times. Then we talked about Madlife coming in, and then closing out the day with Tempo Storm, see if Quas has any other surprises for us.
We'll have to see if Team Gates is going to be able to get themselves a win. So with that out of the way, why don't we just start and talk out about this first matchup? Big Gods Jackals against the undefeated Delta Fox. We're going to have to see if they remain undefeated after tonight, though, because they have a tough opponent against them in Big Gods Jackals, which we didn't really expect.
Right, they split 1-1 versus Goldcoin United, the expect to be strongest team in the Challenger Series, and Fabi looked really, really strong. He was joking about in that interview the fact that he didn't want to play people like Freeze and stuff. He wanted to play Challenger carries, and he's going to have another chance against Shinon. He was against Rikara in the first games, and I mean, he looked really good. He had a lot of damage done, and he was playing that Lucian that we were talking about, which might be even stronger now.
That's very true. He did have that kind of pocket pick. He was very heavily targeted in the pick ban phase, well, the Ashe, the Varus, the Jhin all being taken away from him. But on the other side of the rift is Delta Fox, who are coming into tonight with that undefeated 2-0 record. We're going to see if they can keep it.
Right, and they started strong. They had a lot of good early games, and then they kind of faltered, and then the games would drag on forever. They make a couple mistakes, and it was against what many would consider the weakest team in Team Gates. So overall, it's very nice that they had the 2-0, but it wasn't this kind of, oh my God, these guys are the clear favorites. Now they're number 1 in the league. And this will be a much better indicator of how strong they are going up against Big God Jackals.
Yeah, even though those games did go extremely, extremely long, it took 9 Dragons and 4 Barons across 2 games for them to actually be able to push in and win the game. So we'll see if they've actually kind of tied up some of those loose ends. But aside from that, they looked pretty good, and Baby himself actually shared where he hopes Delta Fox is going to be heading in the Challenger Series.
My goal for this split is to actually prove that the Echo Fox sister team's actually like LCS ready, so we become respected, maybe get some LCS playtime.
It's nice to hear that he's not just content with making it back into the LCS with this challenger team. He also wants to prove that he's better than his counterpart on the main roster. And Gate, he wants his playtime back.
That's true. He did have a bit of playtime in the previous split, and now I'm going to be kind of one of the veterans in the challenger scene. A lot of it's going to be on his shoulders. So why don't we just start off by meeting the teams for the first match of tonight. Starting on the blue side, it's Big God's Jackals. The top lane is RF Legendary. In the jungle, it's Wiggly. Mid lane is Peek and Woof. In their bottom lane combo, Fabi and Bayana.
And on the other side of the rift, it's Delta Fox. In the top lane, Brandini. Jungle is Grigne. Mid, Damonte. Bot lane is, like we said, Shinon. And backing him up is Baby. A lot of people with some LCS experience.
Yeah, both of these teams combined actually have a lot of LCS experience on their rosters. Fabi himself, we said before he wanted to play against some of the challenger level 80 carries. He's going up against Shinon this time around. Last week he played against Rikara. He wanted going with a sub support as well in Bayano. They're unfortunately still not using Conquan, so it'll be really interesting to see like how does he stack up here, because if this is who he wants to prove himself against, where's it going to go?
Right, and I think that is the kind of thing where maybe the meta is good for Fabi right now. He's always been someone who was more... In the challenger scene, he actually did do very well on the carries like the Kalista and the Lucian last year, but he also has a lot of talent on Ashe, Jhin, Varus. So overall, I think the meta is really good for Fabi, and this would be a excellent proving ground for him if he can, kind of look really dominant for the second week in a row.
Yeah, and with a lot of those kind of utility 80 carries that were extremely popular when Fabi was playing in the LCS, we'll see if he can kind of continue that. But for Delta Fox altogether, even though they utilized those utility picks themselves, Shinon played both Varus and Ashe in their 2 wins last week. They didn't necessarily look as coordinated as a team like Big Gods was, and it may just be because that some of those more important roles, Damonte and Shinon, those 2 carry-centric roles, do not have that LCS experience.
It could be. It could also just be the shot calling. I think that was something that really plagued them, knowing what was a good objective to go for and when it wasn't, because, I mean, like we said, they would get leads pretty early on, and then they would make a mistake or two, and then once you make a big throw around an objective, you basically have to play the game out from even, despite how much work you put in the early game.
Yeah, and Delta Fox, although in game number 1 they fell behind a little bit, they were able to rally back, take an Elder Dragon fight that catapulted them into an explosive game 2, where they may have just been a little bit too afraid to make those moves, but we'll see what they're going to be afraid of in this match, as the bans are already firing away, 2 on each side.
Right, we see the Zyra, Syndra on blue side, generally the team that has the ability to do targeted bans. Red side stuck often with the LeBlanc, Rengar, Camille. We see 2 of them. Gonna see if that Camille comes in last.
Well, I don't know. Delta Fox probably don't want to leave. They actually do wind up banning Riseway. They leave the Camille open, and now this puts Big God Jackals in that sticky situation. You have to remember, Echo Fox this past weekend, the LCS team played that support Camille, so that being on the table is a little bit scary if they've been practicing with Delta Fox.
Big God Jackals isn't going to give them the chance to do that. They take the Camille right away. It is one of those champions where you wonder how much experience people really have on it, because it's banned all the time in solo queue, all the time in scrims. So we'll get to see if RF Legendary has practice on it, or maybe they flex it somewhere else. We've seen it in the support position. We saw it in the jungle position in Challenger, or the collegiate scene, so it's all over the place.
Well, that does mean that Delta Fox is able to take 2 of the characters that they feel are most powerful right after that Camille. They pick up the Kha'Zix, has kind of been a jungle staple so far in Season 7, and they pick that Varus away, who, as you mentioned with the lethality changes, can only be a little bit stronger than he was already.
Right, I think those are probably 2 of the best picks that they could have got here, assuming that they, don't want to take anything crazy like a tank early. I think most people are going to wait to see, because of the lethality buffs coming in for a lot of the carries is very nice, actually, that generally counter the tanks. So on the other side, we see Big God Jackals going with Jhin and Malzahar, a very, very strong bot lane. Malzahar with the Zyra ban being probably the strongest support left open, and just brings so much to a team in terms of its pick potential and lane presence.
Yeah, and it looks like Delta Fox are potentially looking to pick up a counter top laner here. The Poppy hasn't seen a lot of play unless it's, it's like that third wheel in the Maokai versus Nautilus kind of tank versus tank matchup, but the denial of movement coming out from the W is really something that can stop Camille from those long-range engages upon, the squishy backline.
I mean, it is still very difficult, so you have that W to stop her E coming in. And then you also have her ultimate that when she finally comes down, the Poppy can often knock her out of it and hopefully save that carry that's become isolated, but it is still very, very scary to play against the Camille, because if you're ever not quite in the right position, she can delete someone instantly.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how Delta Fox is going to deal with the Camille. Of course, there's still a jungle pick that Big God's Jackals needs to pick up in addition to their mid laner, whereas Delta Fox on the opposite side, they picked up one of their solo laners for themselves, and they will have that counter pick in the last phase of this draft here. does seem like the Misfortune's been banned away by Big God's Jackals. They don't want that against the Malzahar, but 2 jungle bans from Delta Fox targeted at Wiggly now that that pool's kind of condensed a little bit.
Right, I mean, once in the first phase of the draft, if you ever end up with a lopsided where you're not matched up all the way down, generally your second ban phase is targeting one of those advantages, trying to pinch their pool. So with the Kazakhs locked in, generally considered the strongest jungler behind the Rengar, who's always banned, basically. It's pretty common to see if they don't take, the Lee Sin or Rek'Sai right away into it, you ban those out. And they did not actually target the Rek'Sai here. They went the Elise instead, obviously with some scouting, knowing that Big God Jackals, Wiggly prefers that over the Rek'Sai most likely, and they want to get him off of it.
Yeah, Wiggly actually had a pretty good game himself last week. Altogether in the series, he was 10, 6, and 8 with a 79% kill participation.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so pretty good. But they did ban out the Lulu from the side of Big God's Jackals. That still leaves one of kind of the bigger supports left on the table in the Karma, which Delta Fox is just happy to snatch up.
Right, and Lulu did receive some minor changes in this patch, I believe.
Teeny bit, yeah.
The passive as well as the Q mana cost going down. So overall, not huge things to Lulu, but if you already don't like playing Malzahar against Lulu, now there's even more reason to ban it. The Corki comes in, one of the safest mid laners available on this patch. You can take Exhaust, you should be able to make it through basically any laning phase. Has good wave clear, good poke, good damage, scales well in the late game, and overall very safe champion.
Yeah, so the Corki, of course, we've seen a lot of players in the LCS, a lot of players overall in competitive play do some very nice things. A lot of high damage coming out from that. In addition to the fact you already have the long-range kind of poke coming out from Jhin, kind of synergizes extremely nice. And they're going to be finishing that off with picking up a rather tanky jungler. They were hovering the Ivern, but they decided to go with the tried and true on the Rek'Sai.
Right, and the Rek'Sai kind of is the obvious choice there after those bans. It is a champion that is one of the few tank junglers that a lot of people play, so it is nice that they're actually able to get that with the Camille, a more carry-oriented top laner. So even though Delta Fox kind of targeted the Elise away, probably more comfort champion, the Rek'Sai is still a great fit in the comp that Jackals have.
And Delta Fox looks like they're going to finish off with a Twisted Fate lock-in for that mid lane. Now, Twisted Fate doesn't necessarily have the strongest of lane phases. He does have a decent amount of wave clear to match the Corki in the mid lane, but with the combination with the Kazakhs, who's going to be able to move around the map extremely fast, especially post level 6, you won't really see him coming with his invisibility. The Twisted Fate Destiny Gate combination is always a big threat on the map, no matter where you are.
Right, and it's really nice versus a split pushing carry-oriented top laner like the Camille. You can get up there and try and stop it from snowballing at 6 early, and then once the map starts opening up, it becomes a lot harder to split push versus that TF who might be able to join in and help defend the Poppy at any point. So it just makes it a little bit harder to carry out the game plan that Big Jackals is going for with a pretty obvious 4-1 comp.
And now Delta Fox, last time around, they were the ones that played the Katarina and the Corki. They had some very high damage mid laners. Demonte himself was dealing 32% of his team's overall damage. We'll have to see if this Twisted Fate pickup is going to be something that is kind of relegated to, the wave clear duties in the later stages of the game, or if he is the one that's going to be making plays, because his Katarina in game number 1 versus Team Gates was extremely, extremely strong.
Right, totally different style of champion here. Both, still playmakers, but one is that kind of long range, try and catch somebody out in a split push situation, or if the support ever walks a little bit out of position, go and pick them off. But the Katarina a lot more mechanically intensive, a lot more timing based. Like you have to go in at exactly the right time and be able to get your combo off correctly. So not quite as easy as a gold card, wild cards. All right, there's my damage.
And there's a lot of, you have to also kind of navigate these extremely carefully, because if you look at the side of Big God's Jackals, they have the Camille who, in a split push situation, sure, the Twisted Fate might be able to go over there and match, but she's basically a duelist through and through. You also have a lot of catch potential. You have the Corki, if he gets the package, is going to be able to roam around the map and catch people out of position. You have the Jhin and the Malzahar, who have that CC chain combination. We saw Tempo Storm do something similar with the Malzahar and Ashe combination. So if you're looking at on paper with what Big God's Jackals has, Delta Fox wants to try to roam on them. Big Gods, they have a couple of answers.
Right, well, both these teams, they have a lot of ways to deal with a split pusher. So Big God Jackals, of course, having the Camille, they also have ways to support her without having to rotate all their forces over. Of course, you can see that contribution come in from a Corki, just packaging in to help finish off a turret or something, as well as a Jhin if you ever need to snipe and finish up the follow-up kills. If you have pressure, you can just kind of dip into the jungle and start sniping from there. So they have a lot of ways to back the Camille up pretty indirectly, while on the flip side, we were talking about Delta Fox going to be trying to shut her down.
And I also kind of want to keep my eyes peeled as far as the Corki on this team goes. Like we mentioned very briefly, okay, he has wave clear, but we have seen him be a very powerful pickup in the split push game as well, which is something that, last week when we were watching eUnited versus Tempo Storm, eUnited was very, very high on that 1-3-1 kind of split push synergy. So you have the Jhin, who wave clear isn't the best, but when combined with the Malzahar, can kind of keep those waves pushed out. Delta Fox was trying to do the same thing against Team Gates last week. They did it extremely slow. They were not necessarily as fast on their rotations, and they needed multiple Baron buffs and multiple Elder Dragons to kind of close it out. do you think they're going to be able to adapt with the champions they have here?
It's hard to say. I mean, TF is one of those champions where if you are going to play slow, this split push style, it can work for you. We see, Echo Fox with Froggen bringing out the
That's true.
The rapid fire cannon TF going for that extra range for pickoff and being able to take turrets a little bit easier. Maybe it's something that Delta Fox has stolen away from him as well to debut in the challenger scene. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually kind of copy it that much. But that's going to be the big part in the late game, is seeing what they do with that.
That'll definitely give them a long-range engage option. I mean, that combined with the Varus ult with the Chain of Corruption, like that might just kind of be the trigger finger that they were looking for that they just didn't have in their series against Team Gates. As we're about to load up onto the Rift and join us on the rabbit hole as we go down into the first match of the second week of the North American Challengers.
I'm not sure you want to be referring to the challenger scene as Alice in Wonderland, because that gets a little crazy.
Anything can happen in the Challenger series. We've had an Alawi, we've had a Swain, which I guess has bled through into the
yeah,
LCS.
I mean, we saw Looper pick that up, and honestly, I really like what they were able to do with it. Maybe this is kind of a testing grounds that a lot of these teams try out new crazy stuff. The LCS teams see the ideas and poach them away. But one thing we didn't touch on too much in the draft was the fact that Delta Fox did secure themselves a favorable jungle matchup. Generally, Kha'Zix is considered much stronger and might be able to put in a lot of work early. Once again, we're thinking that they're going to heavily target the top side to hold down the Camille, because as much as the Poppy matchup has tools to stop what she wants to do, ultimately she does win that lane still. As we see Wiggly having to burn his flash early.
Oh, and a Ghost and a flash afterwards. Grigney and Demonte really want to get down onto Wiggly, who's already burned his own flash. He will wind up getting out of that one, but that's a lot of summoners burned early on.
Right, that seems a little over-aggressive. You get the flash for free on the jungler, especially against a Rek'Sai who really needs that flash to get the surprise, explosive ganks off. It would have made a lot of sense to just take that and be happy with just getting that. The fact that they tried to get the kill as well, burning the Ghost on TF. And the flash on Kha'Zix was definitely a little over-ambitious.
Yeah, the flash on Kha'Zix is really the key one now, because you blew in a summoner advantage against your opposing jungler, and as you already mentioned, this is a slightly favorable matchup for Grigney's Kha'Zix, but now he doesn't have that flash himself, and Kha'Zix before level 6, I mean, yeah, he's going to be able to leap in, but he wants to really utilize that for some damage as opposed to more of a way to get in for some of the early lane ganks. So I guess we'll have to pay attention as to how both of these junglers kind of start on both of their paths. You see Grigney starting up on his own red side, whereas on the flip side, we do see Wiggly starting on his own blue side. So both junglers starting on the top lanes. Without their summoner spells, we might not see a lot of action out of them early.
Right, pretty common stuff, but we do see the bot lane of Big has actually gone and tried to get a ward onto the blue buff of Delta Fox to try and get any...
They took it.
Yeah, oh, they actually took it. That's actually a fairly common cheese that we see with the Malzahar, the Void Link being able to tank it and allow you to take that for pretty cheap, and they actually are able to get back into lane without losing too much. That's always the big concern when you go for a move like that, is the other team kind of cuts you off from the lane, but taking only a Karma Q, and that's basically it, is not bad at all.
Yeah, and of course by Jhin killing that jungle buff will hit level 2 around the same time that Shinon's going to be hitting that on his Varus, and those Void Link tanks. It's one of those things that they talked about on the LCS. Freakin' Zyrene had a small segment where they were discussing about the rise of popularity to support Malzahar. They mentioned that he can use it to tank jungle buffs, and I guess he could steal them away as well. Yeah,
I mean, we saw it was actually Echo Fox who did that a couple times, I believe, as well. So you see the laps and strategies that they lend to each other. It's pretty interesting.
Fox should have known.
Yeah, right? Like, they should be aware that this is the kind of thing that people can do against them. I'm sure their sister team had done it to them a couple times.
Well, even though they did not notice the invade going on, things haven't necessarily gone all too askew on that bottom side. Of course, you did mention the fact that taking the blue buff is riskier. It gets you pushed in. They have been able to kind of push back, and Delta Fox recognized with basically infinite mana and extra cooldowns, they have to be safe because that Jhin and Malzahar combination can put out a lot of damage, already chunking Karma down to half.
Right, I mean, Malzahar is generally the better support in this matchup as it is. You give him a blue buff to help, or early lane advantage with the Jhin having the blue buff, being able to just be able to spam out that W non-stop, not need to worry about mana, just keep trying to root them, get those favorable trades is a huge benefit.
Fabi said he wanted to play against Challenger 80 carries. He didn't mention anything about taking their blue buffs from them and abusing them with it. But that will definitely be something we'll have to see how it kind of influences the jungle patterns, because we already mentioned the early level 1 trade, the flash on the junglers, and then the Kha'Zix, expending that summoner spell when he didn't necessarily have to. Now he's lost his own buff. That means he loses out on a decent amount of experience. That first clear, those epic monsters are very, very crucial for the early experience.
Right, well, and the blue buff itself, I mean, there's not a ton of mana-reliant junglers in the meta right now. Rengar, not so much. Rek'Sai, not so much. Lee Sin, not so much. But Kha'Zix is one of the few that actually does really want that blue buff. And the fact that he lost it is a bit of a problem, as we see Rek'Sai sitting over the wall.
Yeah, Damonte pulled the blue card, has to flash away as soon as Wiggly tunnels over there. So despite losing his own flash at level 1, Wiggly is the first jungler to make something happen on the map and make TF blow his.
Right, I mean, being able to get that summoner out's great. His flash is coming up in the next couple minutes. Hopefully he'll be able to see a repeat gank and force that out onto the TF. Convert a kill there. If you're able to hold the TF down, that's actually really, really good for big Jackals, because you want to stop them from getting the TF onto the map. And if he's, you know, low, dead, no summoners, constantly pushed in by the Corki, he loses a lot more whenever he starts going for those roam plays.
Right, and Delta Fox was not known for a lot of their early game aggression, which is something that the Corki, at around 8 minutes when the package winds up spawning, they could potentially abuse. Delta Fox like to go for their laning phase, extend that one out a little bit longer before they wound up running around the map and trying to get that 1-3-1 push down in week 1. They had problems when they got to that later stage, but Big God's Jackals, on the other hand, against Goldcoin United, who they were expected to lose to in a 0-2 situation, they were the ones making moves earlier on the map, especially because of that bottom lane.
Right, and I mean, you see that that is one of the places that has a lot of pressure right now on the map. Most of the other lanes farming up fairly evenly. And I mean, the farm is fairly even bottom as well, but they have constantly been shoving in over and over and over again and keeping them pushed up under their turret and have the health advantages.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the fact that a lot of these farm advantages are fairly close, because that top lane matchup between the Camille and the Poppy, you think of like a tank matchup versus a carry matchup. You think of like Fiora versus Nautilus, where the Fiora can kind of get some early game advantages. You think of the Poppy versus the Jace, where the Jace kind of smashes that lane phase until Poppy gets kind of tanky. It's interesting to see the Poppy trading evenly with the Camille.
Right, as we see a huge play coming in bottom. 4 men coming out on the bot lane. Fabi's going to go down quick and easy, followed by Shion as well, but it's going to end up a 2-for-1 for the side of Delta Fox, able to get that TF out of lane, making a play very early.
Yeah, my mind was distracted to the top side of the map, but it's Delta Fox. As soon as they hit those level 6s, they get the Destiny Gate combination and the Kha'Zix roam, and they capitalize on that very aggressive push from the bottom lane of Big.
And I mean, you see the Corki trying to punish, get some damage down onto the turret, but he's not going to be able to get that much. Just a little tiny bit of chip damage before TF is back in lane, dealing with that minion wave.
Yeah, so this is Delta Fox. They may not have made the first move on the map, as that was the flash blown by at level 1. I guess that was theirs anyway. But they may not have made the first gank on the map post level 1 invade, but they are the ones that make something happen early on because of that Twisted Fate pickup in the mid.
Right, you see this is a little almost too easy. The TF cuts off the escape. There's nowhere for them to go. Fabi gets basically chain CC'd. You see the strength in the Malzahar there, able to drop a lot of damage back on Varus and pick him up, but it's not going to be too great, because a second later he's going to go down as well. As we see a small scrap over the red buff. Ultimately, Wiggly's not able to come away with it. Gets thwarted.
Trying to get a little cheeky and steal away a red buff, but the rest of Delta Fox had gone back and already returned to lane. 2 kills picked up by Grigny in the meantime has meant that he's gone for that Caulfield Warhammer, going to be building up for his Warrior enchantment earlier on, whereas Rek'Sai hasn't really gone back and finished the Cinder Hulk for herself yet. Camille, we did see teleporting back into top lane, has gone back and completed her first item with that Tiamat. Gives her a little bit of extra wave clear, a little bit of extra shoving ability before she's most likely going to go for, we've seen a lot of Trinity Force out of Camille.
Right, I mean, that's one of the best items on Camille. And what I'm interested to see is if the Poppy decides to not recall, I would expect she's going to blow her own TP getting back to lane here, else you're going to have a lot of pressure against you with the Camille being up a purchase.
Yeah, so Poppy is going to wind up getting her own recall off. And I don't really expect all too much to go off in that lane. She actually goes back, picks up Ninja Tabby, teleports immediately back into the lane. So you can already see the interaction between the Poppy's steadfast presence, blocking the Camille hookshot, and actually already using the hammer knock up there, getting a lot of damage trade onto RF Legendary. Don't necessarily know. The flash forward, the hammer slam is there. Is Brandini in range to try to get the charge? One more auto attack, but the challenge is thrown down. Camille's barely going to get out of that one with just a sliver of HP.
So lucky that her passive came back up, getting that extra damage reduction, being just what she needed to live through that tower dive. Very, very aggressive play out of Brandini, and I mean, it's pretty surprising to see. You see the mistake of trying to use that hook shot at the Poppy. As soon as you get stuffed by that, you're right against the wall. Sets up a very easy heroic charge, and from there, it's hard to trade back because one of your critical abilities is down.
Yeah, and well, Camille, very, very lucky to have gotten out of that one. Not many people can get out alive when you throw down the Hextech challenge, or the Hextech ultimatum. I'm going to call it the Octagon.
Inside the Octagon.
Yeah, there you go. You read my mind on that one.
Yeah, maybe it's because we talked about it previously.
I don't know about that.
No,
I don't think we have. But now things are settling down just a little bit. Damonte's going to have that blue buff available, gives him the extra CDR. He has the Destiny Gate combination. Going to be building towards a Rod of Ages, which he has just picked up right now, which means, of course, that Twisted Fate could be a little bit tankier as he scales later and later into the stages of this game, but he still has that effectiveness coming out from that roam. Corki has the package right now, so if there is a roam in the next couple of seconds, he'll be able to match it, but unfortunately for Corki, his package does not last as long as Twisted Fate can hold on to his ultimate.
Right, and the fact that Twisted Fate was able to pick up that Rod of Ages pre-10 minutes shows that he is pretty on track to become a threat throughout the course of this game. And it is hard for him to get the push versus the Corki, but at any point he can decide, I'll let you get this wave in. It's not a big deal. But, I mean, good job by Peek and Wolf keeping the pressure up here, getting the turret down to about half. Depending on how the next roam goes, it's pretty common to see teams say, okay, I can't match you even with the package. I'm just not going to bother. As soon as I know that you're trying to make a play somewhere else, I'll call my jungler mid and we'll just push this turret down. It's easier than trying to figure out where the TF's going all the time and match him, and sometimes even more rewarding.
The second use of the package, extra wave clear. But we continue to see trades going down on the top side of the map. Grigney is going to make his own visit to this side. Winds up using the Scryer's Bloom just to kind of check out to see if anybody is here. And with no wards on this side, RF Legendary, there is no flash. There's the roam from Twisted Fate as well. Kha'Zix leaps in the hook shot backwards, but he runs right into Damonte, and that's a kill picked up for Brandini.
We get to see the game plan that we were talking about with the TF trying to shut down the Camille. The fact that Brandini was basically already winning the lane anyways, showing that he was pretty comfortable in the matchup. It was not a mistake to leave that Camille up and ban the Rise. He was more than capable of handling this matchup, and he's going to be able to get the first turret with the help of Grigney.
Yep, and even though you called exactly what was going to happen in the mid lane here for Big Gods, Peek and Wolf calls over Wizard. They're trying to trade that tower, but it's already gone down for Delta Fox, so they get another kill. They get a bunch of assists on that roam, plus they get the first tower gold.
Right, it's going to be a huge influx for Delta Fox, who are already winning. Big God's going to try and continue to extend their advantage, going for the Ocean Drake, while the rest of the members of Delta Fox are stuck on the top side of the map. But honestly, you're totally fine giving that up for the play that they just made.
And it's not a bad consolation prize for Big Gods either. It's very good knowledge to know that, hey, their jungler and their top laner are just taking that tower top side. They still have to recall. There's no way they're going to be down here. We might as well take this for free. Their bottom lane is still shoving extremely aggressive, already with about a 10 CS advantage over Shinon Varus on the opposite side, who is looking like he's going for that more lethality-focused build here. He's picked up the Tear of the Goddess, so very reminiscent of the old mid-lane Varus builds.
Right, and I mean, I'm interested to see just how strong it actually is now on the lethality buffs. I mean, there aren't that many tanky members of Big. Oh, as we see RF Legendary blast coning over. Surprise, there's a Poppy there.
Just wants
Both
to
of them look
hi.
at each other and be like, never mind, I don't want
Yeah,
this.
we don't want this. We know what happened last time RF Legendary tried to jump into a Poppy. He got denied and almost taken down, and then eventually roamed upon.
Guess he learned his lesson.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But going back to that scaling thing that you mentioned about the Varus with the tier build, we have the Twisted Fate who, by getting that extremely early Rod of Ages, is already begin stacking that up to kind of compensate for the fact that they also have this 80 carry that's going to want to stack his tier into the later stages of the game, which does kind of delay his power spike ever so slightly compared to just straight out buying an Essence Reaver.
Right, and you know what I was saying as well is that Big doesn't have that many tanky frontliners. You basically just have the Rek'Sai, and it's going to be very easy for him to snipe through that and hit somebody else. As we see Wiggly trying to go aggressive on the bot lane here.
He does blow a flash out of Baby, but the curtain call is out. 2 shots wind up hitting. The third crit does land, but nobody's going to wind up going down to that. Just Big Gods trying to get a little bit aggressive at putting some pressure on the opponent's side of the map.
Right, overall, pretty good contest to go for. Trying to scare them. They do have pressure, like we said, always in the bot lane, so it generally makes it safer to invade that side. You'll have priority in terms of getting your bot lane into that jungle to support you. They're able to get the flash out of the Karma, and that's about it.
Good credit to Big Gods, though, trying to get something to happen, and they're doing it on the side of the map where they did it against Goldcoin United. Fabi, when he was playing Lucian, was like 5-1 coming out of the lane phase. The match before that, I believe he played Varus and had a very large CS advantage over Rikara coming out of that lane phase as well. So they know where their strong side of the map is, but on the side of Delta Fox, the way they're playing it a little bit more methodical, until, I guess you step out like that, Baby, knowing they have no flash on him, is going to get caught up by another grass. The Malefic Vision's ticking down. He's barely going to get out of that one. Teleport was burned by Brandini, as well as the Destiny Gate combination, though. So Big Gods have shut down 2 of those globals coming out from Delta Fox.
RF Legendary looks like he canceled his, so you know, a little bit of an advantage there. So he's also able to continue pushing up the top side. No longer need to worry about a Poppy helping out as Fabi continues to shove in this bot lane turret. It's getting very low, and with the Karma forced to recall, they might not be able to hold on to this on the side of Delta Fox, but looks like ultimately Fabi's playing it a little safer, knowing that the Kha'Zix is hovering around the area.
The Grigny kind of being called down to the bot lane just to kind of play bodyguard duties on the bottom side of the map. And this is, I mean, like as we were just saying, Big Gods had the strong side of the map on the bottom side during their first best of 2 against Goldcoin United. They're trying to play around those strengths already. They haven't necessarily gotten the same kinds of advantages. Fabi only has an assist. He wound up going to first blood in the first gank of the game. So they don't have the same exact advantage, but they know where their strengths lie. They know where the power lies, being able to lock people up with that double CC combination. And now it's really on Delta Fox. Do they focus that Camille? They've lost that mid lane tower, so there's a little bit of more open map for Big Gods. How do they shut down a potential Corki roam come the next package, which will be up in about another minute?
I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to do. The Corki's going to have priority for most of the time in this laning phase.
He has.
Yeah, he's got the package right now, and they have a ton of control along the bot river, and the fact that they usually have control of the bot side means that they're going to set up a dive here any minute now, or maybe look for someone in their jungle. We see Grigny getting chunked out pretty heavily by Pekin Wolf as he continues to just be annoying. Clear the wave, dip into the jungle, clear the wave, come back out. Just doing that over and over again makes it really hard to play around bot side as well, because you don't know if he's actually roaming or not with the amount of pink wards that they have down the river.
Right, so well, that was not the most impressive usage of the package to get some damage, poke, and run away. It did look like it expired on the side of Pekin Wolf. But now with blue buff onto Demonte, Destiny Gate combination is going to be up in just a little while. Now then the roam advantage will be back in favor of Delta Fox. And it's very interesting to kind of see how this is played out with the fact that both of these mid laners that are extremely mobile, both of these teams really want to make things happen in the earlier stages of the game. They've taken down towers in opposite lanes, one in the middle, one in the top lane, but they're still kind of continuing to prolong this lane phase because it plays to both of their team composition strengths.
Right, and we see
like
Big making a move, going onto that bot side with the control that they have, gonna jump onto Shinon. He's gonna go down. Looks like that's going to be it for them. Baby actually is going to drop as well as Pekin Wolf is going off on the Corki.
Well, you mentioned having those deep wards into the bottom side jungle, wanting to play around the strong side of the map. They played into the fact that Delta Fox did not want to give up another tower on the map, and they catch them trying to defend it on that bottom side with 3 members strong from both sides of the team. On the bottom, though, looks like Brandini's just going to, well, he doesn't want to deal with RF anymore.
I think he charged that ult a second too long. I think he was actually looking for the straight knock-up. Gets the knockback instead, bumping RF Legendary back to safety. As Delta Fox tries to get the counter push on mid lane, but they might have overextended, getting collapsed on by the rest of BIG.
Well, there is another flash out of RF Legendary. Pekin Wolf is going to Valkyrie forward, but the rest of Big Gods are here. They've rotated back from that bottom lane. Delta Fox tried to call their bluff in the middle by putting some pressure on there. Big Gods didn't stay around. They just came to defend, and now they're trying to push Delta Fox back. Oh, but Brandini doesn't want to be pushed back. He wants to go forward. The passive there from Malzahar will get popped as a flash comes out of Demonte after stunning up the Malzahar as Kha'Zix picks that kill. Now the fight is breaking out with RF Legendary in the front, but Wiggly winds up getting an Umburo in the middle of the fight here from Delta Fox. Now we see Fabi rotating down from top lane. He will get a shutdown onto Kha'Zix. Demonte will be the next one to fall as Rek'Sai sinks her teeth into her. On the backside of the fight, Pekin Wolf has stayed alive and taken down Poppy. Nobody besides the Malzahar falls, and Delta Fox lose 3.
RF Legendary getting alive, staying alive with the skin of his teeth. He got some help by Pekin Wolf to take down the Poppy. As we see, this fight's not quite over yet.
No, Baby's a little bit far forward. He doesn't really have a lot of teammates around. Corki fires a big one. Another rocket comes out, and a flash on Burrow there from Wiggly. They're going to knock up Baby. They're trying to give it to Demonte, but Wiggly's going to take it with the Cinderhold burn.
Too skilled. That's just that high level, high skill cap gameplay you see out of the Rek'Sai. Run at them. Great stuff. But overall, a really surprising team fight that went in Big Jackal's favor.
It's not done yet. Shinon trades his life for that bottom lane tower. He knew he was getting chased in the blue side jungle. He tried to recall, but Malzahar said nope.
Man, Delta Fox is just kind of losing their minds one at a time, stepping up to places that they shouldn't be at. And overall, that fight was very surprising the way that it started. And we see Big's also going to be able to get their second dragon off of that as well.
Yeah, so this fight entirely, it was started by Delta Fox, and it looked like it was going to be good. Poppy charged in, broke the passive from Malzahar, but then the fight winds up getting split up by the Camille in the front line, the Rek'Sai on the backside, and there is no AD carry available for Delta Fox in this fight because they had just been picked off on the bottom side of the map.
Right, and the fact that Fabi was able to get in there and help, contribute his damage was probably the key part that allowed them to win that fight. As we see Delta Fox trying to take a Rift Tail right now. Haven't seen too many of those in competitive play recently.
Now, the Rift Tail has been largely ignored in the competitive scene, although Delta Fox, they've lost 2 dragons, both of them Ocean, which will give Big Gods some of that stacking regeneration ability. Looks like they are going to wind up giving the Glimpse of the Void buff over to Brandini. That Poppy had an early game advantage against the Camille. Now she's finished her Trinity Force. The Glimpse of the Void will kind of help equalize things if they want to send her in that split push.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Poppy was already doing pretty well in the split push as it was, almost solo killing RF Legendary a handful of times.
It's almost like Poppy is a stupid champion.
Tell me more, Tom. I think a lot of people hold that opinion as well.
Nah, nobody holds that opinion more than I do. I just really dislike that champion.
Well, we see Delta Fox trying to get cute here and abuse the vision that Rek'Sai has. Ultimately, one person didn't get the memo, felt like moving, and the Tremor Sense spots it out.
Yeah, they said move, but didn't say Simon says move.
And we don't.
Oh, don't move, I guess, yeah. Well, don't move is what's going to happen right there as Bayano tries to lock them up, but Shineon's going to be the one that gets the kill. The curtain call is out from Jin, trying to get some damage down the back line and save Wiggly, but he will go down to Grigny. Baby's dropped extremely low. Arf Legendary tries the hookshot over the wall, but he throws down the challenge. Grigny gets stuck in the octagon, and he gets knocked down. Now that Pekin Wolf has joined the fray, things are gone a little bit topsy-turvy for Delta Fox. Pekin Wolf picks up his 2nd kill of the fight there as Poppy goes down. 5-0-4 on the Corki. They're still chasing after Delta Fox, extremely low HP bars. Poke coming out from all sides. Looks like they're trying to play the biggest game of dodgeball possible, but it's going to be Big that wind up getting them out first. 3 more kills picked up, and ace for Big Gods.
Huge plays there on the side of Big Gods. We get to see just how strong Camille can be when she's not focused down too quickly. We also saw a great Edge of Night actually out of Fabi, who was able to stop the Gold Tar from stunning him when he was fighting the TF. That was a huge play as well. Overall, very well played team fight out of Big, and we'll take another look at it.
And it starts off where this is kind of the freeze, don't move thing, and Grigny looks like he gets caught out of position, but once again, the Twisted Fate ultimate from Delta Fox to initiate, things look like they're going their way.
Right, and I mean, ultimately, Wiggly's going to take a ton of damage and focus from the team as, Big's able to create a lot of damage back with the Corki on the backside, just poking away, getting the squishier members low. Poppy whiffs the ultimate, which keeps Pekin Wolf in the fight. He's able to realize, okay, I can't keep chasing there. I'll change my focus onto Poppy. The damage dealers were the ones who were left alive, both the top, mid, and AD carry for Big. We're mostly untouched throughout this fight, and they're able to collapse and finish these guys off.
Yeah, and as you saw here, it was just basically who can hit who with skill shots before the rest of Big Gods winds up catching up. Fabi with that crit already charged. Trying not to even have that much health, but being able to clean up on all of those kills right there. This is Big Gods Jackals just being able to continuously turn around these engages. They're not even, it's not even a question anymore of who's going to be the ones that make the moves happen on the map. Instead, it's Delta Fox making the move and Big Gods Jackals turning it around.
Right, and now Big Gods Jackals has grabbed the gold lead by pretty considerable margin, up to almost 4K. And not just happy with the gold lead, they want to take the blue buff away as well.
Yeah, and a lot of that's actually come out of that Corki versus Twisted Fate matchup. We mentioned before 5-0-4, now 5-0-6 for Pekin Wolf. Has a large gold advantage, almost 2,000 in and of himself, which is making up almost half of the lead that Big Gods has right now.
RF Legendary as well, having a lead over the Poppy, and we see them trying to make a play onto TF, ultimately not going to be able to do so. He's going to get stunned up under turret. He gets really low.
Yeah, and actually a flash forward. The Void Spikes come out, forces the flash from RF Legendary. The Destiny comes out, but is there going to be a gate to follow? It looks like they decide to go towards the mid lane where Fabi's kind of been caught all by his lonesome with Bayano. So they start the fight on the bot lane, they rotate to the mid lane, and they pick up 2 kills for Delta Fox.
Right, just a big overextension by Big. The fact that they thought they could make a play on the bot side of the map. RF Legendary goes down. He has to flash out for basically no reason, trying to tunnel too hard on the TF, who's unable to go mid and join the fight that was happening there.
Yeah, and that's going to result in a tower going down for Delta Fox. The knockup is there from Poppy, as it looks like the rest of Big Gods are trying to run away from what Delta Fox is applying pressure into their mid lane right now. They've already taken 1 outer tower, but it looks like they're going to be content with that and backing off. They know that their bottom lane is spawning.
It's one of the things that you don't always see in the Challenger scene, being content with what you get. I guess they learned their lesson from level 1 after blowing those flashes for no reason.
Or for the fight just beforehand in top lane where they tried to catch out more and teleport in, and it wound up collapsing and ending in an ace for them. But Delta Fox, they're able to just jump back from that one. They did suffer a loss just before that in the fight in the top lane, but then they utilized those globals to go for an aggressive move and rotate towards the mid lane, but now they're not available for this Baron take. The teleport not yet available for Poppy. There is a ward on it from the side of Delta Fox, so Big Gods Jackals are spotted while doing this, but it's dropped extremely low already, below 2,000 health.
Oh!
Jin Crit and the Smite come out. It's going to go over. Meanwhile, the challenge has been thrown down on the opposite side as RF Legendary will fall. Malzahar has also fallen, and even though Big Gods has gotten the Baron, they're not getting out with their lives, Mark. Grigny's going to go down to a crit from Fabi, but he's the only one on his team left alive.
And he's going to get chased down by Baby here. Going to get the tether off onto him, holding him in place for the rest of the team to clean him up with an ace.
See, that's why I don't like Poppy. You already can't move, and she forces you against the wall and just kills you.
Yeah, that's not too fun. I was actually really surprised with the way that VIG did that Baron. It's a really smart call to send RF Legendary over the wall. You get to trap the jungler in the Octagon, and they can't actually go for a smite contest at that point. So a really smart play, but rather than taking the Baron and backing off, we get to see another team not knowing the lesson of when enough is enough. Don't take that fight, sacrifice the Camille. It sucks that you're not going to have the Baron buff on her in order to use that split push to its fullest potential, but you should just be happy with the fact that you got the Baron buff. Ultimately, they give up all their lives trying to protect her and actually win that fight. And we see RF Legendary getting caught out once again.
Yeah, he teleported in for this one. It looked like they wanted to try to force because Delta Fox still had not gone back, but the Twisted Fate Destiny Gate wasn't there for the Baron fight. That means it's up now, and they catch out RF Legendary just like they did over the wall here.
Right, and so this is what I was talking about. It's really awesome to see the Camille used this way, able to go over the wall, stun up the Kha'Zix, trap him in there so he can't get the thing. Get the Baron smite, but then for some reason Wiggly goes over the wall as well. That leaves his backline to get fought by the TF. He tries to flash back over. TF's still there, and you know, they just totally break up their formation, allowing them all to get picked off one at a time rather than as a team and unit backing out into the jungle, and they give up the entire Baron buff that they just worked so hard to get.
Peekenwoo tried to go over that wall as well with the Valkyrie, but fell a little bit short. So I don't know if it would have necessarily changed the equation having the Corki in the backline with the Rek'Sai. Probably a little bit easier to kill the Corki if he's directly in the face of your carries, but that was just, like you said, another overextension from Big Gods. Instead of sacrificing the Camille, they sacrificed their Baron buff. They sacrificed the Camille again when they try to contest the Mountain Drake, and now all of a sudden when they had a 4,000 gold advantage, it shrunk, and now it's only 1,000.
Right, and Delta Fox did get that Mountain Drake as well. Arguably going to be more useful in the late game now, as opposed to the two Ocean Dragons on the side of Big Jackals. And, I mean, Big isn't done yet. They're still pushing up as a unit, going straight up this mid lane. There's no clear objectives to fight over, so I'm surprised to see them so grouped up and focused on pushing like this, but TF is split to the top side, so maybe they think they can get something done here.
Well, TF does have his Destiny Gate combination available, so he can potentially port in if a fight does break out. This mid lane tower, though, is taking a lot of damage. Both Corki and Jin are going to be able to poke away at them while dealing damage to that tower, and it will wind up going down in favor of Big God's Jackals. No Baron buff on them means they can't really push any further, but they have learned this time and are backing away.
I'm actually surprised that kind of worked given the fact that they were against Avaris. I would have thought Shannon would have been able to handle a lot of wave clear there with the help of Kha'Zix and Karma being able to shoot their abilities in there as well, but it was actually not enough wave clear, and they're able to take the turret on the side of Big Gods.
Well, both of those AD carries have gone for that pretty much full lethality build. We have the Ghost Blade, Manamune, and the Edge of Night picked up by Shinon. On the flip side, replace the Manamune with a Dusk Blade of Drakthar for Fabi's Jin. Both of those AD carries are going to be definitely hitting a lot of these champions for a large amount of damage. The Poppy, though, a little bit tough. Iceborne Gauntlets, Ninja Tabby, Sunfire Cake going to be a little bit more resistant to some of these more lethally built AD carries.
Yeah, that was a cute little pun there.
Thank you. I am full of them.
Yeah, and we see that despite getting priority in 2 lanes, they're not actually able to rotate over and take that turret. Delta Fox going to back off here, not able to do anything with the TF that was split pushing in the top lane. And I assume we're going to see a little bit of a lull here as both teams struggle to get much done with no neutral objectives on the map to force people near, and as well as having a lot of champions that like spreading out to do stuff.
Well, that's going to mean that so far this game, when there hasn't been a neutral objective to fight over, it's usually one of the teams trying to catch somebody in a precarious position. RF Legendary himself has been caught out at least twice this game. There was the one in the top lane and the one post-Baron fight where he was over by the Mountain Dragon pit. He teleported in, was caught out all by himself. But on the flip side, Delta Fox have been caught with their pants down themselves, even just between their own 2 towers. So it's really going to be, where do these teams move from here? Both of them we can expect to take it a little bit safer considering some of these missteps they've had. But this was Delta Fox's kind of Achilles heel in their first week matches. They took the game extremely slow. At that point in time, they had a gold lead, but this time they have a deficit.
Yeah, the big problem, of course, is the fact that they did not go the rapid fire cannon TF, did not learn from their homie Froggen, telling them how to play it. That's the only reason I can really think of that they're down now.
Is that the entire answer to Delta Fox's composition? Instead of picking up a Death Cap or a Luden's Echo or whatever Damonte is going to build into next, if he builds a rapid fire cannon,
Game over.
Game over.
Instantly win. Drop that 2,600 gold on the win now button.
I would bet 2,600 gold on that not.
Yeah, you're probably right, Tom. As we see Big God Jackals shoving up mid and bot lane, trying to get over down to that bot side to get it down before TF's able to clear the wave, but just too much on the side of Delta Fox.
Delta Fox now with, like you mentioned, the wave clear from Varus and Twisted Fate, they have that split pushing Poppy. Glimpse of the Void is still available on her for just a little while, but the response from the side of Big Gods is to continue to poke and wear down those towers. It worked in the mid lane. They were able to get that tier 2. They're sticking around and trying to make it happen here on this bottom side tower as well. Poppy's teleport is available, and she's a much tankier, much slower pushing threat, but that means that the Twisted Fate is now here to aid in the wave clear, and it looks like the trade so far is successful for Delta Fox.
I mean, that's just a big mistake on the side of the Jackals. The fact that you can match the Camille at any point there. They seem like they're a little too afraid of the TF being able to engage onto them. As we see, Fabby opening up onto the side of Delta Fox, trying to push him off this turret. They're staying strong, though.
He just winds up using the curtain call to try to zone them away. Gets a little bit of damage, but they're not going to be able to wind up picking up a kill. We did, in the meantime, notice on the mini-map, Brandini hidden that brush in the top lane, wound up recalling, so RF Legendary pinging out that Poppy was no longer there. They were hesitant of that teleport play. Poppy didn't even wind up having to use it, just recall.
Right, and like I was saying, I'm surprised that, you know, Poppy was even able to split push down a turret. It's usually not the case that happens, and basically due to the fact that I think Big God Jackals were playing too afraid of the TF, the fact that they didn't want to put the Camille over there earlier to deal with that Poppy, the fact that they wanted to group up mid and try and force something down, despite the fact that Camille should be wanting to split push a lot more. And even though she's a little bit behind, not where she wants to be yet in the game, ultimately that would have been a much better play than just sacrificing a top inner turret.
Well, the Poppy's been getting the better of the Camille for most of this matchup, or Brandini getting better of RF Legendary in this specific matchup. For the large majority of the game, we factor the Rift Herald into it. That's the key factor. That's why they were afraid. It's because of the Rift Herald buff.
I think they're more scared of the TF.
I don't know. You get your rapid fire cannon, I get my Rift Herald buff.
All right, we'll both be idiots for a moment.
All right, well, Baron buff is on the map, so we have seen that be kind of the make or break scenario for a lot of these games in Challenger of week number 1. Specifically in Delta Fox's series, there were 4 Barons that they wound up taking. I think only one of them went over to Team Gates, and Team Gates wasn't even able to win that game off of the back of that. But the Baron buff is really the kind of thing that Delta Fox has shown. That is their go-to, how do we end the game kind of condition. Whereas on the side of Big Gods, they picked up their 3rd dragon here, the 4th of the game. Next one's going to wind up being an Elder Dragon. That could potentially be something they want if they're the ones turning these fights around.
Yeah, Delta Fox definitely showing that controlling dragons is not something that they like to do to win the game. They had everyone alive. They knew the timer on the dragon. For some reason, they were all in base recalling as it came up, allowing Big God Jackals to take it for free. A huge misstep, given that it is in fact an Infernal Drake, something they would love to have.
Well, Big Gods were pushing up on the bottom side before. We saw when Fabby's using the curtain call. They have a lot of wards down there. And I guess it was just Delta Fox prioritizing warding around the Baron pit rather than that Dragon pit. They sacrifice an Infernal Drake as well. It's going to only be bolstering the combat stats coming out from Big God's Jackals. And although Delta Fox took 9 of the Dragons in their first series against Team Gates, they've only got 1 today.
Definitely struggling with that element. And we see that despite their decision to go up and group around the Baron buff, they actually lost complete vision control on it. It's only Big God Jackals with wards in that area, basically. There's one kind of in the blue pit of Big God Jackals. Maybe a good TP flank for the Poppy if ultimately they need to contest that Baron buff, but right now they're just not sure where they are, and they're actually just in base resetting.
Everybody kind of seems to be content taking this slow and steady and waiting until they have as many advantages as possible on their side. Big God's Jackals, they picked up the package for Corki. On the side of Delta Fox, they finished the Lord Dominic's Regards on Shinon's Varus. Still hasn't transformed the Manamune into the Muramana quite yet, so he doesn't necessarily have that sort of last item power spike you kind of expect him to have now. We're already at the 33-minute mark. Although, it looks like that they're not going to wait for Shinon to try to make something happen. Your ARF Legendary going to try to hookshot away, but the flash forwards in the Monte. Gold card's going to lock him up. The Octagon gets thrown down, but I don't think I've seen this in UFC. There's no 2v1s allowed.
Yeah, it's more WWE than anything, but on the flip side, Big God Jackals are trying to split push down the top side turret and force all of Delta Fox back into their base to try and hold their top inhib turret.
Well, look, he traded that top tower. They are going to get the top inhib tower before anybody from Delta Fox responds, and instead of opting for the base race scenario, they let that mid lane tower stay alive. Actually, the minions will be the ones taking it down. So they trade 2 towers for the price of RF Legendary and 1 in the mid lane.
Right, but no one was around to grab that local gold, so ultimately a not too bad of a situation for Big God Jackals, able to just sacrifice RF Legendary. He's been struggling a little bit this game. But not too bad overall, as we see them continue to pressure around this Baron buff as well.
Well, now that they know they have a 4v5 situation, RF will be available in just 10 seconds, and he does have his teleport available. Delta Fox are going to be setting up this Baron buff, but Shinon takes a large chunk of damage. The curtain call is there. They have to pull out of this Baron pit. They are going to wind up turning a fight. Wiggly's going to be the one that gets locked up, but Bayano's going to wind up utilizing his Nether Grasp, but it immediately gets QSS'd off. Shinon's going to wind up taking down the Malzahar after that ultimate was used, and they're going to send Big God's Jackals packing. Looks like they're trying to chase after Grigney. Damonte comes in. He wants to try to get the gold card down. The Pekin Wolf does pop the Zanya's Hourglass. The Deadly Flourish will not take him down, but Corki will with the Gatling gun. Fabi's going to shut down Shinon, but not before he dies as well. Brandini snags that kill, and after all of that, it's a 2-for-2 trade after the Baron pit, but the Hextech ultimatum is back up. There we see the Poppy synergy utilizing her Poppy Copter to just knock Camille away, saves Grigney from the fight. Pekin Wolf is still in the back, but he's kind of a lone wolf at this one. He is going to wind up forcing back all of Delta Fox, and after all of that, there's no Baron and an even trade of kills.
Right, I mean, that was such a crazy team fight on the side of Big God Jackals. The way Bayano just walked up and tried to get an ult onto Shinon, I believe, realizing that he was not going to be able to get in range, and just turned and tried to ult the tank of Delta Fox, and ultimately that's a huge misstep because he's just sitting there taking Baron damage as well. As you see, Shinon, like I was saying, gets very, very low, and then Bayano seems to tunnel on that fact, just walks right past everything happening, trying to get close to him, and then once he realizes he won't be able to, turns on the Brandini, he just goes down instantly. And then from there, it looks like Big God Jackals are in a tight spot. TF has his ult up. They need to be very, very careful. But Grigney's on the wrong side of the fight. The TF ports in right next to Pekin Wolf, who has a QSS. He's able to drop a ton of damage before needing to do that. And then we see, he gets collapsed on. He goes down. And Fabi, despite getting a 1v3 turned on him, he's actually able to trade 1 kill back.
Yeah, and that was just another kind of case of Delta Fox over-chasing just a little bit. Grigney, I mean, I guess they need to save their jungler in this situation if they want to have any hopes of turning into Baron, so they utilize the Poppycopter to keep Camille and Rek'Sai.
He's running home.
Out of there. Somebody eventually is going to point out that our octagon is actually a hexagon.
No, Twitch chat can't count that high.
Can't count past... Octagon has more sides than a hexagon.
Yeah, I know. They can't count it past like 3.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. They probably don't even know what an octagon is, Tom.
I don't know, but I see Twitch chat spam 1, 2, 3 every now and then, but I never see 4.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, well, now Delta Fox, everything's kind of reset for them. They lost out on a trade. They tried to make something happen while pushing in the mid lane. They lost out on that top inhibitor, but now it's going to be the side of Big God Jackals tries to make something happen. They go in into Grigney, and they are going to be able to pick him up after the Nether Grasp was used, and that's crucial because that's the jungler down with Baron alive.
They still need to play this situation out pretty well in order to get this Baron buff without losing any extra members. It looks like Delta Fox is dealing with the minion wave first. If they don't get over here quickly, this might actually just go down for free.
Yeah, the Baron buff already down at 5,000 HP. It is absolutely melting, and there's nothing to contest from the side of Delta Fox. They are going to utilize the Poppy split push in the bottom side of the map, but now that's another Baron picked up by Big Gods. This time they get to keep it.
Right, and Brandini actually started channeling his TP in behind to maybe try and contest the Baron buff until they realized they are way too late, and he actually ended up canceling that, losing his TP advantage that he did have over RF Legendary for a little bit.
Now Delta Fox are posturing for the Elder Dragon. It's not the buff they would have wanted to take, considering they only have one of their own, but they do need to deny it from Big Gods and try to waste their Baron buff here. Damonte's going to get sniped out by the curtain call, and it's going to be Baby that goes down.
Most damage, 1,200.
One heck of a crit coming out from Fabi, and that means that there's going to be another member down from the side of Delta Fox. This Elder Dragon is going to be going down nearly as quick as Baron did. Grigney's going up to clear at the top side. No contest once again from Delta Fox.
Double late game neutral objectives onto the side of Big God Jackals. They're going to go up to the mid lane, hope to start taking down some of these inhibitors, which they're going to need to do pretty quickly.
The mid lane has been cleared out. There's an exposed inhibitor in the top lane, so it looks like that's going to be where Big God's Jackals points their sights on first. Grigny's going to wind up having to use his Void Assault Invisibility just to try to get out, but the Octagon gets thrown down by RF Legendary. Chains of Corruption come out. There's no Poppy in the fight yet, as she does wind up slamming RF Legendary into the wall, and Shynon's able to pick that kill up, so RF Legendary maybe a little bit too far forward. Will trade his life for an inhibitor, though, as the rest of Big God's Jackals backs away.
Big God Jackals, RF Legendary, going for that multi-game conditioning, trying to show the enemy teams that Camille is not that broken in my hands. You can leap it up. Don't worry. It's all the long con, though, as he's actually probably a Camille god. But this game not trying to show it off, as we see him make a good attempt onto Grigny here. Misses the E. That's fine before he overextends, jumping into the rest of the team, trying really hard to get that kill.
Well, I mean, he met with a lot of crowd control here. There was a TF card, there was a Varish Chains of Corruption, there was a Poppy stun. This is the chain CC that you have nightmares about if you're a player of League of Legends. Although Big God's Jackals are able to take down an inhibitor in the top lane, so they lost their top laner. They opened up their top lane to super minions, and with the quirky package available and Baron buff still on them, they can bounce between these other two lanes and just wait for the supers.
Right, I mean, the fact that they still have this Baron buff for at least another 2-3 waves, they have a lot of pressure on mid. RF Legendary is going to respawn. His TP is available. He's coming in as they burn down this mid inhibitor turret.
Yep, that means the minion will tank up that tower. Inhibitor is going to fall shortly after that. And Big God's Jackals now, that's 2 inhibitors down. That means there's only 1 left on the map for Delta Fox. They still have that Elder Dragon burn on them with 3 Elemental Drakes strong. That's going to be providing a lot of extra DPS that Delta Fox just can't fight into. Baron buff super minions were pushing in as well. Now things are looking really grim for Delta Fox.
Right, I mean, they basically have to make a stand at this last bot lane inhibitor. And we see that Big God Jackals are going down there to get the wave going in their advantage. We're going to see one last stand, hopefully, out of Delta Fox on this inhibitor turret. And to be honest, I haven't seen a ton of clean fighting out of Big God Jackals, so I think they have a decent chance of holding on, assuming that they don't lose that last inhibitor as they try and deal with these super creeps coming in the other lanes.
We have to keep our eyes peeled. They have lost both of their late game buffs. Tower on the outer side of the map is not going to need to be defended by Delta Fox. They have to give that one up. They really can't fight for that. The last couple of Baron buff minions will fade from the side of Big God's Jackals. And like you said, Mark, these fights haven't exactly been the cleanest. It is 18 kills to 18 kills. We're cresting the 40-minute mark, so this is prime Delta Fox territory, as both of their games went extremely long last week. But now it's on Big God's Jackals to be able to pull the trigger and close the curtain on game number 1.
You got to deal with a lot of poke, though. That Corki is hurting.
Corki's there, Jin's there. Rek'Sai even has a little bit of poke. It's not going to get the most damage in the world, but it's still super annoying. And if you get chunked out from a lot of that poke coming out, that's somebody that has to go back to heal, in addition to someone that's going to have to eventually go back and deal with 2 waves of super minions pushing in for the side of Big God's Jackals. Delta Fox, they're trying to defend at their own tower. Jin is going to open up with a curtain call. Edge of Night was not available, so he does wind up getting knocked out here. Twisted Fate's going to pour in. They've caught Wiggly against the wall, and Grigny's going to pick up that kill. We do have the Deadly Flourish coming out from Fabi, but it looks like it's a retreat from the side of Big God's Jackals. Delta Fox, they want to chase this. Poppy flashes forward. Brandini's going to get locked up and taken down low. The ultimatum is out, and Grigny's in the center of it all, but Shynon's going to shut down Camille. Jin has picked up a kill onto Kazik, and the front line has fallen for Delta Fox. Corki tries to go forward there, but he is going to get taken out by Twisted Fate, but Delta Fox has to go back because there's super minions taking down their Nexus tower.
Oh man, Big God Jackals almost was able to just survive that fight a little bit more. They probably could have let the Winions take over the game. The fact that Peekaboo went down was slightly over-aggressive, trying to work in autos versus the TF. From that position, all he needs to do is sit back there and poke and stop them from being able to get back to the fountain for free. Ultimately, a small overstep as he's going to go down to TF.
And that's how that fight started, with the Poppy just ejecting Fabi from the fray. 7-4 and 7 on Fabi. He's a large part of damage in this kind of dual marksman composition. And after they've locked down the front line from Big Gods, there's no real dedicated tank left for this. So Delta Fox thinks they can just charge in and take this fight.
Right, but they keep hitting frontline carries. We see Peekaboo is going to be able to drop a ton of damage over the course of this fight, along with Fabi. So even though it is good for Delta Fox, the fact that they were able to kill a couple members, they did not get the key members. And this is that Valkyrie I was talking about that was just a small overstep. He still has his ultimate available. He can keep trying to poke these low members of Delta Fox. Maybe you get a kill. Maybe you just make it more difficult to get back and defend the inhibitors or the Nexus turrets that were going down. But you get that little bloodlust in your eyes. You feel like you have to take that W in. It's off cooldown. You got to use your abilities.
That's what happened to DeMonte last time. He got blown up by Peek and Woof, so Peek and Woof is like, you know what? I'm going to do this for you this time around. Didn't even have a rapid fire cannon to deal that much damage.
Unfortunately not. But with that, Delta Fox does manage to hold on to their base. I was saying that they needed to hold on to that last inhibitor turret if they wanted to have any chance in this game. They managed to. Now they're going to be able to deal with the super creep waves until their inhibitors respawn. And then from there, the biggest concern is the Baron buff that is coming up in the next 30 seconds.
Well, their top lane inhibitor has respawned, but with the Baron buff up in 30 seconds, mid lane inhibitor will not yet be available for the side of Delta Fox. They will have to try to push out this mid lane against Big God's Jackals to even try to contest that Baron buff. But if they wind up catching somebody out of position, that Baron buff could be all theirs. RF Legendary once again being caught out here by the Twisted Fate Destiny Gate combination. And although it takes them a while to take him down, RF Legendary will fall again.
Look at all that beautiful vision of the top side of the map by Big Gods. It's all going to go to waste. Just because you got picked in the bot lane.
Yeah, and there is a 48-second death timer on Camille still. We are at the 44-minute mark, and everybody's pretty much hitting like those late-game builds. There's not going to be a ton of space left for extra wards unless you are the supports. There's not going to be a lot of control wards coming out from basically anybody. If you look down the line, QSSs are occupying slots from the side of Delta Fox. RF Legendary is the only one on his team who doesn't have every single one of his item slots filled up. So you're getting into this point of the game where everybody's basically as strong as they're going to get, and it is going to be very crucial to the team that has the superior vision, has the ability to force the fight that is in their favor to try to turn this around. Looks like Big God's Jackals are using that curtain call just to dissuade Delta Fox from trying to go in and get some of that forward Baron vision. They have the Corki package available as well, but Delta Fox, they stalled long enough to get that inhibitor.
Right, I mean, that's the thing, though, is the fact that despite they got the pick onto RF Legendary, they were very slow about moving into the Baron pit to start getting vision back. They actually didn't grab any with that 4v5 advantage that they had, which they really need to do because it's just going to get harder and harder with the TF ult. It's back available now, so they can use that to face check, but if Big decides to play this fight very slow, you just go into the Baron pit, bait the vision, get a TP flank off maybe with Camille. It starts getting very, very difficult to contest the Baron buff.
And if you look at the side of Big God Jackals, they are going to be pushing up that top side of the map with RF Legendary now. It's on the Baron side of the map, so it's a little bit more difficult to catch them out if they're going to be dancing around that Baron pit to begin with, but it's also threatening one of the exposed inhibitors from the side of Delta Fox, unlike the one that still had a tower on the bottom side of the map. So that's going to be a little bit more push and pull in this kind of Baron tug of war that's going on, forcing Delta Fox to have to deal with those minions.
Right, they're sending the Rek'Sai right now to split push down the bot lane. He doesn't actually have tunnels on the top side of the map, so this is a little risky to do because he can't go and reinforce his team if the TF decides to port and start a fight right now. But it looks like they're just going to try and bait around here. Delta Fox not fighting on that.
No, the Destiny has been used. The gate has been popped, and that's going to be Twisted Fate going in fairly deep. DeMonte tries to get a crit on the Fabi, but he's going to QSS, actually Edge of Night that one away. Was the Mercurial Scimitar that got popped to crap that gold card, and now the fight is 4v5 in favor of Big Gods, but Poppy ejects absolutely everybody. But that's one of the main carries, one of the main sources of wave clear down for Delta Fox.
Right, you see just how hard it is to play tip as the fight actually continues.
Ooh, the
Big
unfurl
Gods
on the Shinon. Shinon is down. There's 2 wave clear threats completely gone. They're chasing down onto a low HP Brandini and a half HP Grigny. Looks like that the Guardian Angel is going to be popped for Poppy, and this could be GG for BIG. Poppy winds up falling. Grigny's got no HP left. There's 2 exposed inhibitors, still 4 members from the side of Big, and it looks like they're going for that last Nexus tower.
It's just a small overextension by DeMonte trying to get the pick off, but the Malzahar comes in, able to ult him and stop him from being able to one-shot Fabi. Fabi stays alive over the course of that fight, and then Big Gods are able to chase down through, pick up a couple more kills, and close the game out.
Yeah, so that's going to be game number 1 going into the favor of Big God's Jackals. It wasn't the easiest game for them. They had advantages in the early game. They were trying to make things happen post level 6 with the TF roams that they gave up first blood for. They were able to stabilize more into the mid game. They went for risky Baron calls, and eventually, 40 some odd minutes later, they were able to take it.
Right, but it was not a clean game from either side here. There were very clear moments where each team had the advantage before making an overstep and just thinking that they can get a little bit more, and then get punished very, very hard from it.
Right, and Delta Fox, well, they are no longer undefeated in the Challenger Series. Did show that they can still kind of stall things out. They can go for the later stages of the game. Unfortunately for them, whereas they were able to do so against Team Gates, who played a little bit more of a looser kind of solo queue style where those Baron fights are a little bit more messy. When they went up against Big God's Jackals, you were pointing out how much vision they had down by the Baron pit, how Delta Fox wasn't able to clear it out. They kept getting caught out when they were the ones trying to catch people out.
Right, and I think that was the big problem, was that vision control, the fact that they almost never knew exactly where Big God Jackals were. It makes it really hard to know when someone's actually isolated. So you can pop that TF ult, think you can jump onto Fabi, but you have to understand that the rest of the team is there. And then they were a little slow pulling on the trigger on it, the fact that Rek'Sai was able to get back up from the bot lane where he was split pushing initially.
Right, well, Big Gods, they broke away with a lead a little bit earlier on in this game. At about 17 minutes, they wound up getting a very favorable engagement for themselves. And this is one that was started by Delta Fox, and this kind of became a trend for the game.
Right, I mean, the big thing here is the fact that they're not able to finish off the Camille. They end up focusing a lot of resources down onto RF Legendary. Poppy is going to focus him as the backline starts getting zoned away by Wiggly, and Fabi has wrapped around to join that part of the fight. As we see, once again, Poppy not able to actually finish off RF Legendary. He flashes after, going to go down as well. So they end up losing this fight on both the backline of Big that they were trying to focus down, as well as their own backline getting soloed out by Fabi and Wiggly.
Yeah, and even though they were able to really turn around a lot of these fights that Delta Fox had started originally, Big Gods, it was not a very clean game for themselves. Delta Fox was able to close the gap with a risky Baron call that was made by Big God's Jackals. It was only 23 minutes into the game. It was a good call considering where Delta Fox was on the map, but the follow-up afterwards is where it fell apart.
Right here, they have the chance to all just run out to the top side of the map, but instead they go over the wall and try and win this fight as well. Obviously, RF Legendary had sacrificed himself to secure the Baron buff. There's no reason for Wiggly to tunnel over, and then Corki runs into the Baron pit to try and get damage over the wall. He goes down as well, and now everyone's dead, and Fabi's left alone trying to run for his life, but Brandini says that's not going to happen.
No, the Poppy forced him against the wall. They shut him down. They wind up getting the ace, but still, that was Delta Fox turning a fight around at 23 minutes. The game lasted another 21 and a half minutes. Before that, both of these teams, they have a lot of things that they kind of need to streamline moving into game number 2 here, because both of them are just letting things kind of go on for a little bit too long, getting a little bit too greedy.
Right, I think that's exactly the word for it, and it's something you see a lot in the Challenger scene where you have these two different team comps. Both of them, for the most part, know what they want to do with it, but as soon as it starts getting to those difficult decisions where, okay, we back out now, or we push for a little bit more, that's where they show their inexperience compared to the LCS scene.
Yeah, and this is, both of these team compositions kind of had a little, not necessarily a full like pick composition. Delta Fox had a little bit more of the Twisted Fate capabilities. They had the Varus, the Chain of Corruption, when they could lock people down. And this is, of course, very reminiscent of what Guildcoin United tried to do in their second game in week number 1, drawn a blank. They played it against Big God's Jackals. So Big God's kind of had the idea of like, hey, if they don't know how to specifically utilize this composition, we're going to be able to pick apart kind of like the weaker spots. We saw Varus getting caught out a couple of times. We saw Twisted Fate with some very eager Destiny Gate usage in the end stages of the game. They were able to just pick off who was out of position.
Right, and I mean, on the flip side, you have to look at RF Legendary, the fact that he got the Camille pick and honestly didn't do a ton with it. There were some fights where he showed that he understands what the champion can do, like that Baron situation, but there was a lot of times where he also overestimated what the champion could do, and he finds himself in the middle of the entire enemy team going down for free, basically.
We'll have to see if that winds up being a pick or a ban in this second game of the series. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 between Big God's Jackals and Delta Fox. You're watching the NA Challenger Series.
Coming out on the bot lane, Fabi's going to go down quick and easy, followed by Shinon as well, but it's going to end up a 2-for-1 for the side of Delta Fox. Making a move, going onto that bot side with the control that they have, going to jump onto Shinon. He's going to go down. Looks like that's going to be it for them. Baby actually is going to drop as well.
Malzahar has also fallen, and even though Big Gods have gotten the Baron, they're not getting out with their lives, Mark. Grigny's going to go down to a crit from Fabi, but he's the only one on his team left alive. Damonte comes in. He wants to try to get the gold card down. The Pekin Wolf does pop the Zanya's Hourglass. The Deadly Flourish will not take him down, but Corki will with the Gatling gun. Fabi's going to shut down Shinon. Delta Fox, they want to chase this. Poppy flashes forward. Brandini's going to get locked up and taken down low. The ultimatum is out, and Grigny's in the center of it all. But Shinon's gonna shut down Camille. Jin has picked up a kill on the Kazik, and the front line has fallen for Delta Fox. Welcome back, Challenger Scene enthusiasts. We're gearing up for Game 2 between Big Gods Jackals and Delta Fox after Big Gods took a lead with Game number 1 victory.
And the superstar for them that game was, of course, Pekin Wolf. His Corki was huge. A lot of the times his team was going crazy, and he was the rock in the middle of the team fight, putting out a ton of damage, finished the game at 8-2-11. And, I mean, he was really the big reason that they were able to take that game. A number of team fights, he had a lot of people going down around him early, but he was just a consistent force, pelting people from the back.
Yeah, and he wasn't necessarily the same kind of roaming force that DeMonte was on the Twisted Fate, but he was able to really show up in these fights. His package usage wasn't really there for roaming. He was able to move around the map a lot, but he provided a lot of supplemental DPS in the backline, matching Fabi on that Jhin, who had a very impressive scoreline himself, but wasn't necessarily the star of the show.
Right, and I think a lot of the early game action definitely centered around Fabi, the fact that they had pressure in the bot lane all the time. That set up the first gank on the side of Delta Fox, go down and punish them extending, but then you didn't stop pressuring. They kept pressuring, then they set up their own dive on the bot side.
Yeah, and that was the thing, too. They even put so much pressure onto the bottom side of the map. Fabi took the blue buff at level 1 with the Malzahar little cheeky Voidling usage down there, and we're going to have to see if that's going to be something they continue to do. Playing around the bottom side of the map, it seems to be the strong suit for Big Gods Jackals. The top side of the map, however, seems to be favorably in the hands of Delta Fox.
I mean, I understand that you get the Camille, you get excited, you want to make a lot of big plays, but RF Legendary was overextending way too often, ending up getting caught out for CTF, which tends to happen, of course, but his decision-making to go in team fights was very suspect at points, and if it wasn't for the rest of the team having the bot side of the map working so well, the top side definitely got snowballed on early.
And we'll see if Delta Fox even considers banning the Camille. They banned the Rise over it last time. They thought that was the big threat coming out from Big Gods Jackals, as opposed to the fact that the Camille was there. It was left available. Big Gods able to pick it in the first rotation. They didn't necessarily show a mastery of the champion that kind of comes to be expected with the precedent from the champion, but that could be different now that Delta Fox is going to be on the blue side.
Right, it'll be interesting to see exactly what they choose to do. I doubt that they'll want to leave it up on the side of Big God Jackals. It seemed like they picked it because the last ban did not come in as they expected, and they couldn't grab the Rise that they were setting themselves up for. I expect them to ban it away here because it doesn't seem like they're super comfortable on it, and I doubt that Delta Fox is uncomfortable on it, given the fact that we've seen their sister team in Echo Fox even comfortable with it in the support position.
That's very true. The Flex Camille could potentially come out, but we'll have to see as things get into picks and bans for game number 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see Delta Fox, now that they're on the blue side, you mentioned, they don't have to ban those OP picks. They can ban away more targeted things. The Jace coming out right away. Very powerful on this patch, powerful in RF Legendary's hands. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rise or a Karma ban either, as that was played by Pekin Wolf to expertise last week, or maybe the Corki, because that was played as expertise by him just last game.
Yeah, I mean, the Corki seemed like a huge problem, and we have seen a number of players who are almost Corki mains in the sense where they seem to perform extremely well in the champion, despite it being not what you consider one of the premium picks. Usually you're thinking the Rise, the Cassio, the Orianna, Syndra, these kinds of things, and those get banned out. They end up on the Corki, and they end up doing phenomenally on it. So we'll have to see if that is a concern for Delta Fox right now. They've only targeted the Jace and the Rise, and on the flip side, Big God Jackal is doing that kind of OP banning that you have to do on that side, going with the Rengar and LeBlanc.
The almost mandated bannings of Rengar and LeBlanc, with the Zyra being the one that rounds it out from the side of Delta Fox. They don't want to have to deal with one of the more powerful support pickups. Karma and Malzahar both still on the table, as the Camille does get banned away by Big Gods Jackals. Both of these teams has shown a preference to both of those. Malzahar in the last game for Big Gods Jackals, and the Karma last game for Delta Fox, but they are going to secure Kha'Zix as that first pick overall. And I mean, I've kind of asked you about this at length, like the Kha'Zix kind of being like that go-to jungler since Rengar's always banned.
Right, Kha'Zix, they had it in the last game, it looked fine, they get it again here, and this time you see that their bans are targeted on not giving too much away in the power picks, because you know you want that Kha'Zix first pick, so you don't want them to get the Rise, you don't want them to get the Zyra either. The Varus will go over to Big God Jackals if they choose to lock it in. One of the strongest picks in the meta right now, especially with the lethality changes. We saw that, you know, they were able to do a lot of good damage with that, but not able to win with it on the side of Delta Fox. Here, Big God Jackals are going to give it a try.
Well, the Varus is locked in for them, so Fabi's going to get that one. He got it in week number 1. He also went with the Lucian. Jhin was the game number 1 thing, so this will be his first repeat champion of the Challenger Series, just 4 games in for him. We'll have to see what the response is for Big God Jackals as well, because the Camille's banned away. We didn't see necessarily kind of that priority on RF Legendary's champion pool. He didn't have a lot of priority on the map either. Wasn't necessary. He wasn't left out to dry. It's just he was kind of caught out of position a lot. So instead, they're going to secure the Lee Sin for Wiggly, which was banned away in game number 1. They pinched that jungle pool on that second rotation of bans.
Right, and Lee Sin, even though some people give it criticism for having a really low win rate, the problem is that you're often picking it into the Kazakhs, who is such a bully in general. There's basically 3 tiers of junglers. There's the Rengar tier, the Kazakhs tier, and then everyone else. And I mean, whenever you're matched up against the Kazakhs, which is generally that kind of OP that you see left open a lot, you're going to have a bad win rate. And Lee Sin is one of the most common picks into it. So it's no surprise to see it locked in here. I think it's a totally fine pick. And then on the flip side, Delta Fox, trying to match them, they grab the Jhin, so there's no utility AD carry pinch. We see the Malzahar locked in, which is one of the strongest supports left with the Zyra ban. And then we see the Lulu counter pick. We were touching on it a little bit last game.
Yeah, Lulu actually did get banned out in that second rotation ban phase as well, so they decided to go for that pickup to kind of counteract the Malzahar. You mentioned very early on in the show, just a little bit of tweaks, just a little bit of love on her Q, and her passive ratios kind of going up in 7.2. So, I mean, that's kind of been one of the go-to kind of counter picks in the bottom lane, and it's still Lulu, when she was played in the solo lane, was because she was extremely oppressive. She still has that bully potential, but now that you wind up going for more of the Emax with the help picks, you get a little bit of extra damage, you get a little bit more damage mitigation, and Varus, combined with that, he's already a big lane bully.
Right, so now we're into the second ban phase. We see the Fiora banned away first, looking like Big God Jackals is setting themselves up for an early Maokai pick here. You're trying to ban away the most common carries that kind of counter it. With the Jace already gone, you have the Fiora banned out. That's going to be what they're looking at. Delta Fox instead targeting mid laners. These teams did match their picks in the first phase of the draft, and this is always something that's interesting to watch for me, being able to target the enemy's champion pool while preserving yours when you're looking at mostly the same champions.
I'm a little interested in this Orianna ban. It wasn't there in game number 1, and this is kind of a you mentioned this when we were casting the University Campus series for League of Legends, that if you're banning out Orianna, you're kind of saying, like, it's either you're just uncomfortable against that pick in general, or a composition that could, like, develop from that pick, or you're just trying to specifically deny somebody you feel is the strongest player on their team.
Right, well, it's a little different in the 10-ban system. With the Rise already gone, and with them kind of telegraphing a Maokai pick, you could be setting yourself up for a Cassio counter mid-pick. And with the Orianna ban, you're basically preemptively saying this is what we're going to look at. So we see the Syndra banned out by Big God Jackals as another potential option. Maybe they were looking at the Syndra as something they wanted to, you know, use that Orianna ban on instead. And we actually see the Corki pick from Big God Jackals right away, not going with the Maokai like I thought they were going to do. And we'll have to see what Delta Fox decides to answer with.
Well, there's the Maokai, the Nautilus, the Poppy. The top laners have relatively, at least the tank side of it, hasn't really been hit in this pick and ban phase. So they pretty much have everything they want, but it looks like we might get the run back of the Twisted Fate versus Corki matchup in the mid lane. Damonte was getting the earlier game advantages from that one, but it really was Pika Move's Corki that was able to kind of tie together the composition for Big Gods, especially in the later game.
And I guess nobody likes playing control mages because their last pin was the Cassio, like we were touching on. So. Yeah. Not at all what I thought was going to happen. The Maokai does end up going over to Delta Fox, who are able to grab TF again for themselves. We're getting a run back in the mid lane position. And the last pick top lane is, of course, Nautilus, the most common thing for a tank to pick into Maokai.
The most exciting thing about League of Legends, top lane tank versus tank.
Yeah, I can't get enough of it.
No, neither can we. So that's why we keep picking him here. But that's going to be something that RF Legendary will be a little bit more comfortable in. He was on the kind of carry-centric champion into the tank, which was Poppy last game. This time it's RF Legendary on Nautilus, who has a lot of early lane weave clear, has a lot of early game damage, builds straight tanky. If he gets caught out of position a little bit, he's not going to be able to fall that easily. So it's a little bit more of a pick that we're expecting to see out of RF.
Right, and I think no offense to RF, I don't think he wanted really to play the Camille. I think it's the kind of thing that once it's left up, you're put into a very bad position where you
played support.
Yeah, well, I mean, I assume you want to practice that once or twice, Tom, and not everyone may have practiced that yet. And whenever one of those OP trade situations comes up, it's always super awkward because you're like, well, I don't really want to play that, though I know it's strong. I don't have much practice on it, but I don't want them to have it either. So hopefully he's going to look a lot better now in this tank versus tank matchup.
That's something he should have a lot of practice on because we've seen that for, well, pretty much since Season 7 has started, the tank versus tank matchup in that top lane. We'll have to see how it really impacts the rest of the map as well, because if you have like a Nautilus that teleports into a bottom lane play to try to turn a gank around or assist in a gank, you're going to have a lot more crowd control, especially pre-level 6, compared to the Camille pickup, who, once she kind of comes in and drops the Octagon, while she isolates a lot of other people, specifically against like a Kha'Zix, she's also like kind of isolating herself in certain circumstances.
Right, and the other thing that's interesting is the fact that they choose to go with the TF pick again, despite the fact that there being no focus on the top side, really. When you had the Camille pick, it made a lot of sense to bring the TF up there, bring some pressure up early, shut her down. We saw that they had that game plan. They executed it. This time, if you're setting up dives onto a Nautilus, it's not quite the same level of impact in the game. The Nautilus is still going to be tanky. He's still going to have his engaged tools. It's not like you're shutting down a Camille who needs damage items to be able to assassinate backline.
You got a Twisted Advance, you got a gold card, you got a lot of ways to lock up anybody that you want to try to take down on the Rift, and we'll have to see if Delta Fox prioritizes bottom lane a little bit more than last game. There was the early blue buff that was taken from the side of Big God's Jackals that kind of gave Fabi that early lane shoving advantage, but they did consistently push down on the bottom side. Delta Fox tried to defend that tower a little bit too vehemently at some points where they wound up getting dove and having everything turned around on them. So this time around, we'll see where their priority actually winds up lying in this one.
Right, and it is scary to think about because they are in a unfavorable matchup yet again, at least in terms of laning phase, the Lulu being the counterpick into the Malzahar, and they were losing that lane already.
Yeah, and this means that Delta Fox, they're going to be going onto the Rift, no longer the only undefeated team in the NACS. They're going to be looking to try to tie up the series against Big God's Jackals, who are looking to, well, further themselves ahead and take a first 2-0 for themselves for this North American Spring 2017 Challenger Series. Delta Fox looked like they had the early game advantages last time. They looked like they were going to be able to utilize that Destiny Gate combination from Twisted Fate to be able to make things happen on the map. But Big God's Jackals were there to really turn around a lot of these situations. We'll have to see if the pace of the game is accelerated at all this time around as well, because Big God's Jackals took a while to close it out last time. Delta Fox, one of the longest average game times in Challenger right now, 49-minute games. We could be in for another long one.
Yeah, we'll see. And there's a couple things I want to track in this game. I already mentioned the fact that there is no top lane focused carry that you're going to want to shut down or snowball for either team. It's mostly tank versus tank. And yet we see the very roam-heavy mid laner still available. So the big question mark is, of course, they're going to go bot lane. Are they going to be able to shut Fabi down, who's probably going to be looking to push and play very aggressively again? And especially for Pekin Wolf, we talked about how great his Corki was. His packages were pretty much non-existent in that game. I can't even remember one that he used aggressively to get something done on the map or even in a fight. So I want to see him actually start using those to help snowball his bot lane, as opposed to just sitting mid and pushing down that turret whenever TF vacates the area.
He kind of used it as more of a like a home guard to kind of accelerate to different parts of the map, and didn't necessarily utilize it for the engage tool. But we saw him like use it once or twice to like go and get some poke and then like package out. But he was not necessarily as aggressive that time around. We thought that's where the Demonte roams are going to really kind of catapult Delta Fox ahead, but by playing it a little bit slower and being able to turn things around, Big God's Jackals took an eventual win in game number 1. So both of these teams didn't have a ton of action out of the jungle. Game 1, level 1, both junglers blew flash. This time around, they've taken things a little bit slower, and the first thing that we actually really wound up seeing was kind of like a level 5, level 6 first blood when Kha'Zix paid his first visit to bottom.
Right. Also didn't see that cheesy blue buff steal this time. Big God Jackals actually warded up their own blue buff to look out for it in case it happened. Delta Fox did not look for it, so Wiggly's going to be able to pick this up for himself.
Big God Jackals must be studying Echo Fox's game.
Yeah, but most likely.
That's what they did. Delta Fox was unawares of that, but did not do it themselves this game. Rather, instead, they are, however, getting pushed in extremely early on by this Varus and Lulu combination. And this is just maybe not necessarily even champion-specific, because in the opposite side of this matchup, where it was the Varus and the Karma for Delta Fox, Fabi was still pushing in.
Right, and I think you say both times they had priority in the bot lane, as we see Pekin Wolf getting jumped on here, but they're going to try and turn it back on the Gurgnate, forces his flash out. Now Demonte's isolated. He has to flash out as well. As Wiggly, oh, he snipes him with the Q.
Ooh, the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. First blood picked up a lot quicker than last game.
I thought they were out. I thought they were going to be happy with both the flashes, but he hits that max range Sonic Wave, giving him the Resonating Strike follow-up to pick up first blood.
And that's 2 flashes burned and the Ghost from the side of Delta Fox. So that means that they are going to be down summoners. Pekin Wolf didn't even blow any of his own.
No, he played that very calm and collected, knew he had the Lee Sin behind him. He just had to kite his way down to the bot river. Once he's there, Lee Sin comes in with the follow-up, gets the damage onto Kha'Zix, and then they're able to actually clean up 2 kills, or 1 kill, excuse me. So a huge, huge play in the early game for Big God Jackals.
Yeah, so that means it's going to be kill straight away, going over to the side of Wiggly. So he's going to have an early game jungling advantage. Also winds up keeping his double buffs off of that one. And like you said, this was just very well played by Pekin-Wolf, knowing that he had his jungler coming up.
Right, he sees the Kha'Zix come in. This is one of the things that there's no CC for Kha'Zix. So the fact that Damonte did not have a gold card ready to go is what allowed him to play that so slowly. And then Wiggly's there for the counter gank and just snipes that right past the creep, able to land it. Ooh, look at this replay.
Yeah, this is fancy.
I haven't seen this in the LCS. Why the Challenger scene got this going on?
Because we're Challenger. We can do what we want.
Yeah, I guess just like the pros in the Challenger scene, they test stuff out. The Challenger scene production team as well is going to do a little bit of experimenting.
You're never going to know what you could see on the NA Challenger scene.
Right you are, Tom.
Well, nobody saw that Lee Sin gank coming either, as there was no wards on the bottom side of the river. And they were able to pick that one up for the side of Big God's Jackals. So already some action in this game. Pace picking a little bit faster than last time around. Top lane tank matchup though, it went very similar even when it was Poppy against Camille in game number 1. Both of these top laners played it very, very safely. They waited till they kind of got their first item power spike on like their first or second teleport back. And I can't really expect all too much different in this matchup now that it's slugfest up.
Right, there was that initial fight in the first game where Camille accidentally took her E. Not accidental at all. Bad decision to try and use that against the Poppy, who was able to pin her against the wall. Then they traded their flashes, that whole thing. But yeah, it's a lot harder to make a mistake like that as a tank player. What's interesting about the Kha'Zix Lee Sin matchup is everyone always talks about how favored it is for Kha'Zix, and generally that's true, but Lee Sin always has that huge counter gank threat where if he's able to join second in a fight, like what might happen here is he's joining RF Legendary under Brandini, misses the Sonic Wave. Gonna have to back out here as Rigne is now in range.
Yeah, he does wind up leaping in. Wiggly's gonna have to try to safeguard out from this one, and that 2v2 gets turned around in favor of the Kha'Zix, but it looks like they're not done yet. Dredgeline lands on Brandini, does get the curse, the Colossus Shield, and he's able to shut down Wiggly all by himself.
My mind's telling me no.
But his Maokai.
Yeah.
Maokai was telling him yes.
We see a fight going on in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, the exhaust is used on the Shine On already, and Fabia just on Voidling cleanup duty right there. That's the trade potential we saw out of the Jhin and Malzahar lane for Big God's Jackals in game number 1, this time in the favor of Delta Fox.
Yeah, they also get the heal out of Fabi, so there's 2 summoners down. Both flashes still available for them, but that's it. As Pekin-Wolf trying to get aggressive onto Damonte again.
He doesn't necessarily have the most mana in the world, but he is level 6, so he has those rockets available to continue poking away. Meanwhile, RF Legendary thinks he's safe coming back into lane, but a flash twisted advance. That's another kill picked up in Delta Fox's top lane.
That's just that greedy. You see this huge wave coming in. It's going to be a massive denial if they're able to do it. RF Legendary thinks he needs that gold to stay relevant in the game, and just smart play by Delta Fox to camp it out and wait to see if he comes back, which he does. Ends up getting the kill back as once again another aggressive fight down the bot lane. Fabi's getting cut off.
Yeah, and this time the Twisted Fate Destiny Gate is there, and Twisted Fate is not going to get an assist on that one, but Shannon had to pick up that kill quickly because Baby was dropping low.
And this is definitely not a slow game like we were expecting. We see a lot of over-aggression by a couple members of both teams. Big God Jackals in the top side initially thinking that, okay, we can blow this Maokai up. Well played by Brandini to get the most out of his Courage of the Colossus, as well as his Twisted Advance, making him invulnerable for a little bit. So overall, well played there. And then on the bot side, Delta Fox, despite being in the counter pick matchup, actually winning the lane.
Well, I know you were talking very briefly before that top lane action happened about the potential for Lee Sin to kind of get that counter gank, and that's why he's not necessarily the worst pick into that Kha'Zix matchup. But you have to be very, very careful because across the map, if you're too busy counter ganking for the opposing side of the map, you're going to get Twisted Fate ultimated.
Right, and a big part of that play actually is the fact that Big God Jackals did not have vision of the brush for the Malzahar. As we see another gank attempt.
Ooh, the flash kick coming out. Damonte gets knocked back into the middle of his lane. He's trying to ghost his way out of there, but it's not going to work. He wants it going down.
Well, that's what happens when you're summonerless versus Lee Sin. He just gets that flash kick off on you, and it's pretty easy pickings for them.
Yeah.
And just to touch on what I was finishing up with the Malzahar, hopefully, if I get a small break here.
I don't know, they might not let you. They're going for a dragon right now, but I think we got some time because it doesn't look like Delta Fox is here to contest.
So one of the things that makes Lulu so strong into the Malzahar pick is the fact that if you have vision of him and you're just auto-attacking the Malzahar, when he goes to drop the Voidlings, your picks... Uh-oh.
Well, there's no picks, there's no Lulu, but it looks like a pick off onto RF Legendary as Brandini's going to wind up helping Brittany pick up another kill. He goes down, though, underneath the tower. It was a good idea. They knew they were going down to Dragon, but they gave away a kill.
Right, but Big God Jackals, knowing that that just happened on the top side, is going to continue pressuring around the bottom, not satisfied with just the Dragon. They're going to try and get some damage down onto this turret as well.
And so Big God Jackals knows that somebody died on the top side. They know that the jungler is up there. They're going to get some free damage down this bottom lane tower, but they're not as pushed in as they were in game number 1, which means they won't really be able to race for the tower trade here, and Kha'Zix is able to get that solo gold from the first tower blood in top lane.
It's very useful on the Kha'Zix, the fact that he did pick up 2 of those kills as well as that solo gold. Will make the matchup super hard for Lee Sin now. Kha'Zix can invade pretty freely, try and pick him off in his own jungle, trying to get that isolated damage down. It's going to be very scary for the side of Big God Jackals, the fact that they have lost their top lane turret as well. That's now an extended lane for the TF to port in and continue bullying RF Legendary. On the flip side, bottom lane for Big God Jackals is exposed as well. The Maokai can push in the top lane and they go for a big TP play because he does have his TP available.
And also the package is available for the side of Big God Jackals with the Corki. The Destiny Gate combination is available for Twisted Fate, so we'll have to see if there are any of these map-wide plays that are being made, as it does look like with the Chains of Corruption going down, Shannon getting locked up underneath. They want to utilize this Corki package to die, but the minions all get cleared out beforehand. Big God's Jackals are being very hesitant about going for this one. Kha'Zix has shown up. The Twisted Fate Destiny Gate is available, and he is also walking towards bottom lane. Corki package isn't going to last forever. We'll see if they wind up getting this dive off, or if it's going to be thwarted here. Flash forward, the Nether Grass down onto Wiggly. The Curtain Call is out as well. The last crit will land, and Grigney picks up a kill through the wild growth of Lulu. There's a gold card going out, and Peek and Wolf is going to use that package to hightail it out of there.
Once again, another great package usage out of Peek and Wolf. But the thing is, I don't know why Big God Jackals thought that they would have been safe to continue making pressure down there on the bot side. They had deep vision to know, as we see him jump onto Demonte here.
Oh, the instant cleanse right there from Peek and Wolf. He flashes forward. He misses that rocket. A flash away from Demonte.
Oh,
the big one lands. Peek and Wolf goes and gets a kill. Now try talking about his package.
I mean, that's what it is. He's actually weaker with the package. He had to burn it down the bot lane to enable that solo kill then.
That's why you never make fun of a mid laner's package usage, but he's going to get turned on to Brandini right now, who is farming up the enemy Raptor camp there, but in comes Lee Sin. Wiggly has respawned, and he's gotten revenge and picked up a kill.
We're going to take a look at that bot lane play. We see that there is a ward on the side of Big Gods. They knew Kha'Zix was in the area, so they have to know there's a plan. Still fighting around the mid lane.
Yeah, they're not done yet, because Grigney now, he's going after 2 low HP targets. He picks himself up a Peek and Wolf.
Just when you think you're safe to talk about something, you're not. It happened to me a couple of times, happening to the observers now. This game is just too fast-paced to look back. You have to be looking forward at all times.
Well, just say the word Malzahar, and there'll probably be another fight again.
Malzahar picks Lulu. Nope, doesn't look like it.
Okay, they settle down for a little bit right now, but that was a lot of action that came off of Big Gods trying to continue to focus down on that bottom side of the map. We talked about them playing around that as their stronger side of the map. They give up a kill in that dive, but then the messy follow-up from Delta Fox, like, Demonte had to know that he saw Peek and Wolf moving through the river. He had to know he was going to meet up with it.
Right, and it's just the kind of thing where you make a play, you get a kill, and you think, all right, I'm safe. When, you know, you're still not. You have to worry about the mid laner on the other enemy team. Just because you pick their jungler doesn't mean suddenly he's gone too.
And we thought a lot of this would come down to what the junglers are doing early on. 3, 2, and 0 for the side of Wiggly and his Lee Sin. 4, 0, and 1. Grigney having a much healthier time on the Kha'Zix this time around, not dying at all.
Right, and he's really been the big playmaker for the team there. Even in that bot lane play, once again, he was there ready for the counter gank, and then the TF's able to come in with the Flash Malzahar ult. Basically insta-give someone before Big God Jackals can react.
And Demonte's Twisted Fate, he has been able to get a couple of teleports off, but he hasn't necessarily been the driving force behind them. A lot of that is coming through Grigney, and now that he has a advantage in the jungle, he's able to be a little bit more proactive. One of the strengths that Big Gods was doing in the early stages of the game number 1, was they were able to get fights around that 17-minute mark because they were placing deep vision on the side of Delta Fox's river, but they just aren't able to get that forward pressure right now because there's a very scary Kha'Zix in the jungle.
Right, and of course the TF as well, able to join in on any fight. That's what I'm really going to have my eye on. The TF Destiny is available again. There is that wide open lane on the top side. I hope that they actually don't go up there and the Maokai just gets pressure and they set up a dive play in the bottom with some of that deep vision that they have in the bot side jungle. We'll see if that's ultimately what they choose to go for.
Well, if you're the Big Gods Jackals, you've kind of left RF Legendary out to dry both of these games so far. So if you are looking for something, it's probably going to be on the bottom side of the map. Ocean Drake not going to be available for about 50 seconds, so there's no real objective to contest over. But as soon as you see that Destiny Gate combination, you know somebody's going to get picked off here. Peekamove actually gets jumped on and taken out by Kha'Zix all by himself, where in the bottom lane is where that Destiny Gate went, as Shinon snipes himself up the kill using that curtain call. And now it's Big God's Jackals who are having their bottom lane pressured from all sides. There's a Kha'Zix in their blue buff jungle and 3 members in their bottom lane.
I don't think Peekamove was watching his screen. I think he was looking at where the Destiny Gate was going and just died to the Kha'Zix, had no idea that was happening.
Well, last time he kept his eyes on where Twisted Fate was going, he got himself a kill. This time around, he gets himself killed.
You win some, you lose some.
I guess so. Sometimes you play the game of League of Legends, and sometimes you die.
I mean, it's also not playing the game, third option. The bot lane turret is probably going to drop for Big God Jackals. Delta Fox has enough pressure down there, they should be able to get it, though. Looks like it's going to take one more wave to do so.
Yeah, but I don't think that Varus is going to be able to get himself down there in enough time, so they are going to be able to clean out that bottom. Oh, actually, they are recalling, so that bottom lane tower may wind up going down to minions, but they will secure themselves their first dragon of the game, it being the Ocean Drake. The Corki did wind up trying to come in using a little proactive Valkyrie action there, but was not able to pick up the kill on Kha'Zix as he hops in over the wall.
Nope, and this turret is actually going to stay up as well. Delta Fox being a little greedy with their prioritization, as we see here. The TF core comes in, Lulu's cut off, gets stunned up, followed up by the Malzahar ult. Never going to have a chance to move here. Does actually, Malzahar ult came in really late, actually. I'm surprised, allowed Lulu to get the ult off, but there was just too much available for them. The Lulu was going to go down either way.
Yeah, and now Big God Jackals, they've taken a little bit of a hit, but they don't necessarily want to try to slow things down. That tower will eventually go down in favor of Big God's Jackals, actually, as they do wind up getting a jump onto Grigny at his own rev up. They finally get a kill on that Kha'Zix. A teleport is coming in from the top side of the map, though. It is canceled, so Brandini will not be joining in this fray. And Big God's Jackals, they're the ones who wind up getting the prey on Kha'Zix.
Right, I mean, it's the kind of thing where, as we see RF Legendary opening up onto Damonte, he's going to be able to walk away most likely. The team of Big God Jackals is rotating up there, but doesn't look like they're going to make plays. He actually goes for a flash Nautilus ult.
Flash depth charge does knock up Damonte, but it gets his flash in return, so that is going to be Summoner Spells traded for the ultimate and the Summoner Spell as well. But a flash and a twisted advance from Brandini. He locks up on the Wiggly and Fabi. The Wild Growth is out, though, as Peekamove will take down Baby. Fabi's going to stay alive. He draws his bowstring, but he's not going to be able to save RF Legendaries. He goes down, and now the curtain call is in, and the final push or the final act from Delta Fox will be to force Big God's Jackals away from that mid lane fight.
Right, ends up just being a 1-for-1 at the end of all that fighting. Top lane for support, but Delta Fox is still healthy enough to try and siege down this mid lane turret as they use the TF port, try and scare people away.
Just using it to utilize as a zoning tool. The Ghost Blade gets popped by Shinon, but he's zoning away with his critical strike shot as well. Going to be Delta Fox off the back of that 1-for-1, taking the tower and coming out ahead.
Despite all this action that keeps going on, the gold lead really is not increasing that much. They are only 1,500 gold ahead. And a minute ago, it looked like they were ready to snowball this game. And now after that red buff fight that didn't go in their favor, they lost their bot lane turret. It's not actually looking that great for them.
No, but everything was started off here by Big God's Jackals. Like you said, the gold counts are not that different from each other, so Big God's Jackals is still able to play aggressive, getting a flash play here onto Grigny at his red.
Right, and Grigny almost gets out, but because the bot lane of Big God Jackals had pushed in that bot lane after dropping that turret, he had nowhere to go. He's going to do his damnedest to jump over this wall, but there's still members of the enemy team waiting on the other side.
You can just see how flashy that Lee Sin kick actually looked when you're looking at it from this angle, and unfortunately for Kha'Zix, he does wind up getting squashed by the Lulu in the end. But Lee Sin, we had a little highlight on him, so he's not quite done yet, but he will wind up walking into a control ward in the mid lane, so no more flashy plays for him for a bit.
Nope, and from here, Delta Fox still does not have their TF ult available after using it for zoning for the mid turret. But that's really the thing that seems to be the catalyst for a lot of action. Any free time that's available, someone's going to die, so we'll just have to see where they look to use that next.
Well, everybody from Big God's Jackals looks like they're going to be hovering somewhat around this mid lane. They do kind of have that double marksman composition, very similar to what they had last game. The poke potential from Varus a little bit higher than what the Jhin was able to provide before. A little less CC, because instead of having the Deadly Flourish on a lower cooldown to lock people up after you hit them with a Corki Rocket, you're going to have the Varus Chain of Corruption to really start off a fight to kind of trade off the engage tools here. But Delta Fox looks like they're going to try to wind up matching the same thing, and I guess we're going for a little bit of an ARAM.
Looks like both teams just want to hang out mid, projectiles at each other, though Maokai is on his way up, potentially looking for a flank. We see the ping go down behind them. but there's enough vision on the side of Big God Jackals that they can probably see this coming, and they're not going to get flanked.
Yeah, so both teams just being a little bit pensive after a pretty action-packed early game. We got 16 kills in 18.5 minutes, almost a kill a minute at this point. It's a lot more than we saw in game number 1, especially by this time in the game. But as you did mention, Mark, the gold count's not all too far apart. Delta Fox, though, are the ones that find themselves with a little bit of an early game lead. As long as they keep this tower alive, it's about 2,500 gold in their favor.
They look like they want to set up a kind of play, though, where they ping the ward that is behind them in lane for Maokai to TP into. It looks like they might try and shut this push down in a minute with the TF ult coming back up. They see they ping that ward again. If you're looking at your mini-map there, they seem pretty excited to try and stop this push coming out from Big God Jackals.
They were kind of trying to hook around to the opposite side and maybe get a dive off themselves. Twisted Fate's up in the top lane, but of course, Twisted Fate has his Destiny Gate combination available, can wind up porting into this fight, has gotten a Rod of Ages for himself, so doesn't have the Zanyas to prevent himself from dying if he dives into a fight, is a little bit tankier than normal, with the Corki package available and nothing all too much getting done from Big God's Jackals. They decide to reset, everybody's gone back, but that Twisted Fate still hiding out. Ooh. Good trinket.
I think that was a good trinket, and I also think Damonte did not really want to fight that 1v1. He would probably be unable to win that. He was calling up Kha'Zix to assist him, but Corki spotted that out on the way.
And Corki did have the package as well, so even if he did want to get caught out, he has a movement speed bonus. He has the ridiculous long range on that Valkyrie, so I don't know if things would have wound up going Damonte's way. No Rift Herald this game, though. He's gone down, and it looks like Big God's Jackals are going to continue to try to extend pressure on this mid lane, but this time around, they've gotten a lot more vision down. They put in a control ward down behind them, so there's no ward to really teleport to besides that cheeky one that's around the corner for the side of Delta Fox.
Right, there was another one in lane, but they swept it out. You see that beautiful ward debris sitting in mid lane, showing that there is the team trying to get wards down the mid lane.
Really good for us, because we knew that was there now.
Yeah, well, I knew it was there, but that's that ward debris change not many people talk about. Great change.
Was it? Was it one of your favorite changes of all time in League of Legends?
I think it was the most impactful systems change I've ever seen.
The most impactful. You heard it here first, guys. Ward debris. That warding coverage, however, is going to translate into Big God's Jackals trying to pressure down for their second dragon of the game. The third overall is this Ocean Drake will wind up going down. Kaz is going to throw out a little bit of the Void Spikes, but no real attempted steal from the side of Delta Fox. Instead, they're going to try to push up towards this mid lane, apply a little bit of pressure, but they're going to take a lot of poke for that as Big Gods is returning from the Dragon Pit. Yeah,
they basically gave up that Dragon for nothing, just getting the priority in the mid lane, and they didn't seem like they were quite ready to actually contest it, and that evens up the Ocean Drakes as Big God also has the Mountain Drake. They have a lot of stuff starting to go in their favor, and the gold lead, like we said, still sitting around 1.5K, closer to 2 now, but nothing that is insurmountable.
You see the big differences really coming out. Damonte, sorry, not Damonte, Grigney in the jungle. Damonte was last game, right? This time it's Grigney in the jungle. Really has his 2,000 gold advantage over his counterpart, and the Lee Sin coming out from Wiggly this time around. And Shinon, 3-0-1 on this Jhin pickup, has yet to be caught out like he was in the previous matchup, 1,000 gold over Fabi, which, I mean, that was Big God's Jackals kind of one of their keys to victory, is the fact that they focused so much on Fabi's lane and got him so far ahead.
Right, and it's been a bit of a 1-3-1 now for Delta Fox for a while, where Shinon is staying in the mid lane trying to deal with the pressure of Big God Jackals, while TF occupied the top side of the map and Maokai was down the bot side. They looked like they wanted to get a couple TP flanks off, but were unable to do so.
They've really committed to the split push effort too, as well as Maokai having picked up a Banner of Command. So Nautilus, as you see, going for his own Banner of Command to combat that. I was like, he doesn't have a lot of tools to clear that out very quick, but I guess a Banner minion of his own is one of them. But by kicking up that Banner Command, he's not super tanky, which means when Twisted Fate comes in like this with Brandini, they might be able to lock him down. There was the usage of the Redemption coming out from the side of Big God's Jackals. Biana used that one, but now the rest of Delta Fox have rotated around. The Nethergrass is down. They're using so much on RF Legendary. He will finally go down. I believe that's every single ultimate minus the Kha'Zix ult used just to take down the Nautilus.
But they are able to do so. Doesn't look like they'll be able to get much off of it other than that one kill. They also used a handful of flashes doing that, so...
Right, so what are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Do they just go for lane pressure? Are they trying to get Baron wards down? If they can't capitalize from that, was that worth it?
I mean, you have to say it was worth it because they pick up the kill. They trade their top flash for the enemy team's top flash. If you want to go for a play again on him next time TF ults up, that will still be down, so that's always a benefit, and it just allows them to continue 1-3-1-ing, which is all they really want to do, but not going to be the most impactful play.
Well, slow and steady got them a 2-0 in week 1. We'll see if it can get them to tie up here, as Big God Jackals did take game number 1 in another rather slow match as it crested about the 45-minute mark, maybe a little bit longer than that. We're already 23.5 minutes into this one, and we already see that although it took them a very, very long time, once again, slow and steady, wind up taking down the Nuggets.
Right, and you have to question RF Legendary's decision to run back forward in front of the turret. He was basically out. Looked like he wanted to give him a little parting gift for stopping by his lane, but he walks right into the Malzahar, was able to lock him down for a little bit longer. That gives Azic's time to get in range as well, and ultimately, that's what causes him to go down.
No QSSs yet picked up by Big God Jackals. They are looking for some of their completed second items first off in order to go for that. We see, although Twisted Fate is not the one going for it, or he has the Kircher's Shard in his inventory. A rapid fire cannon has been picked up by Peek and Moose Corky, so both of these teams now itemizing for your favorite itemization choice, Mark, as Wiggly has to use that Dragon Rage kick just to kick back the members of Delta Fox. They're trying to push forward. They've caught on to Wiggly once again. Grigny's going to pick up that kill, and that's Delta Fox taking out the jungler, just trying to ward up in his own red buff.
Right, he kind of went for a failed insect play on the Grigny. The ward did not get far enough behind him, leads to the Dragon's Rage, sending him basically the opposite direction he wanted him to go, and cost him his own life for that play. And now Delta Fox looking to see if they can convert that jungler kill into a Baron buff.
Well, there's no jungler available for the Smite War, but there is a lot of members of Big God Jackals still up. Corky is flying in from the top side with the package. The ward is down. The Baron's dropping extremely low, below 2,000 health. Looks like it is going to be secured by the side of Delta Fox, but the package is used, and immediately the Nethergrass is there. Even though Fabi picks up 1 kill, there's 2 for the side of Delta Fox, and they get the Baron.
The fact that Corky was not able to be there for the entirety of that Baron take, pelting them with his ultimate, would have been a huge difference in the fight. Instead, he just comes Valkyrieing in, packaging over the wall, and just gets instantly ulted by the Malzahar. A great champion for locking down people who want to dive into your backline. And they're able to secure the Baron buff off it, despite the fact that it looked kind of risky there for a second with Nautilus going in with his ultimate.
Yeah, the RF Legendary is in the front line. He does want to getting silenced up there by Baby, but he winds up landing the dredge line onto Demonte and immediately uses that depth charge. The rest of Big Gods are trying to just poke them off the Baron while Corky comes over the wall, but as soon as the Nethergrass comes down, it locks down the main damage dealer in the middle of the fight. RF Legendary was already taken down pretty low, and it was just clean up there for Delta Fox.
Clean up for everyone aside for the Lulu, able to escape and throw some laughs their way.
Yeah, that's the worst when the Lulu just starts taunting at you at the laugh. It's right up there with like Lux laugh and Teemo laugh is some of the more annoying laughs in the game. I guess that just says a lot about Lulu players.
It definitely does. That and their obsession with purple.
Well, purple is the color that Delta Fox is wearing right now, so that Lulu may be a little bit enticed to try to go up to some of these Baron buff minions. Not going to be too happy about that, though, as now this is Delta Fox's kind of strong suit. You mentioned that they've been going for a 1-3-1 for a large majority of this game. They have the banner command on Maokai, so he can push up himself. They have the Destiny Gate combination from Twisted Fate. He could push up by himself, and this is their win condition for both of the games last week. Get a Baron buff, take some towers, take it slow. Try not to get caught out by a Corky. Use your redemption and see if you can fancy foot your way out of this one.
Ooh.
But the Destiny Gate was used and he just goes down. But
yep, Peek and Wolf's still caught out. Grigny's gonna be able to collapse on him and trade a kill back, so it's not too bad.
Oh, and they wind up catching Fabi out, trying to rotate down to the bottom. Nethergrass is used, the Wild Growth and the Flash are used there by Varus. Malefic Vision's ticking away, but that extra health from Lulu is going to keep him healthy. Meanwhile, on the top side, RF Legendary says, I need no Baron buff to take down this top lane tower. He's going to go for that himself, but that means that there's somebody away in the main front line for the side of Big God's Jackals. The rest of Delta Fox, they're grouped up and pushing down, and Big Gods isn't here to defend.
Yep, they're totally happy just forcing down the bot side of the map. Delta Fox is going to be able to grab an inhib turret with no defense coming in. They're also going to grab the inhibitor most likely.
That was just a scatterbrain decision from Big God's Jackals. They get a top lane tier 1, a mid lane tier 1, but they lose a bottom lane inhibitor.
Overall, I like the idea of keeping the Nautilus top to split push after trading 1-for-1, but you have to take your core of 3 men sitting in the mid lane and go try and defend that bot lane turret. Ultimately, going for the mid inner turret was the mistake that cost them their inhibitor.
Big Gods used a lot to keep Fabby alive when he got jumped on by that nether grass, and the rest of Delta Fox just kind of backed away and went towards the bottom side of the map. It almost looked like Big Gods didn't expect him to continue pushing with the Baron buff, and now they're funneling into the curtain call as Shinon picks up a kill on Bayano. The Lee Sin Dragon Rage kick will knock Brandini backwards for just a little bit, and he is going to get caught up by the Chains of Corruption, but now they caught into Wiggly in the front of the fight. Shinon picks up his second kill as now they get the lockdown onto RF Legendary. Peek and Whoop is low. RF Legendary barely gonna survive through that one as he gets himself out by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, Fabby helping out with the speed buff from the heal, getting him through that gate just in time to avoid the auto attack of Shinon. A very, very scrappy play ultimately around the Dragon as it actually stays alive. Ends up being, I believe, a 2-for-1 on the side of Delta Fox.
They heard you.
Oh, they heard the Dragon still alive?
Yeah, so they decided to go for it now.
I gave it away.
Nobody left on the map for the side of Big God Jackals to contest it. So in the second Dragon, going to the side of Delta Fox, their second Ocean Drake. And now they're up 16 kills to 9 off of the back of kind of another scatterbrain kind of effort from Big God Jackals to try to do something.
Right, and you see the Flash Maokai to get the initial pick onto Lulu, but from there, the Dragon's Rage actually was able to get a lot of damage down, kicking through everybody, and you see the poke that comes in from Varus Corki, able to do a lot of damage to the backline. Shinon gonna get another one before ultimately the rest of the team's gonna get away. Peek and Wolf barely getting out, and then RF Legendary looks like he's gonna go down, but the heal from Fabby just enough to keep him alive. 2 for 0, correct myself there.
Well, the Dragon stayed alive, so, but then he died, so I guess whatever. It's 2 kills for the side of Delta Fox there, as Big God's Jackals now kind of backs against the wall because they have to put Nautilus in the bottom lane now to deal with the super minions. They've lost out on all the neutral objectives left on the map. The Baron buff is faded away from all the members of Delta Fox now, but you kind of split up where Big God's Jackals is really putting their focus, and now that they're not the ones in control of like going for objectives and trying to push down lanes and managing where the creeps are on the map, they seem like they don't exactly know how to react, and they keep getting caught out. Wiggly's gonna get locked up there. He's gonna be followed up by the nether grass. He is barely going to stay alive, safeguards himself out, but that means Peek and Whoop is exposed, and DeMonte will shut him down. The curtain call is out, the Destiny Gate is there, and Delta Fox are piling on to Big God's Jackals and their base. Hop, skip, and a jump for a double kill coming out from Grigney. There's already an inhibitor down. There's no one alive for Big God's Jackals. Delta Fox is going to be pushing on to the Nexus in a 30-minute win to tie the series.
Right, just a huge overextension by Big God Jackals, thinking that they can hold onto their mid lane inner turret for one last time. Once again, the Maokai gets the twisted advance onto them. That sets up the fight. Lee Sin barely gets out, but then it's just an easy chase down for a team that has a Kha'Zix and a TF and a Jhin. Not too hard to pick up some kills.
Right, and this time around, Delta Fox, they kind of kept a very similar composition to what they had before. It was potentially just a little bit more crowd control. They had the Malzahar support this time, which is taken away from them in game number 1, but they had the Jhin to kind of follow up instead of the Varus. But all of their kind of chain CC, even the Maokai's twisted events from early on, when they were moving around the map and trying to make some of these plays that didn't work out for them in the first game that may have been a little overzealous, they were able to come out ahead with just a little bit extra CC.
Right, and I think the big thing to point out is what happened around that top side of the map, because initially, you know, it was a really good counter gank out of Wiggly in the mid lane, being able to pick up those that kill onto TF initially, and then on the top side, he takes that Q in when he really shouldn't have. And from there, it got really, really tough because RF Legendary gets zoned off a huge wave. He greeds out coming back for it, and they're able to pick him off as he tries to get back under the turret.
Right, and this was now that Delta Fox this time around capitalizing on the mistakes that Big God's Jackals was making, especially when they went for their own early 23, 25-minute Baron play that we'll get a chance to take a look at in just a second. But Delta Fox, this is the plays that they were trying to make last time around, but this time it was Big God's Jackals kind of overextending into them and Delta Fox turning them around.
Right, Wiggly went for the insect kick there. We saw that he shorted the ward hop so that it doesn't actually get anything done. He goes down for it, and then once your jungler's down, that's a pretty clear sign for Delta Fox that, hey, we can start forcing around the Baron. You don't need to take it, you don't need to actually get the Baron buff just because the jungler's down, but you can force some action around it. And the fact that Corki was not there pelting him this entire time means that actually it is kind of safe to just go for the Baron. So they focus on burning it down. RF Legendary goes in, tries to get onto the carries of Big God Jackals, ultimately not able to do enough, and by the time the Corki does arrive, the fight's mostly over. The ultimate is able to be enough to pick it up.
And so Delta Fox, in addition to that Baron play and some great map movements, were able to take game number 2 and tie up the series. And to commemorate that, we got Brandini on the desk. How's it going?
Oh, doing great. Really happy about the win.
Yeah, so coming into this matchup, you guys are the only undefeated team. They went 2-0 in the first week. You wound up taking a 1-1 here against Big God's Jackals. Were you expecting them to kind of come out of the gate the way they did in the first game?
In the first game, we kind of expected a little bit. It's just we didn't play to our plan as well as we thought we should have.
Speaking of that plan, you guys elected to ban the Rise last and then take the Poppy into Camille matchup. Was that a result of what they were doing in their ban, trying to set themselves up for what looked like an early Rise pick, or was that something you knew that you wanted to do coming into the day, leave the Camille up and play into it?
We had a thought that we didn't know if RF played Camille.
Didn't look like he did.
We didn't look like we did.
Ooh.
But just as a backup, if he did, we just picked Poppy into it because Poppy is like the only other good matchup into it. And our plan was to just continuously kill the Camille, but we didn't stick to that plan.
Yeah, I mean, you had a good start with it initially. You know, you almost killed him on your own. Then you had the TF come up. Ultimately, not enough to hold the Camille down, I guess. That's why you generally see it banned.
Yeah, and you guys in the second game, you wound up coming out with the tank versus tank matchup, which is something that's kind of more tried and true. So I kind of want to get your opinions on like picking the Maokai into the Nautilus. Just like it seemed to kind of be something that shored up your composition in general because you had the damage reduction from the Ventral Maelstrom and you had that Twisted Advance to really kind of seal the deal on some of those catches.
For the tank matchup, it's like Nautilus always pushes in the Maokai early. But after like a certain point, like level 5, like 5 or 6, then Maokai just outscales both him and Poppy.
So talk to me a little bit about who the shot caller is for your team, because there were a lot of team situations where you guys were actually very decisive about turning off things. There was a flash twisted advance that you had around the dragon to get 2 kills, and then the actual game ender when they were trying to defend their mid inner turret. Is it you saying like I can go here, or is someone telling you to go in?
It's I can say what I can do, and our shot caller will tell me what to do.
And that's big, I assume, coming in from the time on the LCS team? That's great, because it must be very helpful to have someone who has that LCS experience helping you guys what to do. I know you played a little bit previously as well, but he had that whole split where he was the main voice.
Him being as a voice really helps us as a team a lot, because if we didn't have Big, we probably would just be like monkeys running around in a circle on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you're a step above that, I think.
Yeah.
You guys definitely had the coordination. I want to congratulate you on tying up this series 1-1. So our first series is complete. We got more league action headed your way in just a few minutes. We'll catch Game 2 of eUnited versus Goldcoin United. So guys, don't go anywhere.
We see Peek and Wolf getting jumped on here, but they're going to try and turn it back on the Gurgnate, forces his flash out. Now DeMonte's isolated. He has to flash out as well. As Wiggly, he snipes him with the Q.
Ooh, the Sonic Wave resonating strike.
As we see him jump onto DeMonte here.
Oh, the instant cleanse right there from Peek and Wolf. He flashes forward, misses that rocket, a flash away from DeMonte.
Oh,
the big one lands!
Shot.
But as soon as you see that Destiny Gate combination, you know somebody's going to get picked off here. Peekamove actually gets jumped on and taken out by Kha'Zix all by himself. But a flash and a twisted advance from Brandini. He locks up on the Wiggly and Fabi. The Wild Growth is out, though, as Peekamove will take down Baby. Fabi's going to stay alive. He draws his bowstring, but he's not going to be able to save RF Legendary. Looks like it is going to be secured by the side of Delta Fox, but the package is used, and immediately the Nether Grasp is there. Even though Fabi picks up 1 kill, there's 2 for the side of Delta Fox. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series, where we're about to join Game 2 of this ongoing clash of the Uniteds. eUnited facing off against Goldcoin United.
I'm going to get confused at some point in this game, I guarantee it.
Well, Goldcoin United currently has the lead after a victory in Game 1, but it didn't always look that way. Goldcoin United had finally taken control in the later stage of the game, but it was really all eUnited early game up until about a 34-minute Baron call that kind of cost them the game.
Right, I mean, eUnited had this weird lane-dominant poke comp thing going on with a Jace, a Kog'Maw, and a Varus, and the thing about those comps is it's very easy to get leads early, it's hard to close. So they go for this forced Baron play, and they have to worry about the TP Shen coming in. They find themselves pinned up, unable to kite finally, and they're able to get the Baron buff, but ultimately, it doesn't mean anything when you're pinned in the pit against a team that wants you there. So they're going to lose 4 members for that Baron buff, which allow Goldcoin United to get back in the game. And then it was still a little bit of a slugfest from there, but ultimately Goldcoin United came out on top.
Yeah, those pokey kind of compositions, once you really kind of stick them in an area where they can't kite backwards and they can't just continue to poke and whittle down your HP before finally going to finish you off, like a Baron Pit or a Dragon Pit, they really do wind up falling apart. So we'll see if Goldcoin United can keep up the momentum in game number 2, or if eUnited are going to try something else and try to take a win here and tie it up.
Right, I mean, the thing about the Goldcoin United roster is that it is such a star-studded roster. Everyone expected it to become the strongest one in the Challenger scene. It struggled a little bit without Mad Life in week one, but he's back now. They plugged him in, and hopefully it's going to fix a lot of their decision-making holes because, I mean, at least they came back later in this game despite the early game deficit.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important thing here, the fact that we do have Mad Life playing. So why don't we just jump right into the roster so you guys can meet the teams. Starting on the blue side this time around, it's eUnited. Top lane is Licorice. In the jungle, it's Gilius. Mid lane is Fox. Bot lane is Deathly and Zazel.
And over on the red side, it's Goldcoin United. Top lane is Solo, jungle Santorin, mid lane Phoenix, and subbing in is bot lane Mashme, as well as to support Mad Life.
Yeah, so they didn't have their Mad Life last week, but this week they don't have their normal AD carry, and they have Mash filling in instead.
Right, instead of Ricaro, who they had last week. Maybe they weren't happy with his performance with against Fabi or something like that, or maybe they just think Mad Life synergizes better. It's hard to know exactly, but that really is the big story in here is the fact that Mad Life is back. We didn't get to see him in game 1. Hopefully, it was his great shot calling and decision making that brought them back in that game.
And as you mentioned, it's kind of like the Cloud9 Challenger levels of hype because every single one of these players has professional experience, whether it be in the NALCS or in Mad Life's case, the LCK for multiple seasons. People have been heralding Mad Life as, the God Hand. He's the original, the hook champ master. Like, he does pilot these teams and work extremely well from the bottom lane, especially when he has these playmaking support champions. But is it going to be just the fact that they have all this talent, but they can't synergize? Or is it going to be something where they do eventually gel together?
It does seem kind of like they're struggling right now with their synergy. Mad Life coming in has not played overseas anywhere for a season yet or anything like that. So really it's his first time coming abroad to North America. And we talk about how great he is on playmaking champions, but it's really not the meta for that right now. You see a lot more poke focus, damage-oriented supports as opposed to the Alistars, the Thresh, the Blitzcranks, anything like that.
Yeah, and they did wind up having a very pokey composition themselves in game 2. We saw them play against I'm forgetting who they played against last week. Big God's Jackals. They played their own kind of composition where they had the Varus, they had the Jace, they had the LeBlanc to go in and assassinate afterwards, and no real big front line. So they fell behind early on. They were able to close that against eUnited, who are running a different take on a kind of similar composition where they didn't really have a big frontline tank aside from the support themselves.
I gotta tell you, Tom, I hate those kind of pokey comps because as great as they are, as great as they feel in scrims when people play looser, you feel like they're the best champions in the game. You play them over and over, you smash with them, but then when you get into the actual competition, people don't roll over as easy. So despite the fact that you have a 5-6K gold lead, you still need to execute extra clean with these comps because they are so squishy. And like what happened last game, you find yourself pinned up against a Baron, you didn't kill someone beforehand, you just kind of rushed it because you've been struggling to close the game out, you're not used to people hanging around so long, you finally make a mistake, and then once you even that gold out, it's so hard to win versus a standard team comp.
Right, they kind of have like a dwindling timer on them. Like once you kind of hit like that 15, 20-minute mark, you're like, all right, this is their power spike. We're going to push down. We're going to take all these towers. It's going to be great. They're not going to be able to respond. Then you feel like you can take a Baron buff off of that because you wind up getting like some sort of advantage. But if it's not quite enough, you do wind up getting trapped in those pits and shut down. Another way to deal with it too is always that 1-3-1 split push. You could just be wherever the poke comp is not. If your wave clear is up to par and you can kind of keep up with them ever so slightly, you do wind up coming out ahead in that one. And that means it's going to be a lot on these junglers to really come in and kind of direct where the early game flow is going to be, especially if we see a very similar composition coming out, because both of these teams now have played something like that.
Right, and I mean, talking a little bit about Santorin, he's a player who has come under fire at points for not being able to get a ton done on the map in the early game, and he's not with a team that has a ton of synergy existing. Phoenix is not someone who always, asks for jungle pressure. He was more of a solo player. The bot lane is speaking 2 different languages, and solo really the only English-speaking solo lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult. Santorin, in his interview last week when we talked to him, said he wanted to try to step up and be a bit more of a leader for the team. He wanted to be a voice to kind of make things happen. His scoreline still Santorin kind of scoreline, 6.3 KDA, 78% kill participation. That doesn't necessarily translate over into the game and making things happen, as we'll see these picks and bans phase coming at eUnited, very heavily targeting down on some very mage-like champions, 2 supports and a Cassiopeia, whereas on the flip side, I'd be surprised if there's no LeBlanc ban.
Right, this is kind of telegraphing a Ryze or Kha'Zix's first pick. You see the Camille Rengar come in. You see the most common counter pick against the Ryze, the Cassiopeia banned, as well as wanting to ban out the OP supports in Zyra Malzahar. So that way, when you take the Ryze first, the most that Gold Coin United can grab is actually just the Kha'Zix, as well as something else, most likely a Varus, one of the most commonly seen early picked red side AD carries at this point.
Well, instead, we see a Lee Sin ban from Gold Coin United, which is a very powerful pick for Gilius, but it's not the power pick. Like you mentioned, Ryze, LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, all left available. It's going to be LeBlanc for Fox that they do wind up picking up for United.
Right, it's an interesting decision to go with the Lee Sin there. I'm not exactly sure what they were thinking when they did that, because you could target the Ryze itself if you want to do something else. You could target the LeBlanc. Going with the Lee Sin is basically saying, we're going to have the best jungle matchup, but we're going to give you a great mid laner in a trade for that.
Well, Gilius, when he needs to put his carrier pants on, often does default to that Lee Sin. It may be something that Santorin's had in the back of his mind from playing against him back in the EU Challenger Series. Don't think they actually wind up playing against each other on an LCS stage ever, but that's kind of like his God Gilius mode. When he needs to be the one to carry, he defaults to that champion. And by leaving up, like you mentioned, the Kha'Zix and the LeBlanc, they're forced to be like, all right, well, who's going to be the one that makes our plays happen the most? They decide it's going to be, we're going to play around Fox with the LeBlanc, and now that does pigeonhole Gilius' jungle matchup even more.
Right, it'll be interesting to see what he grabs here. I'm going to assume they're going to take the jungler here. Most likely the Rek'Sai is what you'd see, and it's actually going to be the Maokai locked in. So that means that the jungler pool can be pinched even harder by Gold Coin United coming into the second phase of this draft as they grab Ryze themselves. Securing what is probably the second best mid laner on the patch, many people would say, behind the LeBlanc. So overall, Gold Coin United, it looks like that gamble with the Lee Sin ban might have paid off. eUnited is potentially going to be in a lot of trouble if they keep getting their jungler pool pinched, unless they have something in their back pocket.
Well, the Graves has been banned away as well, which isn't something you see a lot picked and banned away these days. So maybe Gold Coin United just has something kind of in the back of their minds that United may be preparing, or just the other teams don't really know about them. There was a very poke-heavy competition for United this time around in Game 1. They did favor that 1-3-1 kind of split-push composition. They picked up the Maokai, they picked up the LeBlanc. If they don't wind up having like one of those tankier kind of junglers, like if you pinch the Rek'Sai or something along those lines, they may not have, that front line to stick around with the 3 if they want to go to a very similar comp they played in Week 1.
Right, and the fact that you take the Maokai there, I mean, they're banning out a couple top laners now, trying to stop Solo from getting a carry matchup into it, but they're not actually securing a better matchup for the Maokai in the sense of, like, we took the best tank and the carries are already banned, and now we're going to continue banning tanks away, so you have to play a bad tank into it or a weaker carry into it. Instead, they're probably going to just end up in the Nautilus Maokai matchup or something along those lines. As we expected, Gold Coin United continuing to pinch that jungle pool. The Elise banned out. Rek'Sai still available. We'll have to see if Gilius decides to go with that one. It's probably the best option left, but some people don't play certain champions in the Challenger scene. We're going to see if Gilius opts for the Rek'Sai or go with something a little more substandard.
Well, the Rek'Sai had been played by Gilius in the EU LCS when he was on Schalke 04. He did not win a game on the Rek'Sai when he played it, so they may just be targeting Gilius on purpose for that. You did mention the fact that with the top lane pool pretty much left open in the tank matchup, they are going to pick the Nautilus into the Maokai. We just heard Brandini talking about that. Nautilus extremely good in the early stages of the game. Can potentially have some troubles against Maokai later.
And they do ban away the Shen that we saw in the first game. The Kha'Zix Shen matchup is one that's very annoying. The Kha'Zix jumps in, you try and target him, he goes invisible. Next time he pops back out, there's a Shen with him as well. It can be very difficult to deal with that, so they don't want any part of it. Ban the Shen away. They take a Nocturne here. So this is going to be the first time I'm seeing Nocturne in the competitive scene. It is extremely strong, especially on this patch with the lethality buffs that we've seen. Some people are saying it's one of the best junglers in solo queue right now. We'll have to see if it translates at all here.
And that Nocturne is going to be able to give you kind of that long-range engage as well. If you can combine like a Nocturne with a Maokai teleport, you're going to shut somebody down. You can combine it with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out from Ashe. It's going to be a lot of dive potential coming out from the side of eUnited. And as you did mention, not being seen a lot, hyped up from solo queue. Lethality build indicates that this is another kind of carry-style jungler for someone like Gilius who likes to play that kind of way. We'll have to see if he's able to utilize it extremely well. Last time we saw eUnited win a game, it was game number 2 of last week. His synergy with the Kazakhs and the Rise coming out from Fox in the mid lane was the reason they wound up winning. Can he replicate that with Nocturne, who may not gank that early?
Yeah, who knows? And we see Mad Life hovering the Braum. There's a chance it's the Thresh. It's fine into Karma. It is the Braum. I got my hopes up for a little bit, thinking they would switch it to Thresh at the last second. We saw Goldcoin United playing Braum last week as well. This seems like something the team actually just likes playing with, most likely. And it is not very fun to play into Karma. You spend most of the early game just getting pelted, but it's not like you're going to die. It's very hard to die versus the Karma unless you go over aggressive and misstep yourself.
Well, one of the things the Braum gives you is he doesn't necessarily have a very strong laning phase, but he does really have a strong gank assist. You end up popping that passive on someone, you get a stun down, a Kha'Zix comes in, he can jump down on them, you can get a Rise Roam, you can chain that CC. There's a lot of power coming out from that bottom lane here. On top of that, it also really kind of shuts down a lot of the poke in the early stages from that Karma and Ashe combination. You just throw out the Unbreakable Shield, you're not necessarily going to die, but you're not necessarily going to get a large advantage off of it.
Right, and it's obviously something that scales extremely well into the late game. That Unbreakable just, stops so much damage, and that is going to be a very interesting pick into LeBlanc. It's the kind of thing where if the LeBlanc comes in, you land a Q auto and you get her stunned very quickly, great. It's also very hard to stop her damage if you're not in the right position already.
Right, and so that Braum pickup, like you said, something Goldcoin United just as a team has been favoring overall. It's not necessarily been picked up a lot from many other challenger teams. I don't think I've actually seen a lot of it in competitive play worldwide either. This may just be a Goldcoin United special, but last time they ran the Braum, it was the only tank in their composition. This time around, they're running it in conjunction with the Nautilus, so that means that this Varus in the early game and the Kazakhs are really going to be points of damage for them, while the Rise still has a little bit of time to scale up, needs to get that tier, needs to get that Rite of Ages.
And the Rise versus LeBlanc matchup is honestly where I'm going to have most of my attention, along with the Nocturne. LeBlanc and Nocturne can both have huge roaming potential at 6. I'm excited to see what they're able to do with it. The Nocturne is not very easy to play in terms of jungling. You tend to get a little low, especially when you're messing around with the Raptors and stuff like that. So I'm concerned a little bit about the invades that can come out of the Kazakhs, but that's what you're going to have to deal with. And it seemed like they were fine potentially having to pick it because they didn't freak out. They didn't pick that jungler earlier in the first rotation of the draft. Instead, they waited for some more bans to come in targeted at the jungle, and then they were happy to lock it in. So maybe this was a kind of bait where they were getting Goldcoin United to waste more bans.
Well, we'll have to find out here. And as you mentioned, the Nocturne and the LeBlanc, both of those picks are going to be the ones that make things happen. eUnited really relied on that synergy from Fox and Gilius in their last series against Tempo Storm to kind of rally back and wind up tying that one up. Goldcoin United, they're another one of the strong teams. eUnited, they don't have an easy schedule to kick off the Challenger Series. Play against Tempo Storm, one of the teams we thought was going to be extremely good. And then Goldcoin United, which, as we just mentioned in the intro, are kind of like the Cloud9 Challenger of last season. This is the super team of pro stars in the Challenger scene.
Right, and almost all of them have a ton of experience in the competitive scene. So we're going to load into the game, get to see what they're able to do with these picks. A very interesting draft overall, especially on the side of eUnited.
Yeah, and we'll get into game number 2 of this series. Goldcoin United did come back and win game number 1, despite being down for a large majority of the time. This time around, we'll see if they're going to be able to get any early game advantages themselves, now that they're not going to be getting poked out of everywhere. But I mean, they've got an Ashe, they got a LeBlanc, they got a lot of threats from the side of eUnited. Want to see if both these teams actually wind up meeting up extremely early.
Right, it seems like there's a early invade coming down on the side of Goldcoin United to the bot side of the map, with only Rise still stuck on the top side. It is going to be a little hard to get anything. Looked like it was just a cheese, hoping they bumped into somebody.
They bumped into Deathly, and he saw everybody piling into the bush at once and was like, I'm going to walk back.
Yeah, I'm not going to get a part of that. What's interesting on the side of eUnited is the fact that they do generally still have pressure in a lot of their lanes. The Karma will give the bot lane pressure. LeBlanc has a ton of pressure early. And then we heard Brandini talking about the fact that Nautilus generally has the push priority over Maokai early, But then as the game goes a little bit later on, the Maokai starts getting control of that lane back as well. So they might have enough strength to cover the Nocturne until he can hit 6 and start making those really impactful plays.
Right, and then you have the LeBlanc to kind of assist on that as well. We've been talking about her potential to absolutely blow people up, but she's also one of the more pesky roaming mid laners as well. The assassin changes have done wonders to her damage kit, and of course, she still has the mobility to really make moves on the map extremely early on. And that could be something that can help out in some of those matchups that we said from Brandini before. Around level 6, kind of starts to turn into Maokai's favor. That could free up a dive on the top side of the map. That could free up LeBlanc to potentially move elsewhere. And while Ryze does have a lot of extra wave clear, his empowered spell flux now, he's not going to have that until he really goes back, gets his tier, starts stacking it up, has the mana pool to really compete.
Right, and we see both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Santorin grabbing his red buff, Gilius grabbing his blue buff. Gilius going to the Gromp, looking like he might go for a larger clear, while Santorin just heads down to the other side of the map right away, not messing around with Krugs or Raptors.
And I really want to keep our eyes focused out on this bottom lane because A, it's Bad Life, and B, he's using your favorite Braum skin.
Oh, Lobster Fisherman Braum is back.
Fisherman Braum is back.
Have you heard any news about that? Is that under works already on the side of Riot?
I'm sorry, I'm under a NDA for that.
Oh, okay.
Can't
I get it. I know that lingo. That means it's coming. You just can't spoil it yet. I got you.
I'll spill the beans if you can name one of Santa's reindeer.
Blitzer.
I'm impressed. You didn't just go for Rudolph.
I mean, it's a whole song. I know some
song.
of it. Anyways, we see Gilius spotted moving into this brush. He is flanked by Kha'Zix. The flash in by Fox gets the flash out of Phoenix, but Kha'Zix comes in as well.
Yeah, Kha'Zix here to turn that gank around. The ghosts have been used by Phoenix as well, so he's able to catch up to Fox, and that's a first blood after some over-aggression from eUnited's mid lane.
An excellent bait by Goldcoin United. They saw that coming every step of the way. They let eUnited think they were getting the jump on the play, and after they had burned their summoner spells aggressively, in comes Santorin to clean up the kill.
Well, that's just Goldcoin United being at the right place, right time, and knowing how to turn something around. We said that Fox and Gilius, their synergy from Schalke, that could be a focal point for eUnited to focus on. Goldcoin United snuffed that one out right away, and now Santorin's looking to make something happen in the bottom lane. Jumps in onto Zeyzal. The piercing arrow does connect. Zeyzal's going to burn a health potion, but no additional summoners.
Right, you talk about the fact that Gilius and Fox have such good synergy coming in from their time in the European scene. Well, other teams know that. They know you want to go mid early, and so they're prepared for it. If a little bit of scouting lets you know what they want to do, that you can easily counter it, and that's what happened there. Gets them a nice first blood for Goldcoin United.
Last time around, they did it against Hatrix, and they did it against Sentinel in the combination from Tempo Storm. This time around, it's against two very experienced competitive players of their own in Phoenix and Santorin, and they're able to turn that one around. So now United, we'll have to see if they keep making very aggressive plays like that, because last week when they played against Tempo Storm, they kept continuing to try to shove that advantage in the mid lane. Gilius wanted to try to gank for Fox. This time around, he's already kind of wasted a little bit of his jungle time. Nocturne, we talked about how he wants to kind of farm to 6 and get that paranoia to really gank in. Where does his focus fall, and will that open Santorin up to kind of just roam around the map?
We'll have to see. Getting that kill early, we talked about how scary it can be if the Kha'Zix just start invading his jungle over and over. And giving that kill away early is a big concern now.
Yeah, first blood gold also means to pick up a full Caulfield's Warhammer on his first back of the game at just 4.5 minutes in. So that's already a lot of damage, a lot of cooldown coming out, which means more isolated Qs if Kha'Zix wants to step into the opposing side of the jungle.
I know you said you wanted to keep your eyes on the bot lane, on Mad Life. Unfortunately, Tom, I don't think it's going to be the most interesting part of the game. It's mostly just going to be them pushing in. Even though Zeyzal got chunked out from the gank of Santorin, ultimately it's not going to be enough to really change the way that lane plays out. Yeah. Zeyzal just pots up, goes back to pressing Q.
Well, that's what kind of expected. The Braum lane isn't the most aggressive of lanes. It can be if you have the gank assist, but if Santorin's going to be elsewhere on the map, like maybe invading Gilius, maybe staying around the top side of the map like he is currently right now, you are just going to kind of have these trades here where you do pop a passive and actually burn some summoner spells on Deathly and Zeyzal, maybe not necessarily handling the Braum damage that well, but now Mad Life with some cooldowns up knows that he's going to take a little bit of trade damage, but they do burn the summoner.
Yeah, I guess Mad Life telling me, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'll go aggressive in bot lane. We'll force out some summoners.
Well, that's what I'm expecting from this duo because they have the competitive experience. They have the advantage. They have all the years on them. Definitely was a standout member of the NA Scouting Grounds for Team Infernal Drake. His team did not make the finals of the Scouting Grounds. Otherwise, on the other side here, you have like LCK finalists MVP Mad Life. You have MASH, who's had years of the competitive scene experience. So this should be a mismatch, even if it is not necessarily a winning lane for Goldcoin United.
Definitely the case. We see Phoenix making a recall, picking up some early Merc treads. Not too surprising to see that. You're concerned about getting chain CC in the mid lane with the help of the Nocturne whenever he hits 6. So if you can just move a little faster naturally, as well as a shortened CC duration, that would help him survive immensely. And that seems to be what he's focused on, just wanting to farm up and not get camped.
Yeah, you see a lot of people sometimes going for an early Negatron cloak. At this point, if you're worried about getting CC'd or just want that move speed, Rise just really wants to stack up mana. So going for the Merc treads, not the worst buy in the world for him. Like you said, it will keep him nice and mobile. Gilius still yet to hit level 6. On the opposite side, his opposing jungler Santorin in the same position. Both of these guys level 5. Now, after some explosive aggression in the early stages of the game and a couple of visits from Santorin in the bottom side of the map, not a lot has really kind of come into the over-aggression right now. Both of these teams kind of have settled it down a little bit. And as we mentioned, this is what we wanted to see. Is Gilius just going to farm at the 6? Is he going to continue to try to force ganks in the mid lane? Looks like he's taken option number 1. And when he gets that paranoia, we'll look to see if he tries to force something mid again.
Interesting that the bot lane of Goldcoin United has chosen to not recall yet. It seems like he will not be going for the tier build most likely then, given that he hasn't put any focus on wanting to get that recall off. It is hard given that they're constantly pushed in to get a good recall timing in, but it is pretty important to start stacking that tier as soon as you can. So he might be electing to go a different build than what we've seen so far out of the Varuses on patch 7.2.
I've seen the Ghostblade and the Edge of Night, but I've also seen the serrated Dirk into tier, getting kind of like a first mini item power spike out of that early lethality on the serrated Dirk, and then going for the tier to kind of stack that one up. But at this point in time, it's kind of like in the same vein of Ezreal. You want to try to get to that later game power spike as quick as possible. You would assume that you would want to get the tier when you have the push advantage, but instead it looks like they're content to just kind of freeze things on their side of the map and continue to push. Well, they don't even have a CS advantage at this point, but they want to continue to push this bottom lane around.
Right, they had been down a little bit of CS just prior to this. Now this freeze is an extremely awkward spot for eUnited. They're going to need to call down Nocturne in a second once he's finished on Krugs to help deal with this. The wave is starting to slow push back, but if they step up, they might get jumped on here.
Yeah, looks like they're trying to bait for Santorin, but they spent a good portion of 15 or so seconds down in that river brush, and it looks like the side of eUnited, very patient, is not going to kind of bite for that bait there, as Santorin does wind up going back to recall.
Right, one of those game of chickens where both teams are kind of waiting for something to happen. Goldcoin United looking like they might have waited for the Nocturne to show up before going in. On the other side, eUnited scared that the Kha'Zix is there, afraid to walk up.
Both of these teams now have kind of gone into opposite sides of the map, as now Santorin is going to be poking around his top side of the map where his jungle is still up to just farm up. On the bottom side is going to be Gilius, clearing out his second red buff, has the paranoia available, but it does look at the side of Goldcoin United with that freeze on their side of the map. They have been kind of pushed into their own tower. They're not going to be available for a gank, but that is going to free up the side of eUnited. Not just the bot lane that's also putting focus on this mid lane. They really want to try to get Fox some sort of advantage over Phoenix early on.
Right, looks like they're roaming up to potentially get a closer range arrow, a little less stun, a little easier to hit. Ultimately, they don't get anything. Both bot lanes finally get their recall off, and the Varus does pick up the tier and the serrated Dirk, going for the standard build after all.
Yeah, and he does have the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Both of these 80 carries going back on a lot of gold. Ashe picks up her entire set of Berserker's Greaves in addition to a BF sword. So a little bit more damage coming out from these 80 carries due to the feel later kind of back coming out from both of them. Whereas both of these mid laners, they haven't necessarily gone back in a little while. LeBlanc did go back and pick up a Negatron cloak, so a little bit afraid of some of the early game Rise damage, especially with those empowered overloads of the Qs coming out, being able to deal a ridiculous amount of damage if she ever gets rooted up trying to trade with some of those all-ins. And on the top side of the map, both of these top laners just kind of continuing to do their tanky stuff. Early Merc treads picked up for the side of Solo. Whereas on the flip side, you have Licorice going for an early Spirit Visage. But with no vision on the map for the bottom side of eUnited, GCU decides that they're going to try to start out that first Ocean Drake for themselves. They knew that the bottom lane went back. They were able to push out first just a little bit, just a ever so slight little bit, and they're able to transition that into a dragon.
And we see a dive coming in for eUnited, knowing that the jungler is down the bot side, finishing off the dragon. Solo flashes out of his turret range. I don't know where he's running.
Yeah, he's running the opposite way. The depth charge was there. If he was under tower, they might have been able to pick up a trade kill, but he winds up going down, and that's the first paranoia for Gilius paying off.
Right, that was a really well-timed gank. The fact that at the exact same time Santorin was down the bot side of the map taking the dragon. Once they hear that global roar go off, they know they are free to force that dive. And, I mean, Santorin was probably going to die anyways, but I can't think that flashing the opposite direction was the best play to make there. And now, eUnited able to grab the first turret of the game on the top side.
Yeah, so they weren't able to capitalize on the mid lane gank, but they capitalized on their first gank in the top lane in a big way. They get a kill over, and it goes on to Gilius, so the Nocturne's going to be getting that, in addition to that first tower blood gold advantage that they're going to have for themselves. But GCU, they're going to try to make a response on the bottom side here. Rise has the Realm Warp available. The wave is pushed up the tower, and he's got a Kha'Zix in tow. A lot of damage goes on to Deathly here. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out on the Phoenix right away, but the dive is here. Santorin does get exhausted as he jumps in. Deathly's going to flash out, but eUnited have Stand United, and they are collapsing down on this. Licorice joined the fray, and he took down Mash. At the same time, Solo's able to get a kill onto Fox, and now it's going to be a double kill for the Maokai as he picks up a kill on Braum. Nocturne gets another one as Solo goes down, and a dive goes wrong for GCU.
You see it ends up being a 3-for-1 on the side of eUnited, and I have to think that the slower play on that dive was the wrong move. Gold Coin United could have used the Realm Warp to come in instantly behind them, make it harder to react to. Instead, they choose to walk into it, telegraph exactly what's coming. We see a great decision by Deathly. They just arrow Phoenix, get a jump on the play, so you're not just sitting under your turret waiting for the other team to make the move, which gives them time to teleport in, and they're able to collapse and kill off Gold Coin United's attempt.
And that results in a second tower of the game falling just minutes after the first blood tower fell in the top side of the map. So 3 kills, 2 towers, all in the span of a couple of minutes. And like you said, it was Gold Coin United being a little bit hesitant to go on this and walking instead of realm warping.
Right, I mean, they're able to go right when the creep wave is there, so they're basically saying, here we come. You know, come up with a plan to stop us. And eUnited says, okay, we'll teleport in behind you, we'll arrow Phoenix, force him out of the fight early, and we just see how powerful that Maokai is at frontline. Doesn't even need his ultimate, he's just running straight forward. He picks up a double kill, and then Solo almost finishes off Deathly, but you see the power of the Karma and the shields that she's able to provide. And I just gotta look at that Realm Warp and say, why not just come in from the Krugs and go directly in lane behind them and cut them off? I mean, you just are so much slower with the decision to walk.
I thought they were going to use the Realm Warp as well, but by just walking into that, they walked into their fate, and now eUnited jumping out to an early, close to 2,000 gold advantage, and now Solo, well, he's going towards the enemy tower again, uses the depth charge to try to knock out Fox. He has the European duo, though, coming in, but now the Realm Warp's getting channeled in the bottom lane, and this is dive round 2, but this time it's just Licorice going down there. In the meantime, they're diving Solo on the opposite side, even though it's their side of the map, as Fox is able to pick up a kill there, but Licorice, he gets a kill on Santorin.
He's not even low, Tom.
So that's eUnited picking up 2 kills for the price of none.
I mean, I could have told you that dive on the bot side was going to go pretty bad when it was a Maokai getting dove when the enemy team has no creep wave, but I didn't think they would really go that hard on it. As we see eUnited now, happy to see Gold Coin United not have anyone in the mid lane. They're going to get that turret really low as well.
Yeah, their dual lanes rotated to mid. They sent their solo lane down. It was a 2-0-2 Maokai with a Spirit Visage and some Mercury Treads, but he was able to turn that gank around. I thought there were 3 or 4 people down there from Gold Coin United. That time they pulled the trigger when they shouldn't have.
Right, I mean, it's a Maokai. I understand he's alone under a turret, but you don't have a creep wave. You can't all walk in slowly and set the dive up perfectly. You need to go quickly. And against the Maokai, I mean, he has a ton of tools to survive. As we see, United's not done yet. They're going to jump on the Phoenix in the top lane. He's going to drop as well, most likely, but no, he gets the shield and speeds away.
Yeah, the passive shield comes up for Rise, who's able to stay alive, but this is now eUnited just making moves across the map. That duo of Fox and Gilius on one side, and the remaining 3 members just kind of pressuring lanes everywhere else. They don't even necessarily, Deathly, Zazel, and Licorice don't have to be the ones to force plays. They just have to create their own kind of space across the map, while Gilius and Fox are just doing their roaming buddy system.
Right, and I mean, on the other hand, it also helps when the enemy team tries to target Licorice.
Well, yeah.
A very fed Maokai now. The thing is, that was after he picked up that double kill in the bot lane, so he's
right.
Pretty strong.
Well, and we can see right here, this is the Realm Warp that they decide to take. We have Phoenix, we have Santorin, we have Mad Life, and we have Mash. So it's a 4v1 situation, and you think it's going to go great. Mad Life is just sitting there tanking up the tower. The Twisted Advance goes down onto Santorin, but it looks like it switches aggro and Mad Life can't tank anymore, and that tower damage stacks up, and it just kills the Kha'Zix.
I mean, you see the Braum Q miss, there's no stun coming in. Ideally, what you do is you push a wave in there, Braum walks up and tags the Maokai to get the guaranteed passive, and then everyone autos him, stuns him, you get the root. None of that happened. They're unable to take him down. They give up a kill with a basically full health Maokai, looking at them like, what are you guys doing?
Well, week number 1, we interviewed Santorin, and he said that he wanted to kind of step up as the leader, and that Mad Life was the main shot caller, and they seemed to lack direction when Mad Life was not in the lineup. This time around, Mad Life is in the bottom lane. They're trying to direct a 4v1 call, and the communication issues cost them a kill, and they don't even wind up getting one for themselves. So this is going to be the question for Goldcoin United. If they keep picking these compositions that require this level of coordination, they need their shot caller to be their initiation when he's playing like this kind of melee range support that needs to hit these crucial skill shots. That coordination needs to be there.
Right, and we see eUnited starting to group up around the mid lane, trying to push their 3,000 gold advantage, getting that last outer turret in the mid lane. Unable to do so. The arrow goes wide just behind Phoenix, unable to get a pick off there. eUnited probably going to have to give up this push for a moment.
There's a chilly breeze that blew by Phoenix there, just barely missing him on the backside with that arrow. But this is eUnited just showing that despite some early game things not exactly panning out for them, they are still able to kind of recover, and they have a little bit more of the coordination on their side. They're going for the second dragon of the game, will be there first. The teleport is being channeled from behind Goldcoin United. The dragons drop down extremely low, but Licorice is in the fray already, and it looks like it goes over to the side of eUnited as Zazel picks that one up, and now they're collapsing onto Goldcoin. Mad Life goes down. Solo's going to be able to get a kill on the Fox. He's trying to turn on the Gilius, but the rest of this backline is falling as eUnited charges through. A Varus Knight will pick up a kill onto Gilius, but that's another kill for Licorice, a 5-0-3 Maokai. Now the rest of eUnited are turning on the Solo. He flashes towards his own side of the map this time around, and it looks like he's going to be able to get out.
eUnited showing that they are very comfortable with the Nocturne pick. They time his ultimate perfectly with terms of contesting the dragon buff. Karma's actually the one who's able to secure it. The Maokai kicking things off, diving in onto Goldcoin United, making it very difficult to figure out where the Nocturne's coming from, who he's on, and ultimately they're able to win that fight pretty decisively.
Yeah, and so this is the second dragon in the game. They set this one up. They have the vision control around, and they actually have Maokai in the pit with them here to tank it up, and that's LeBlanc that CP is in.
Right, and after the Maokai kicks things off, it's very easy to follow up. We see definitely unfocused almost this entire fight, free hitting on the members of Goldcoin United. Solo is there trying to get some kills on the back line, finish people off. Gilius ultimately gets sniped by Mash, but he's still going to go down with the carry of Def League untouched. As well as a carry of Licorice. I mean, it's a 5-0 Maokai.
Yeah, at this point, he's kind of the tank carry. He's got himself a Dark Seal, which is fully stacked at 10 stacks. I wouldn't imagine he goes for a Medjai unless he's feeling a little bit too good about himself in this one. But still, that's a very beefy Maokai with the Spirit Visage and the Sunfire Cape completed entirely. And we are going for like this lethality kind of style that you see coming out from the Varus. Sure, it scales extremely well against players into the later stages of the game, and it can shred through some of these less tanky targets, but you're not going to be dealing a lot of damage to your big top lane tank like Solo is right here. Only the Spirit Visage for him. It's not going to really help him against this Nocturne, but the Realm Warp comes in, and they completely turn this around, but now Licorice follows in, and the big beefy Maokai is providing the front line as Deathly picks up the kills. Fox is in the back, and he will go down, but the rest of eUnited is still alive. It's a 4v3, but the health bars are still healthy on the side of eUnited. Deathly's finally taking some damage, but they are going to shut down onto Solo. It's a 2-for-2 trade again.
Both teams playing that one a little loose. We see that it starts off with eUnited going hard onto the tank of Solo. He's able to survive long enough for the Realm Warp of Phoenix to bring in almost the entire team to contest that fight. But eUnited's not far behind. They come in as well. And then the slight misstep by Fox, thinking he was safe to re-engage now that his team was there. He's still isolated versus Kha'Zix. He goes down real easy.
And so does that fourth tower of the game. Fourth unanswered tower for eUnited. They got themselves a solid 5,000 gold advantage, and they might get themselves a Mad Life.
Mad Life's trying to start a fight with the team. He's able to lock them up in this corridor as Santorin and Mash are there to try and help, but he is not as tanky as he thinks. And the ultimate from Gilius coming in to get another kill.
Paranoia is there. He winds up kind of trading his life against Rise, but Licorice is still a big tree that refuses to be cut down in the front line. They're turning on the Solo. Their tank is not nearly as strong as our tank. It's definitely picked himself up a killing spree. 307 Ash, 706 Maokai chasing down onto the Rise as Fox picks up that kill, and things are falling apart for Goldcoin United.
I can't quite say I hate the idea of Mad Life trying to start a fight there. He was trying to punish them for overstaying and finishing off that top turret, but ultimately eUnited is too far ahead to be punished like that, and they're able to clean up another team fight for themselves. We'll take another look at it. Oh, this is the initial team fight where they open up onto Solo in the top lane. So it's really hard to kill a tank, generally, even if he is behind. And we see Solo, once he gets that W on and the root, he gets that closure, the Colossus pop. The port in from Phoenix is able to collapse on the Gilius.
Brings the whole team.
Yeah, gets the entire team up there. They're able to pop him. But then we see, like I said, eUnited not far behind. They're going to chase down. And then it was actually a hook that allowed him blind into that brush to grab Fox and pick him off. I thought Fox decided to go back in. That's my mistake. That's a great hook by Solo, actually, knowing that he's in there.
So it was the turnaround there for a 2-for-2. But then, after this, they wind up taking the tower. Goldcoin United, like you said, it's not the worst re-engage after this tower falls, because you figure United hasn't really gone back yet. They haven't really been able to sustain themselves up. Their mid lane and their jungler are dead. They're trying to get a little overextended. Let's just try to start this fight now that the rest of our team is coming back.
Right, you see the TP flank coming in as well, but Santorin gets chunked out really hard before he's able to really do anything in this fight. And then the Nocturne ult comes back up. He's able to join the fight from far away. This is a very long, extended fight, giving time for the LeBlanc, who had died earlier, to get all the way back around to this fight, as Solo is now caught out by himself. Phoenix trying to help his homie out as best he can, ultimately is unable to do so, and now he himself is going to get caught out as well.
This is one heck of a long fight. It's been going on for...
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening in the game anymore. It's so long.
At this point, it's 15 kills to 7, so let's catch you guys up to that. We're at 22 minutes into the game, and that 6,500 gold advantage now in favor of eUnited. Dragon is going to be a Mountain Drake that comes up next that will spawn in about 30 seconds. Baron, of course, is on the map. Just recently spawned, but this is what eUnited was doing in game number 1. We mentioned for the first 34 minutes of that game, they had a poke composition. They didn't necessarily want to go for fights. They're chunking people out. They're going for tower objectives. They're going for all these different things. They had a large advantage up until they made a misstep. At this point in time, they have a way better team fighting composition and an unkillable Maokai tank in the front line. Now it's on to them to not make that mistake.
Right, I mean, it's much easier to close the game out from here. You have a great tank for forcing around Baron. You have great turn off the Baron, a ton of tools to get onto Goldcoin United when they come to contest that. You just need to play it slow, not get too excited and overforce it. Going for this Mountain Drake will help, of course, around the Baron buff. Getting that 10% bonus true damage will be huge. And Goldcoin United is too far behind to realistically contest this right now.
So that's eUnited picking up their second dragon of the game, the third overall, and that Mountain Dragon is going to be one that they can utilize to try to push forward and take those inner towers. Utilize to take that Baron buff, which will help them take towers. Now it's going to be, how do they push forward? Are they going to be able to safely establish forward vision? We've seen challenger teams, this is one of their weakest spots. Being able to break those tier 2 towers and being able to do so because of getting superior vision, just to make sure that they're covered.
Right, it is a difficult thing to do because eUnited doesn't have a good tank aside for the Maokai, who's the one with the TP advantage. So
well, he's the best tank right now.
Well, I mean, obviously the best tank. I just mean that if you want to split him to try and get a TP flank off, it can be difficult when you need him tanking the Baron.
Correct.
So it can be a little bit of a sticky situation there because you don't really have anyone else who's happy to sit there wailing on the Baron and getting wailed on back. But ultimately, they're far enough ahead. It's early enough in the game. You don't need to force super hard. You can play this slower and just hope that the enemy team gets picked off at some point. Just keep pushing in waves and hope they make a misstep. And eventually, the Baron will become much easier to take.
Well, the first step for that is going to be getting a little bit of vision now. We did see the Scrying Bloom being used across the Baron Pit just to reveal if Goldcoin United is going to be putting any counter wards down in that area. And if you are Goldcoin United, you do have a Nautilus, you do have a Braum, so you do have some of those tanks that can kind of buddy up together, put down some defensive vision, but at this point in time, they haven't really been able to do that quite yet. Mad Life hasn't really been able, he's just starting to assemble some sort of ward coverage in their top side jungle, and we did see Nautilus pushing out the bot lane, but did not have any extra wards in his inventory. Goes back, picks up some control wards for himself. Santorin's doing the same thing. Now it's on their job to deny that vision and not get picked off again.
Right, that can be pretty difficult to do then when you're greeding out for things like a red buff. Ultimately, Goldcoin United decides it's not worth to contest that one. So both teams actually do have fairly good tools for doing the 1-3-1. Obviously, LeBlanc with TP, great at splitting. A little rough versus the very, very tanky Nautilus. On the other hand, you have Phoenix on Rise. He has the Realm Warp to join a fight. He can match up as well. So they both have tools to try and split up the enemy team and get pickoffs, but ultimately it's going to be eUnited with the pressure advantage, able to decide exactly what they want to do.
And Fox on this LeBlanc in the bottom lane, while he might not be able to deal the most damage against the Nautilus, has a teleport available, so he can still match teleport plays. And like you said, this lets Licorice on the top side of the map walk in with the rest of eUnited, get some established forward Baron vision, and really start to push up these waves on the top side of the map so they can contest that objective, while Fox is very slowly whittling down the HP bar of Solo, but going through his own mana bar quite a lot. But while that trade is going on, that's going to give eUnited a signal to start on Baron.
Right, I mean, you can see just how little damage Licorice takes from the Baron buff. They decide to peel off it after getting spotted out by Gold Coin United. I like that decision. Not over-forcing, push that mid wave up, do it again, clear out that vision in the pit, and just keep going back and forth between the two.
Well, now the dance is on. We'll have to see which one of these two is the better partner in the dance. eUnited last game, they threw that lead away because of a bad Baron call, because they got themselves caught in the pit. We saw that replay in the introduction to this game. This time around, they think that they have what it takes to secure it. It's up to Gold Coin United to try to steal it, try to shut them down. Both members on the bot side are away from each other, so the teleports can come in. It looks like LeBlanc going to be channeling something of her own. Looks like she's actually going for a recall. Not really a hard commit on the Baron by eUnited, but it is extremely low. There's an okay amount of poke coming out from GCU, but they're going to turn. The Channel Crystal Arrow lands on the Phoenix. The Paranoia lands on the Mash, and the turn is here. Fox has come in with the teleport, but Mash picks up the first kill on the Gilead. eUnited has scattered throughout the fight, and it's Santorin that picks up Fox. Now there's only 3 members left from the side of eUnited, but they are chasing down the rest of Gold Coin. There's still an Ashe, there's still a Maokai, 0 deaths between those two, but they do wind up trading 2 for 1 in favor of GCU.
Yeah, Gold Coin United did a really good job there collapsing onto the threats of eUnited as they showed up. First, it was the Nocturne diving in straight away onto Mash. They get him. That forces Gilius to flash out right as Fox shows up from the TP flank. When he tries to go in, once again, focus down. With these threats coming in one at a time and not being grouped up, it makes it very easy for Santorin on Kaz to get a lot of isolated damage onto them and ultimately pick off those 2 threats.
Yeah, both of those kind of backline dive buddies from the European LCS keep going down in a lot of these fights. And the best part about this, if you are a GCU fan or a member of GCU here, is that Solo did not have to burn his teleport to get into that fight, with 2 members of eUnited going down extremely quickly. It was only a 3v4 situation after that.
Right, I mean, basically what happened was that Baron situation was so extended and Fox was not pushing out any pressure on the bot side of the map. Solo realized that at some point that TP is going to come in. He can save his if he just starts running up there. And that was a great decision by him in order to keep that. It is pretty hard for Gold Coin United to find a way to use that, but ultimately great to hold on to that resource. And here's the fight and what we were talking about. So they make the decision to peel off. The Ashe arrow comes in, able to snipe onto Phoenix, but we see just Gilius forced to flash out right away, basically, as he gets focused down by Kha'Zix and Mash Me. And then once again, Fox goes in by himself. Santorin, another isolated target. It's great that you're an assassin, but you're fighting another assassin. So ultimately, it's kind of hard to win that. The Maokai had difficulties getting involved in the fight while also protecting the backline of Deftly and Zeyzal, who, I mean, they're probably 2 of the biggest carries in this team comp right now. That Ashe is extremely strong sitting on 3 items, but couldn't actually get to a priority target.
All right, and so now Gold Coin United get a little bit of a sigh of relief, because with the teleport down from LeBlanc but not from Solo, that means that Licorice is going to have to be the one to match the Nautilus in the split push. What eUnited can do is go back to what they did in week 1, optimize that 1-3-1, utilize LeBlanc to kind of push out that top lane side of the map, which he was doing just a little bit earlier before that replay. But now you're going to have the 2 teleport members back on the bottom side of the map. The Dragon is going to be coming up. It's a Cloud Drake. We'll see if these guys actually fight over it, because as we approach the 30-minute mark, that bonus movement speed not going to be as impactful as it is in the early stages of the game.
Right, I like the decision here by GCU to move up to the Baron, start threatening to contest vision around there, when eUnited ideally goes for the Dragon. Nocturne going to decide to solo that one away with the help of Deftly now. Not the most useful Dragon at this stage in the game, but better to pick up than not, setting up for the next Dragon, which will be the Elder Dragon, excuse me. And ultimately, it's going to be on them to make a play around Baron again. They do have the tools to do it. That last team fight, the Ashe arrow not hitting the right target, Gilius ending up alone, then Fox. I mean, they basically have to reforce that situation, but play it correctly this time.
Well, one of the strengths you talked about with Nocturne was kind of like the solo queue dominance he's been able to achieve. And you see him going for that lethality build, had picked up the Warrior Enchantment, went for the Edge of Night. Now has gone back and picked up a Locket because, well, he's just not surviving when he dives into the fight. And like you mentioned, he's a terror in solo queue because you can delete one target and the team is not coordinated. But in these kind of situations, when you are going in and you know that you're going to be going onto the target that has the most priority, in this case, either MASH or either Phoenix, the rest of the team can just turn around and blow you up because you hadn't gotten tanky yet.
Right, and it's not just that, but the support's often in the correct position, which doesn't always happen in solo queue with the exhaust, to, you know, kind of isolate out those assassins as they go in.
Well, so far, the assassin combination from eUnited only combining for 5 of their 16 kills, which is less than their better assassin Maokai, who has picked up all tank items and now his Guardian Angel being completed.
Very, very tanky assassin. The assassin built all tank items, but he's snowballing out of control, 708.
Is it still technically an assassin if like you go in and slowly whittle somebody down, or is that more like something else?
You're just a very clumsy assassin. You're not smooth. You don't go in there and like, you know, slit their throat and get out. You're just there wailing away slowly.
I just imagine like somebody who like trips over somebody and like stabs them with like a spoon or something and like slowly whittles them down. It's a clumsy assassin.
Very clumsy assassin.
That's how I would be if I was ever an assassin. I'd probably just triple. I'd have 7 deaths instead of 7 kills though, because I would just trip over myself.
I don't know if a real assassin can die 7 times, Tom. eUnited grouped up around the mid lane, trying to get the control back, not feeling too confident with their TP usage anymore, just grouped up and trying to push in the mid lane. It's kind of a standoff from here because you don't have pressure really anywhere. They do have the side waves building on their own, but they're not going to be able to take a major objective with those.
Nah, not quite yet. Although, with everybody kind of grouped up in this own area, those minion waves pushing for the side of eUnited, they will eventually have to deal with it whether they crash into a tower, they push a little bit too far towards that inhibitor tower that is vulnerable in the top side of the map for the side of GCU. But both of these tanks kind of all over the place right now. It's not going to be the easiest Baron to start up, but it is going to be a little sneaky duo being done here by Licorice and Deathly, because he can sit here and tank this up for absolutely ever. They've been tanking that for a couple of seconds. It got down to about half HP, and Licorice was still about full, which means they can go in for this engage, but they've gotten onto Mad Life and they've gotten onto the front line. Solo's going to wind up getting Gilius, who's not able to pick up a kill before he winds up going down. They are going to get the flash out of Mad Life, as now Goldcoin United is on the retreat, but nobody from eUnited was able to pick up anybody from the side of GCU, and they just lose their jungler.
Goldcoin United is playing this way, way better than eUnited is. eUnited needs to play this much slower. They had the Nautilus stuck alone in the front line. There's no reason for Gilius to present himself as a target. We're going to take a look at this replay. Solo needs to walk forward to pressure the Baron. eUnited makes the good decision, just start hitting Solo. Right now, they're free hitting him. If Nocturne never goes in, then they're both just hitting tanks, but instead Nocturne goes in, presents himself as a target, he gets popped instantly, and then it's harder to follow up from here. If they just kept Nocturne alive and used him to just basically be an annoying visual blocker just with that paranoia, that would have been much better than presenting yourself this squishy target for the enemy team to focus instead of hitting the Maokai. Ultimately, Goldcoin United picks up a kill off of it. They're able to go back and deal with the minion waves that were pressuring. United could have played that much, much slower. I love the idea of just trying to sneak the Baron with Ashe and Maokai, but once they react to it, just back off. And play it slow.
Well, they didn't want to at that point. We're approaching the 34-minute mark, and this is where the game kind of slipped out of their fingers in game number 1, and it was around these Baron calls. This time around, we've seen eUnited go for 2 consecutive Baron calls that they have not been able to capitalize on. We thought at 23 minutes when we came out of that crazy prolonged top fight replay that it was going to be eUnited pressuring the Baron. We're here 11 minutes later. They still haven't been able to take it down. All they've been able to get since then has been a Cloud Drake.
I mean, they are pressuring the Baron, they're just not doing it so well. And it is actually kind of hard to play that Nocturne in a team fight like that. You see them focusing the tank, you want to go in, you have your paranoia down, it's about to time out, and you feel like you need to use it as Licorice. A little caught out here, though he is pretty tanky.
He's pretty tanky, but I don't know if he's immortal, barely taking any damage as he does get caught there. Blast plants himself as to safety, and now Goldcoin United immediately retreat back to that tower. The wave clears here from Kha'Zix. They have the Rise, they have the Varus. Pushing up waves without a Baron buff is not going to go in favor of eUnited. They really do need that Baron buff to break the base, but as you mentioned before, they're a little bit too impatient. They kind of pulled the trigger to go on the Nautilus. They didn't really focus well on that team fight, and they lost all of that setup that they've been doing for the past double-digit minutes.
Right,
I have
Fox.
Flash on, so I can't tell.
Right, Fox is on the flank there, trying to get a good move onto the back line of Gold Coin United. He's not quite able to do so, so Licorice is going to start the fight off, going in straight to the front line.
Yeah, he is dropping down extremely low. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands on Solo, but Giliath now coming in on the back. He does get on the mash, and they will be able to take him down as Licorice goes legendary. Giliath gets a follow-up kill on Mad Life, and this could be the fight that eUnited was waiting for. Santorin did pick up Fox, but now they are going to focus down on Solo, who, much like his name, is all by himself in an enemy team. That's going to be 3 kills picked up by eUnited, and that's GCU stepping too far forward.
Right, they're able to get the 3-for-1, a huge fight for them. It looks like they're electing to go for the Elder Dragon instead of the Baron buff here. A little surprising to see them prioritize that one higher. Ultimately, they feel like they might need to win another team fight at Baron, and this is better for that. So I can see that understanding a little bit, but ultimately, it was finally getting Gold Coin United to open up their backline a little bit that allowed the Nocturne to go in and get the assassinate. Great play by Definitely in that team fight, flashing over the wall to get the follow-up. I want to track him in this fight, especially because he's just sitting behind the Maokai, taking pot shots at whatever frontliners he has access to. And he's going to keep doing that. And then once this comes in, it destroys the formation of Gold Coin United, and he's able to get onto the backline as well.
And as you can see, as soon as that backline was open and exposed, eUnited, with all the damage dealers they have on the team, and with all the damage that Maokai can stoke up, they were able to crack open the ooey gooey center of the GCU composition, get to those carries, and take them down. Now with the Elder Dragon available, this is going to be a much harder Baron for GCU to contest, because if Gold Coin United peels off, they have 3 stacks of Elemental Drake to burn through with that Elder Dragon buff.
Right, we see them camped up in the jungle, hoping to catch a face checking GCU. Doesn't look like they're going to take the bait quite yet. One thing that interests me is the fact that they decide to keep the Maokai grouped up for being able to take the Baron. And I think it's making it a lot harder to actually team fight. If the Maokai ever came from behind, as we see them shoot the arrow, hitting Solo here.
Does land on Solo, and they're all going to pile in on this, and Giliath pops the Paranoia, and they're going to go in. Solo tanking up with the Curse of the Colossus Shield, but Licorice is acting as a buffer between the rest of eUnited and the enemy team. Giliath will finally take down Solo, and Santorin goes down as well. Braum will follow after that as Mad Life falls, and a double kill picked up for this 10-0 and 11 Maokai.
Feels like eUnited finally figured out how they want a team fight. Even though you have these diving champions, you don't always need to go for the enemy backline. If you have to hit the front line, hit the front line. Your tank is way stronger than theirs. You will melt him down first. They're able to do that. They kill Solo, they kill Santorin, and they're going to kill the Baron buff.
Well, now eUnited has everything that we thought they wanted to get about 10 minutes ago. They've gotten the Elder Dragon since that has spawned. They've gotten the Baron buff. They're able to take fights to GCU, and like you said, they've kind of figured out the formula to do so. Now they have to take the base to tie the series.
And with the death timers not being finished yet, it looks like they'll be able to grab this in their inhibitor turret as well. Not quite getting the minion backdoor bonus off of it because the cannon creep's a little too far away, but Giliath is fine with that. He's going to tank it up.
Yeah, but that does save the inhibitor, the fact that they had no minions there, and they had to tank it up for just a little bit longer. So GCU will respawn just in time to defend their inhibitor, but they were not in the right place at the right time. Even though this arrow lands onto Solo, that's just the go button that eUnited wants.
Right, they just need to start hitting somebody, and with the bonus true damage burn that they're getting from the Elder Drake, it means they are definitely going to be able to win this team fight. Solo goes down pretty easy here, and from there, it's just chased down onto Santorin, who's still pretty squishy on that Kha'Zix. Fox getting the follow-up kill on the Mad Life as well. And that's kind of how things go. I mean, you just need to melt the front line sometimes, even when you have, a Nocturne who loves blowing up squishies.
Now, eUnited, they got to start melting some towers. Elder Dragon buff going to expire in just a little bit. Baron buff still on for a couple of minutes. They're going to be the ones in a power position right now. And as they've been grouping up, they've been able to take down these fights with GCU. That time around, like you said, they just wanted to find somebody to hit. They hit the Nautilus in the front line. They were able to position Licorice between them and the enemy team, and everything went extremely well. Gold Coin United, they haven't really been able to get those picks on the Giliath. He's been a little more conservative with Paranoias, and Fox has been going in after Licorice has been diving in at this point. So they had nothing left because they used so much on the Maokai.
Right, and we see just how quickly they can take these turrets down now. 39 minutes into the game, almost 40 minutes. Another ultimate from Giliath, setting up Licorice to go into the back line.
Yeah, he goes in on the Solo, but Mad Life now is taking a brunt of the damage. Santorin tries to jump out. His life bar is already dwindling. The rest of GCU just have to back away. An inhibitor's going to go down, and there's one in the mid lane that they can rotate on over to. eUnited taking 2 inhibitors off of that push. Nobody dies. Doesn't really matter because they got what they came for.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need. You don't need to kill the enemy team and the game now. Grab both those inhibitors, get back, use the last remaining little bit of time on your Baron buff to get the empowered recall and reset off, and then get back into that top line and keep the pressure up.
They got the Baron buff recall. They're going to go back, spend a lot of that money that they just acquired, and we're already cresting into the 40-minute mark of this game, so they're already coming across like that full build status as well. I believe Licorice's Maokai has kind of been at that status for a while already, because as we mentioned before, 10, 0, and 11, 342 CS. That is a very powerful Maokai.
It's kind of surprising to see he has grabbed so much CS, considering the amount of time he spent grouped up with his team from then on. I guess he was stealing it away from everyone else in the mid lane.
I guess so. He was like, listen, guys, I got this. I'm the carry this time.
I mean, he definitely is. Hard to argue with the performance that Licorice has put in this game.
Well, the roaming capabilities of the Fox and Gilius combination, I guess that's where a lot of the mid lane CS is funneled to. On the opposite side, Phoenix, he still has about almost 100 CS advantage over, but his Rise pick here, despite purposely being left open, they left open the LeBlanc, they left open the Rise, they're fine giving away the LeBlanc. The Rise pick hasn't been as impactful as Phoenix's LeBlanc was in week 1.
Right, and I think the fact that eUnited seemed reasonably prepared for whatever was going to happen in this draft with the Nocturne pick comboing with the LeBlanc for that dive power. It definitely seems like something that didn't catch them too off guard, and they seemed pretty comfortable with a pretty massive gold lead in this game.
While the Baron buff may not be there to help push these minions any further, but there are 2 waves of super minions in the base of Goldcorn United, and despite having a large amount of wave clear between the Varus, the Rise, and the Kha'Zix, it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with them. Gilius is going to get redemption up there by Zeyzal, so he will stay alive, but all eUnited have to do is wait for minions to get into the base. They can take that top lane inhibitor, they can slow play this all day. Those Nexus towers are exposed.
Right, and we see them open up onto solo yet again. The Licorice is taking a pretty big chunk back himself at this point.
Yeah, the Chains of Corruption do wind up coming out, so that lockup is already gone, and the minions are being pushed down onto the Nexus tower. So eUnited do take a decent amount of damage. Goldcorn United doing a good job of just kind of forcing them out of their base for now.
Definitely seems like Goldcorn United has the ability to melt the Maokai if they really need to. And when they have the turrets to defend them, they're able to keep their backline healthier, though eUnited says we're not done pushing yet. They're still grouped up around the mid side, or top side, despite having a number of champions at around half health.
Well, they still have 1 Ocean Drake. It's not going to be the biggest regeneration bonus, but it will be enough. It is mashed on the side by GCU, however. So those are both are going to be able to heal up just by staying relatively far away from one another. There's still 2 lanes of super minions pushing in, but those inhibitors went down a couple of minutes ago. Baron buff has already faded, which indicates that those inhibitors will be respawning in just a couple of minutes, maybe like 2 or so. But now it's, like we mentioned, eUnited. They took the Baron buff, great. They took the Elder Dragon buff, awesome. They took 2 inhibitors off of that, awesome. Can they end it before this Baron, or are they going to have to try to force another do-si-do around the Baron?
I think they should definitely wait for the Baron buff to come back up. It is relatively hard to, get a wave into that top side with the Varus there. They did have one pushed into the turret for a little while, but they only did that because they had everyone else grouped up around the bot side, and then rotating through the base was where they ultimately got cut off a little bit. Licorice deciding the W in. They can go for that again, or they can just slow play it from here, wait out the 1.5 minutes basically until the Baron buff, and then you either win a fight at Baron and end the game, or you grab the Baron and take all the inputs down again.
Well, looks like that might be the play that eUnited is looking for. Continuing to shove in these waves and keep Goldcorn United in their own base. Are continuing to ward on the opposing side of the map, just making sure that if Goldcorn United step out of their jungle whatsoever, they have the wards there to spot them where they are, and they do, of course, still have the LeBlanc, the Nocturne, the ability to really kick people out of position if they step too far, and like you mentioned, that will be extremely useful to have up when that Baron will be coming up in about 45 seconds.
Right, and as much as of a map position advantage that eUnited has, they don't have a huge itemization advantage on anyone other than really Licorice. As we see, Phoenix is completely full build, and Mashme is right behind him, just sitting on the Hex Drinker. But other than that, it's mostly full build as well. So it's not like the carries of eUnited are extra strong, as even Santorin himself is pretty strong at this point as well. It's just that tank advantage that they have.
GCU, no vision at all. Good Void Spike there. Just check out the fact that eUnited was waiting in the brush. Licorice gets hooked in, decides to follow up with a Twisted Advance. Like you said, these full builds mean that Licorice He's not super unkillable anymore, but the Braum ultimate's in the backline trying to zone them away, but GCU
Santorin goes
dropping low. One Kha'Zix is dead. LeBlanc's able to be picked up there by Rise. Ashley able to pick up a kill on the Varus, and now they're scattering throughout the fight, but Phoenix still relatively healthy, now being the focus here from eUnited. Even though Nautilus picks up Karma, the carries are going down from the side of GCU. Mad Life is the only one with his life, and with 3 members still alive, eUnited are going for the respawn inhibitors, and they're going for the series tie.
It's been a very hectic game, but ultimately eUnited wins the team fight right at the end of the game. It's going to be enough for them to take it. Huge game out of Deftly and Licorice in particular. No surprise, the 2 of them are left alive to help close this game out.
17-0 and 28 combined scoreline for the AD carry and for the top lane Maokai. eUnited had control of that game pretty much from, well, not from the get-go. They had that little struggle at like the level 4 gang, but up until that, like any point after that, it seemed like once they hit level 6, once they utilized that Nocturne ultimate very well, they just had a lead and slowly were able to close the game out.
Right, and I think the big play, of course, was that top side play. Initially, after we saw the Dragon go down, you could hear it roar, and that opened up Gilius to go in basically for that dive on the top side. They get the kill, and that's really what started snowballing that Maokai out of control, because after that, I mean, it was off to the races.
Yeah, and you mentioned that early tower take, that even snowballed into a bottom lane fight around the 11-minute mark, where they were able to take a 3-for-1 advantage. I believe they pushed it into a tower after that, and this is when they just completely opened up the map. And actually, this is the fight where things started out even earlier, because this is where that dive did not work out for GCU.
Right, I mean, you have to look at Phoenix's decision to not Realm Warp in there. He basically runs up with the creep wave, telegraphs that he's coming, gives it very easy for Deftly to decide to fire the arrow at him. Great decision, get a jump on the play, force him out of the fight so he can't be as aggressive, and then Licorice getting the TP off, cutting off the escape, able to pick up a double kill there, and then you combine that with the initial kill on the top side. He's starting to get really out of control, and then there's that bot side dive that happens again, where he's able to go off 1v4.
Yeah, he got himself a double kill in that fight we just saw, so that was just enough for him to stay alive when they tried to go in with the Realm Warp later on and dive him again, and he just became this unstoppable force of nature as it continued to spiral away for eUnited, including that fight in the top lane around the 20-minute mark. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, but that's because the tanks just didn't die, and it eventually turns into a 4-for-1 overall.
Right, and this was one of the last good plays eUnited made for a little bit of time. They go onto Solo to start things off. He's very tanky, doesn't go down right away. Good Realm Warp by Phoenix to bring in the entire rest of the team. They collapse onto Gilius, pick him off, but it's not far behind for eUnited to collapse. And they start winning this fight again. Great hook by Solo here once again, sniping Fox out of the brush, pulling him in. But ultimately, they are too weak to really keep fighting. Deftly was mostly untouched over the course. It starts getting low a little bit, but they finish Solo off. And then this is where the fight gets a little crazy. As we speed it up, we see they decide to stick around to finish off the top turret. They're able to get that. Mad Life makes a decision after they finish this off that, hey, they've stayed around long enough. I think we can actually collapse back onto them. So after they finish this turret off, Mad Life is going to try and get the flank off, cut them off. And that's where, despite Gold Coin United's best efforts, they're not actually able to win this fight once again. Even with Solo getting the good teleport behind, Santorin gets chunked out basically right away, and Mad Life goes down.
This is basically 2 or 3 fights that kind of chain into one to another, and the downside for GCU is just the fact that they weren't able to really come out on top even after they were the ones that re-engaged the fight in the top side. They try to re-engage again when they had their members on the respawn, but eUnited, they just were able to clean everything up.
Right, it was definitely a great fight out of eUnited again. After that, they started struggling with their map plays around the Baron buff, but they had generated such a lead for themselves that they had quite a bit of breathing room.
Well, as far as that game goes, we can hear straight from a member of eUnited as Deftly's joined us on the desk after that victory against Gold Coin United. How's it feel?
It feels great. Personally, I thought it was going to be pretty shaky since we're playing against 5 really good players. Also, there's Mad Life. He's really well known. There's a move named after him. And I honestly didn't know what to expect going into it, but I'm really proud of what me and my team have done.
How'd it feel to lane against him? He picked the Braum into the Karma. It's not the best matchup, obviously, for Braum, but he was still able to get some summoners out of you guys. Was that just Mad Life doing Mad Life things, or just you think that's how the matchup goes?
I feel like I kind of over-respected him a bit. I feel like I could have pushed it a little further, but gave him like way more respect than necessary.
Right. And then following that, they started to bring a lot of pressure down to the bot side. We saw Phoenix make an attempt on you guys, and you shot the arrow at him. Was that your decision, or was someone telling you to like, try and cut them off before they could like really get that dive going?
It was like a mix. I called that I was just gonna arrow the Rise that came through like our jungle,
Right.
since he was like really out of position. So we immediately called for TP and we went with the play.
Yeah, and some of that decision making, I mean, you came out of the North American scouting grounds, and now you're kind of on like this team that has had some LCS pro experience. You have Gilius, you have Fox coming in from the EULCS. How has it just kind of been being in like one of these more organized team environments, and like how do these guys kind of help you out?
This team, I feel, has helped me like immensely. Like we have 2 seasoned like LCS players and 3 rookies that are really like hungry to learn. So they can just feed us all their knowledge, and we like take it in really fast and really well.
I was really impressed with your team fighting over the course of this game. Pretty much never out of position, always doing what you need to do, flashing in aggressively when you needed to do that. Do you think that was something that you feel very comfortable in, the team fighting portion of the game, or was it aided a little bit by the fact that you had a huge Maokai helping you out and you had 2 dive people generating a lot of space for you to work in?
I think it's the Maokai, and also the fact that my team's like always encouraging me. They're like, go in, and I just go in and we win the fight.
All right, it's pretty fun to play AD carry behind a Maokai like that.
Yeah, and while the team is saying to go in, but you still had 0 deaths that game, so it's gotta feel pretty good, especially going against a bot lane like Mash and Mad Life.
Yeah.
All right, well, definitely congratulations on that. Your deathless game, and of course, the win you guys picked up against Goldcoin United. So that series is complete, but we still have one more match headed your way. In just a few minutes, we're gonna catch game number 2 of Tempo Storm versus Team Gates. Don't go anywhere. Definitely going to flash out, but eUnited have Stand United, and they are collapsing down on this. Licorice joined the fray, and he took down Nash. At the same time, Solo's able to get a kill onto Fox, and now it's going to be a double kill for the Maokai. He picks up a kill on Braum. This time it's just Licorice going down there. In the meantime, they're diving Solo on the opposite side, even though it's their side of the map. As Fox is able to pick up a kill there. Mad Life goes down. Solo's going to be able to get a kill on the Fox. He's trying to turn on the Gilius, but the rest of this backline is falling as eUnited charges through. A Varus Knight will pick up a kill onto Gilius. They're turning on the Solo. Their tank is not nearly as strong as our tank. It's definitely picked himself up a killing spree. 307 Ash, 706 Maokai chasing down onto the Rise as Fox picks up that kill, and things are falling apart for Goldcoin United. Welcome back, League of Legends faithful. We're catching up now with our final series of the night, which is the showdown between Tempo Storm and Team Gates. In game one, Quas got a hold of Camille.
Yeah, which is something you generally don't want to do, but we saw it twice so far today. RF Legendary didn't look so hot on it. Quas apparently did. At 50 minutes into the game, Vi is going to come up to join him. They had a Tom Kench counterpick to try and hold it down, which was working out all right until this chain CC combo looks pretty brutal to play against.
Yeah, you can eat one, but you can't really eat two. And like you mentioned, the chain CC kind of being the go-to thing for Tempo Storm. That replay really got things going. And as soon as Team Gates fell behind, they had a little bit of troubles, ironically, dealing with a split push.
Yeah, I mean, you think that they would have learned something from Trick2G, apparently not, and the Camille got out of control, and ultimately Tempo Storm was able to snowball throughout the game. It was actually only a 27-minute game, 27:45, and this is kind of the final play that ended it. There's a weird situation where Tempo Storm had Vi and Syndra on the top side, but they make a play with the Tom Kench trying to pour it in to force a fight, but they can't even win it 4v3.
No, and as you just see here, it's just destruction at this point. There's a split on the top side as well, where you wind up having your Camille and your Syndra on the top side, and the rest of the members of the team on the bottom side. I was pointing the top side of the map.
Right,
that was for you.
Yeah, right.
No,
not the typical lane setup, having your mid and top split pushing together.
No, and so unfortunately, it just goes to show how far Team Gates was behind at that game. And I mean, you also got to give a special shout out to Hatrix's Syndra, who was split pushing with the Camille on the top side of the map. His ultimate was, doing Syndra things and just absolutely destroying people.
Right. It's a little unfair to say, like, Quas just hard carried this game by himself. The entire team of Team Tempo Storm was playing well. Obviously, if it's going to be a 28-minute game, it's not usually off the back of just one dude popping off.
Well, speaking of Quas, earlier on, we heard from him, and we got to talk about a little bit what he brings to the team of Tempo Storm.
Yeah, so I think I've always been a player that's really strong in terms of my strategies that I can, my certain picks, my certain specialty picks that I like to do. And before that, could definitely get nullified by a lane swap. So I think now in this current meta, there's a lack of innovation from top laners in LCS and I see in the leagues that they're not really trying to go for this specific picks that I think could be good. Given that it's going to be a standard lanes. So that's what I'm excited to compete again and then bring those in my own.
Definitely is the case where topside right now does feel a little too safe. I mean, the tanks are all very strong. They generally are going to be useful at all points in the game. We see a couple common counter picks coming out of people like the Fiora and like the Jace, but there are so many more options available. Last week we saw with his Swain, made its way into the LCS. What else does he have up his sleeves?
Well, he had an Alawi, and apparently if you let him get Camille, he's going to get that as well. So why don't we just jump into game number 2 here and meet the teams. Starting on the blue side, it's Tempo Storm. We just heard from Quas up in the top lane. Jungler is Sentinel, mid lane is Hatrix, and the bottom lane is Freeze and Sheep.
Once again, on the red side, it's Team Gates. In the top lane, Alorum. Jungle is the Odd Orange. Mid, Strumpus. And in the bot lane, it's Vex and Vincent.
So now this is Team Gates going down 0-3 in games. They already had a 0-2 week last week against Delta Fox. They were able to hold on to those games, keep them very scrappy, but their kind of style has been like what we often refer to as like that kind of solo queue style where they look extremely lost in the beginning stages of the game and really kind of rely on these haphazard kind of objective fights that come out ahead.
Right, and the weird thing is the fact that they did give up the Camille on red side to Quas to get his hands on, so obviously their priority in the draft phase is a little different than everybody else. Now on the red side themselves, we're going to have to see what they're able to grab away. It is a little bit harder to target ban, so Quas will probably be able to get his hands on something crazy. First ban's coming in, the Rise on the side of Tempo Storm, and Team Gates looking like they're setting up for the classic Rengar, LeBlanc, Camille bans, Rengar being the first one.
Well, to be fair, Quas usually comes up with something crazy. I don't think he's played... Camille's the most standard thing he's
only
played.
5 bans. You can't ban out his 20+ champ pool, whatever it is.
I guess not. Like, we've seen the Alawi, we've seen the Swain. Like you said, it's had success with Equifox in the LCS. I mean, he's been known to play a lot of Vladimir. Like, there's a lot of things he could potentially bust out. And the last thing I want to see him play here is a Maokai or a Nautilus, especially after we just heard from him saying that people are afraid to innovate. But they're still sticking with a solid ban strategy here. Syndra, Kha'Zix, and Rise being banned out from Tempo Storm. And of course, the LeBlanc and the Rengar pickup. Now let's see if that Camille follows suit.
Right, if the Camille comes through again, I'm sure Tempo Storm would be happy to grab that first.
Oh.
Otherwise,
Malzahar.
the Malzahar ban, so it looks like Team Gates doesn't want them to take away the Malzahar Zyra, which is something I think Tempo Storm was setting up for, instead saying, here, play the Camille again. We thought our Tahm Kench counter pick into it was fine. We just need to not get snowballed quite so hard.
Take it.
And Tempo Storm decides not to take it, which actually isn't the worst idea in the world given the fact that Team Tempo Storm was able to get it on the red side before. So Team Gates didn't show priority on it last game. I think they're taking a little bit of a gamble here, saying we don't think they're going to take it again. Instead, grab the Varus away, a very popular pick to take in the first rotation on red side.
Yeah, and that Varus being one of the stronger of the AD carries right now. The lethality changes we touched upon at the beginning of the show, making him a little bit further above the Jhin, who was already kind of right below him and Ashe to begin with, and of course the Ashe, which doesn't really benefit from the lethality. Team Gates are going to respond very quickly by picking up that Jhin, and they go for the Lee Sin, which is one of the more powerful jungle pickups still left in the pool, kind of an odd orange signature champion, but Sentinel was completely fine playing Vi. He's played it 2 out of the 3 matches so far.
Right, I mean, it wouldn't be surprised to see Vi locked in again. There's also the more standard picks, like the Rek'Sai still available, and we see the Vi, like you were just saying, and I mean, the thing about the Vi is it has that very guaranteed CC at 6, and so if Quas is going to play weird counter picks and you want to be able to snowball him, Vi is a great champion for being able to do that.
Right, and of course, if Quas wants to take the Camille here, he can. If he doesn't, and they wind up picking the Camille on the side of Team Gates, leave it to someone like Quas to have something innovative to go against it. Might not be the Alorium Tahm Kench kind of counter pick, but we're not even going to see it because Quas is going to just take that Camille while they can.
Right, it's basically your last chance to grab it. I assume if it went to the second ban phase, it would not make it through. So, of course, they grab the Camille. Pretty confident that it's going to be able to come through and put up big results again. On the other side, we see Poppy locked in, which is what we have seen as one of the most common tank counter picks into it. Not going for the crazy Tahm Kench this time, instead going with the Poppy.
Well, we saw Brandini play this matchup into RF Legendary's Camille. It was very Poppy-sided in that matchup, although that may be more of Brandini versus RF Legendary. And we heard from Brandini himself saying how he wanted to play that matchup, how it compares to the kind of tank versus tank matchup. Now it's on Alorum. His Tahm Kench counter pick didn't work out against Camille. Can the Poppy?
Right, and since we did have an even draft phase in the first part for the picks, we're going to have to see what they do with the bans. This, like we said before, can be the awkward part where you're somewhat banning them out, somewhat banning yourself out. It's about navigating this part of the phase because we have the mid laners and supports to get through, and a lot of support attention already given between Malzahar and Thresh.
Yeah, Malzahar, Thresh being banned out, but that does mean that both Karma and Zyra are left available. So one could go for the one and the other could go for the other. Of course, if you pick up that Zyra, the Misfortune support becomes an option, so that's still available. And it does look like that they're not going to wind up targeting either one of those in the ban phase here.
No, they're going with the MF ban so that they can first pick the Zyra on their side. And the Karma is obviously a much weaker counter than the MF, which actually beats the lane. Karma just holds on pretty well. So Team Gates electing to set themselves up for that Zyra first pick. It also can force Tempo Storm to ban the Zyra here, giving them an option on the first pick mid laner potentially.
Right, and that also means that Karma is kind of like that last OP support left open, and with the Zyra being banned away, wouldn't be surprised to see Team Gates prioritize that. But Lulu is open, but that's really so much a kind of counter pick to the Malzahar, which would be there. But then that opens up like a whole world of like some of these melee support. But it looks like Nami's going to be locked in by Team Gates, and they give up another conceivable power pick.
Right, it is a little surprising to see such a heavy focus on the bans around bot lane, and especially the support pick, and then not go for what is perceived to be the strongest one left available in Karma. We see Adrian in the LCS having a similar priority on the Nami. Some people really, really like it, and it is a pick that when you hit the bubble and combo with the tidal wave and everything else the kit does, it does look really strong, but it is a lot higher skill cap champion than just pressing Ahri on Karma. And there's my team fight contribution.
Yeah, but if you hit Ahri on Karma, it still works.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is I personally prefer the Karma. You can be brain dead as long as you can do RE. You're going to get it off.
Well, the Corki's been picked up for the mid lane here from Tempo Storm, so that's been a pick that we've seen already multiple times this evening. We've seen it a lot in competitive, a lot of damage coming out from that, and it also goes extremely well with the kind of poke setup that we already have with the Varus. So we'll see what the last pick is going to be from the side of Tempo Storm, and they're going to take away the Tahm Kench.
Right.
That's going to be a support Tahm Kench.
Right, and I mean, it's a pretty strong pick. We've seen it a number of times. What?
Could be support Camille and Tahm Kench top, but
that's potential.
It's potential, but I mean, I sound really confident. I just want to cover all my base at this point because it's Challenger. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the LCS. Who knows? So,
exactly.
The last pick coming in, of course, is the Azir. It's something that doesn't really beat Corki super hard, but as the game goes later and later, that Azir becomes a nightmare to play against. He just keeps poking you out. Corki Also a champion with a lot of poke, but not quite as heavy on the zone control where it feels like you can't walk up at all.
Well, that Azir is one of those champions that, as you mentioned, scales extremely well into the later stages of the game. Team Gates have been struggling to kind of secure early game advantages, and they really thrived when they were able to stall things out and wait till Elder Dragon, wait till Baron pit fights, where the Azir can kind of be effective. But as you mentioned, he's not going to have the strongest laning phase, and those pokey kind of champions that can bully him around before he really starts getting some points into his queue, before his Sand Soldiers become really, really effective, that Corki matchup is going to be a little bit difficult for him to handle.
Right, and we see Tempo Storm having a pretty interesting comp where they have a ton of dive in the form of Camille, Vi, and even Tahm Kench can go in. And on the other hand, you see a lot of poke in the Varus and the Corki.
Well, as you see from our screen to yours, our final game of the evening here from the NA Challenger Series. It's only the second week, but we're in our fourth match of the night. Team Tempo Storm on the blue side is up 1 game already over Team Gates, still searching for their first victory in the Challenger Series, this time on the red side.
I gotta say, I do like Team Gates comp a lot more than Team Tempo Storms, minus, of course, the fact that you have the crazy Camille pick available for Tempo Storm, but
I feel like I've said this before. I automatically root for the team with Camille because it's so difficult to lose with that champion.
so you root for them so that they can win more with the champion they're expected to win for?
I mean, I'm rooting for the Camille because I feel like that's the right answer.
I thought you were going to say you're rooting for it so it wins and then gets nerfed heavily.
I mean, that's a subplot as to why I'm rooting for it to win,
Okay.
but I mean, I'm an 80 carry.
Multiple reasons.
I'm an 80 carry player. There's enough things to dive on me. I don't need to be one shot by a Camille's true damage Sheen proc in the back line.
Yeah, I can understand that not being the most fun thing to play against.
Nah, it's actually very interactive. This mid lane dance is interactive. I actually really like that Azir skin. It looks really, really sweet.
Which one was it? I told you, I don't see skins. I just see champion and kit.
It's the Warring Kingdoms Azir.
Look, doesn't look like anything to me. It doesn't look like any sort of anything to me.
It looks like a chicken. It's the year of the rooster. He's dressed up just like it. He's a birdman.
I thought Braum, that was supposed to be Santa, was a lobster fisherman, Tom. I clearly am not the smartest person here when we start talking about skins.
If you can't get Christmas, I'm going to assume you don't get Lunar New Year.
Yeah,
either.
exactly. I mean, further you move away from America, the less I know.
Do you know what actual New Year's is?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's when the ball drops and you go, woohoo!
Yes. Okay. So we're starting out. We'll start out slow. I'll remind you when Valentine's Day comes up because I'm
Please
sure
don't.
you'll get me something.
Not gonna happen. We see both junglers starting on the top side. Once again, Lee Sin not messing around with Krugs or Raptors, moving straight down the bot side as Vi clears out more of her blue side jungle.
Going to keep our eyes on that top lane matchup. Maybe not at the early stages of the game. RF Legendary and Branzini, when they played this matchup, once each other kind of had their ultimates and they went back for the first time and teleported back into lane, that's where things started to heat up. We did see it in game number 1. Sentinel prioritize getting Quas ahead in this Camille matchup and having him naturally snowball his lane after that. So we could see a little bit more priority chosen from that. I'm also just really interested with this Sentinel Vi pickup. He's prioritized it extremely heavily. It was banned away from him in week number 1. So I'm really looking for him to kind of be Tempo Storm's directional force in the early game, because in week 1, they too kind of played the slow and steady, eventually wins the race style.
Right. And speaking on that top lane that you touched on, it really is the kind of thing where if it's kind of like a game of chicken. If the Camille ever uses her E, the Poppy can very easily stuff it and then slam her against a wall. So if Camille never decides to use that, then it's hard for Poppy to really punish her. And for the most part, it results in a little bit of just basic laning and trading.
Well, basic laning is what we'll be seeing for a little bit. His hat tricks on this Corki pickup in the mid lane. That was a force to be reckoned with on the Syndra last time around. Different sort of burst coming out from Corki in this mid lane matchup, but we have seen Corki peek and woof in the first series of this evening. Had some really good roams on it. He didn't utilize his package as aggressively as some people would have wanted him to, like you, Mark. But he did utilize it to move around the map extremely well, and in combination with that buy, that could be where the early pressure gets exerted from Tempo Storm.
Right, especially if the Tahm Kench is 6 as well. It's very easy to pour it in behind the enemy team with the Vi, set her up so she can use her Q and R aggressively as opposed to just getting in range. We see Quas coming out on top of these trades, though Alorum has the push on his side. Probably going to recall and get a TP off here once he gets this into the turret.
Yeah, so a very, I wouldn't say slow start, but a very uneventful start so far as Hatrix uses that scrying plant, though. He's going to get jumped on by Oddorns, has to burn the flash and the exhaust. Oddorns is going to follow over the wall, safeguards away, but has to hop back as Sentinel Vault Breakers in. Hatrix does get hit by the Sonic Wave. no resonating strike. He's behind this tower.
Probably a smart decision not to go for that. Would have been just a little bit off of finishing him. And then Zentinil is there for potentially trading back. So playing it on the safe side, backing off away from there, just returning back to his jungle to farm up a little bit more. As Vi looks like she might want to have a look at those Raptors.
No, well, that's also double summoners burned from Corki in the mid lane, where it's only a flash traded away from the odd orange Lee Sin, but now Zentil is going to make his presence known in the mid lane. Stromp is just going to shuffle his way out of that one, doesn't burn any of his own summoners, despite the jungler paying attention to his lane.
Right, just helping him get the push into the turret so that Corki can get that reset off. Can't be too happy about having to burn both his summoners as well as getting chunked out pretty low, so no surprise there. Top side, the Poppy did in fact stick around. Wave coming back into her now. Going to be able to even up that CS off the waves coming in.
Yep, meanwhile in the mid lane, Hatrick's going to Valkyrie a little bit forward, knowing that Strumpus had already used that soldier to push forward. Hatrick's using that window of opportunity to trade some poke damage back onto the Azir. Both these mid laners, though, have chugged through a couple of potions. There's still one biscuit left on the side of Azir. Both of their health bars and mana bars are a little bit low, though.
Right, and we see Varus getting the tier pretty early on here. 5 minutes and 30 into the game. Trying to get that stacking up as soon as they can. Get that Merman transformation in. Overall, pretty slow game to start out. That will get explosive at 6, and I expect to see them target more the top side. We did talk about the fact that bot side does have good dive potential as well, but if you can get the Camille going versus the Poppy, then that's going to be a huge benefit.
Well, we already saw Odd Orange getting in a little bit into the action, and this is not Kitsuo. This is not the starting jungler that Team Gates has. They're still using him as a substitute at this point in time. But we mentioned that Team Gates, they strike us as more of the solo queue kind of style. They're more about somebody making an individual play and opening up a lane on the map, or trying to hold on until the opposing team makes a very critical mistake that they are eventually able to punish. The Odd Orange has been a very popular solo queue player for quite some time, always in Masters, Challenger level area. He's on like a playmaking champion like Lee Sin. I want to see Team Gates try to make something happen extremely early. I don't want them to try to play safe, and I'm looking at Odd Orange on one of his signature picks. Like you said, gets exposed to level 6, has picked at the Tiamat to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's more of like the solo queue style Lee Sin being built up. I want him to kind of be the force for Team Gates to really get something done instead of sitting back and waiting.
Right, and their team comp, as much as you want to see them go aggressive early, is not the best for it, as we see Sheep trying to get onto the Nami there. If he was able to get one more hit in and pick her up and spit her back, the Vi was coming around the side trying to get a kill onto her, but ultimately they just trade flashes, not much getting done.
I'm going to call that the Tempo Storm special, because in week 1, match 1, they had Ashe, Vi, Malzahar, CC. The next game they picked Rek'Sai, Karma, Varus, like the dollar store version of the first game composition. This time around they have Varus, Tahm Kench, and Vi. Their CC chains coming out of their jungle and bot lane duo have really kind of been like the crux of which they played a lot of their map play around. And those three together, I want to really keep my eye on what happens when they get picks like this, and they're able to do things like dive. The Assault and Battery comes out at level 6, and they're very quickly able to pick up a first blood.
Right, and that was basically free to go for because the Lee Sin was on the top side, soling away the blue buff. Corki roams up here to try and protect Quas from going down as well. Ultimately, Odd Orange is going to be the one getting zoned out. He's going to go down as well. Kills on both sides of the map coming in for Tempo Storm. They get the dive on the bot side and punish the invade on the top side.
That time, there was a 1v1 in the Octagon, but the crowd was throwing stuff at him.
Yeah, the Corki's on the outside. Give the chair! Hit him with the chair!
Well, that time he hit with a missile, which I think does a little bit more damage than a steel chair, but I've never been hit with a missile before.
I would hope not. But that is a pretty big dive to get off on the bot side. The Jhin Nami lane is one that you would think is supposed to win that lane ultimately, because Nami is best in lane, and the fact that they're already down 20 CS in that lane is pretty brutal.
Right, and that's kind of like the same thing with the Jhin Malzahar or the Jhin Lulu. You can just very easily tag somebody with damage from the ebb and flow. If you hit somebody with a bubble, it's a very easy chain with the Deadly Flourish to root people into place. And Jin's already packing a lot of heat, dealing a bunch of extra damage with his 4th strike critical shot. The Nami E is just going to buff that up even more, but that's just Team Gates, like you said, getting pushed in, not necessarily playing to their bottom lane strengths and getting pushed in against, well, a Varus who's a bully lane, but the Tahm Kench who is a melee lane.
Well, there's always those small consolation prizes you can look at. Corki did not, in fact, get a blue buff.
Nope.
Azir has his blue buff, so there's your little happy part to look at if you're a Team Gates fan.
You also use the package to go kill a ward. Is that your favorite usage of the package?
I love it.
I love watching this top lane if Quas is about to kill this Poppy, because I love myself some Poppy dying. And as I mentioned before, I'm rooting for the Camille in this matchup.
Oh, that's interesting. You hate both these champions with a passion, huh?
No, I hate Poppy with a passion, and I want Camille to...
Be nerfed and go away.
You said...
Some people might consider that not liking the champion. See, a small setup in the bot lane here. They have a ton of vision control in the river, looking like they might want to get another dive going. Instead, Vi is going to focus on soloing the Cloud Drake down. Unfortunate to not get a better one for snowballing on the team Tempo Storm, but you got to be happy with whatever you can get.
Yeah, Cloud Drake's going to be there for free. They'll be able to get another Dragon spawn. They take this one with relatively low cost because they've gotten that kill on the bottom side. They've been able to deward the river. And the next one coming up is going to be a Mountain Drake. So if they continue to apply pressure on that bottom side of the map, they can reward themselves with a second Dragon and one that will help them crack some of those towers. But for now, pretty much every single lane has small advantages. Top lane's relatively close, the mid lane is relatively close, but that bottom lane, because of that early pressure, because of that early kill, 20 CS advantage in favor of Tempo Storm. You see Quas getting a little bit frisky with Alorum in this top lane. As soon as Auto Orange poked up, he had to burn the flash.
Right, it's a good flash by Quas. You don't want to risk getting knocked up and then chain CC in any kind of way, so good decision there. As we see Sentinel sneaking in through the bot brush here as Corki starts roaming down the river. They're setting up Dive 2.0.
Yeah, the Dragon's gone, so the Dive is going to be the next look at this bottom side. But it seems that Team Gates, they're going to give this one up. We saw Delta Fox kind of fall prey to this trap with the Corki roaming from mid lane in our first matchup. This time around it's Team Gates. They're not going to be falling for that trap. They're going to back away, and that's first blood tower gold. Given all the freeze, they all backed away.
Right, it's pretty nice to get on the Varus, start getting that snowball going with your newly buffed lethality items, being able to poke through the lack of armor on the side of Team Gates so far. And as much as you like saying the Poppy has a decent matchup into Camille, it's about to not matter as much anymore as we see the bot lane of Tempo Storm starting to rotate up to the top side of the map. They want to start getting a move on these turrets.
That's right, so they're going to be the ones to initiate the rotational play. Also, that Varus First Blood means that he got it very early tier. Picking up that solo tower gold means he gets that Ghostblade extremely early, so he's going to pop that, get some extra move speed, and everybody's coming up to party in the top lane right now. There's the Vi and the Tahm Kench combination as the delivery is right there. The Steadfast Presence goes as well, but Sheep is taking up this tower, uses the Grey Ult as well. The Exhaust comes out onto Alorum, but the Assault and Battery is also there. Everybody piles on the Poppy, and Alorum goes down.
Not the cleanest setup I've seen. It seemed like Quas was half-hearted in getting involved on that. People kind of went in one at a time. They still are able to pick up the kill, but it leaves most of them too low to continue pushing around the top side as Lee Sin and Nami move in to back up the top lane turret and keep that one alive.
Not the cleanest of dives, as you did mention. It kind of seemed like they were content with letting Poppy blow the flash and kind of get away, but Sheep really wanted that dive to happen, so they went for it. They were able to pick up a kill, but like you said, they do relieve a little bit of map pressure, and they allow Team Gates bottom lane to now rotate up to this top side and match them.
Right, but the nice thing is that, you know, Tempo Storm has so much pressure already with their bot lane completing the tier and the Ghostblade that they'll likely be able to set up another dive in a couple minutes once the ultimates are back available for Vi and Sheep. They'll hopefully be able to make another play up there as Quas now has the open lane for himself to work in. He's going to be able to push in and roam around the map a little bit more. Who knows what he's going to get up to.
Well, he's got himself a Trinity Force, so I'd have to say something involving a lot of damage on that Camille. Already 2-0-0 for himself. Trinity Force picked up by Corki in the mid lane as well.
Shorted it.
Oh, Sentinel does wind up missing that. The Dragon's Rage kick comes out from the Auto Orange to dissuade Tahm Kench from chasing after him, and he will get out alive.
One thing I got to compliment Team Tempo Storm on is their vision control. We saw a lot on the bot side when that's when they wanted to force around. Here we see a ton of wards in the top side jungle now that this is their objective. And that's something that they do a really good job of, it seems like, is whenever they set their eyes on something, they make sure that they have a lot of eyes on it.
Well, they're the CC chain team, so the biggest thing for kicking those people out of position is going to be seeing them out of position and knowing that they're out of position. So like you said, the warding, very, very good from the side of Tempo Storm. Unfortunately for Team Gates, we can't really say the same for them. They've been pressured on multiple sides of the map, but they haven't necessarily been putting down the needed defensive wards. Until now, they are spotting out that Sentinel and Hat-Tricks are moving in towards the red buff area, but they're putting them down as soon as they're there, and they're seeing they have to back away.
right? And they have a ward to know that Azir had gone onto the bottom side of the jungle trying to get his blue buff. You see that ward sitting in lane right behind Azir here. So they knew that they were safe to go for that red contest, but as he moved back in the mid lane, they decided to back off it and not go for it, looking instead like they want to pressure around the turret, not just go for the red buff.
Well, Tempo Storm continuing to pressure on this top side of the map. Sentinels pretty much lived in this area, and we talked about the side of Big God's Jackals playing to their strong side of the map. They had Fabi. He has the LCS experience on their team. He was an AD carrier on Team Liquid, played the utility picks extremely well, and the utility picks are popular in this time around. This time around, it looks like it is Tempo Storm playing around Freeze. In the first week, he played the Ashe, utilized those arrows to really kick off those chain CC chains. Now he's picked up the Varus, a little bit more damage dealing, a little bit less utility, but could still lock players up, and it seems like they're still playing that top side of the map.
Yeah, but it's being a little brute forcey. We see that Team Gates is able to react to that pressure. They know what's up. Lee Sin has been hovering around there this whole time as well. But Tempo Storm seems pretty happy to get basically a 3v3 lane going on as the mid laners are mostly relegated to wave clear.
Well, both of these teams took it relatively slow in their first
Corky's
weeks.
got the package, though, moving up, looking like he might want to go join in on the dive on the top side.
Well, he's going to walk over a ward, so we'll have to see if this package is used immediately or if it's going to be a zoning package. It looks like with the package threatening to be dropped on them, Team Gates will back away, and they cede their second tower of the game topside.
I mean, Team Tempo Storm looking really good. I like everything I've seen out of them so far. They understand what their team comp can do. They have ways of diving both the top and bot lane. They decided to go with the bot lane this game and keep pressuring around it. Really good vision control, not overextending, something we see a ton of in the challenger scene. These guys had a really, really clean game one, able to win in 28 minutes, and looking like they're on path for a similar kind of performance here in game two.
Yeah, things are really looking up for Tempo Storm. Already a 4,000 gold advantage. The next dragon on the map is going to be a Mountain Drake. That'll be spawning right now. And they are having multiple members now move down to that bottom side, so they're starting to pressure that out. We saw a ward placed over the blue wall from the side of Team Gates, and this is all about kind of just constricting vision, gaining control of areas of the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see them push up towards that mid lane where the minions are already pushing up to the tower.
Right, and this feels a little bit like Team Gates is focusing too much, a little bit on reacting to what Team Tempo Storm's doing. Tempo Storm already grabbed the advantage off that initial dive as we see Odd Orange trying to get something started here. Tempo Storm looking like they might be able to get out. The flash eat on Vi getting her away. Corky Valk's over the wall, and they are out scot-free with the dragon.
Yep, all of the CC not really being able to do anything there for Team Gates, and now that means that they're not going to have that to defend against another push, whether it be mid lane, whether it be Freeze pushing up this bottom lane. And like you said, Team Gates, they saw the dragon was happening. The dragon went down. They reacted and tried to go in for a fight. But Tempo Storm, when they're setting things up and they're a step ahead, they're not going to be able to be picked out by these things. As Sheep comes in here, uses the Tom Kench ultimate. Vex gets locked up here. Oh, Poke does not land. That was a big one, too. That was going to land and possibly take out Vex, but he stays alive.
They still get good damage down onto him, though, and it looks like they're going to be trying to pressure around this mid-outer turret, the last one left standing for Team Gates, who are able to move in and reinforce it in time.
Yep, and meanwhile, Quas is split pushing in the top lane, still content in this Camille versus Poppy matchup. Full Trinity Force in the Tiamat means he's going to be able to clear out a decent amount of waves and trade some damage on the Poppy. Has already picked up her own Sunfire Cape, though, on the side of Alorum, so he will be a little bit tankier in this 1v1 matchup, but the 4 members strong from Tempo Storm look to be getting a little bit of the better end of this one, but Team Gates will open up. The kick in on Zenthal did wind up landing. He just flashes over the opposite wall, but Alorum teleports into this one. They catch on the Hatrix, has to flash away. There's no mana left. The Poppy knockup is there, but the Assault and Battery onto the Odd Orange. They can't convert, and they can't kill Hatrix. Instead, the Odd Orange winds up going down, and now it's Freeze, Rain in some pain when the arrows charges up a shot and gets a double kill. Quas has entered the fray, but he will be knocked back. Strompus barely gets out with his life, and Team Gates, they tried, but they got nowhere for that, and Quas is not done. The flash and the Octagon gets laid down onto Azir. Now he's turning down onto Vex. The hook shot will be up in just a couple of seconds, but it doesn't look like he wants to dive. Alorum's caught recalling by Freeze, but that's a Poppy against the AD carry, but Quas is coming in here, leaps after him, tries to get the slowdown. He will. Tom Kench collapses from the opposite side, and Team Gates, disastrous.
It was a good idea overall. You see the sieging of Team Tempo Storm around the mid lane turret, and you want to get them out of there. So you TP in behind with the Poppy, and you try and get onto the carries like Corky and Varus, but ultimately they're able just barely to keep kiting out before ultimately tearing the fight around with the collapse coming in from Quas. So we'll take another look at it.
Yeah, and it seemed like Team Gates, all they wanted to do was defend against this tower, and it looked like it was going to start good with this kick onto Zental, and even the chase onto Hatrix.
Right, but he was able to flash the bubble to avoid the chain CC. Here, Alorum gets a nice flash E onto Hatrix, but we see the heal coming out from Freeze, keeping him alive, and then the Poppy is just barely unable to get the last hit, and that exhaust, I think, might have been able to negate just enough damage to keep him alive. And then once they're out of here, they're able to get the collapse coming in from Quas. They get a nice snipe from Varus once again. Strumpus just barely lives, getting out away from the Varus, and then Quas is on the chase now, though. He has the flash ultimate available, follows Strumpus down, and then he almost gets Jin as well before they decide that, hey, Alorum's just sitting here, let's go for him instead.
That was just so much distance covered by Camille. Just one hook shot and then a flash afterwards. Alorum will eventually go down, but on the backside of that fight, we have gotten the Rift Herald being taken just before Baron spawns, and that's going to go over to Quas. He'll have that for a solid 20 minutes going into the 40-minute mark if this game continues out.
You want to bet on whether he uses the whole buff duration, Tom?
I am a betting man, actually.
And what will you bet?
I bet one ice cream that it does not last.
That sounds like a terrible bet. I will not take that. You didn't give me odds or anything.
I will. You could get the side that it does expire.
Right, and so I should have like 10-1 odds at this point.
No. Because that means it will most likely expire at the pace this game is going. But the best part about an ice cream bet is that when I bet you an ice cream...
You think this game is going to last 40 minutes?
Well, no, I just want an ice cream.
Oh, okay.
See, the best part about that bet is we both get ice cream.
We're cutting you off right now. As we see Tempo Storm, they're setting up a lot of vision around the bot side. Quas, like we just mentioned, getting the Rift Herald buff, getting the lane pushing as well. Looks like a pretty easy lane setup for them to be able to take down this bot inner turret. It's very, very hard for Team Gates to really contest this. They're trying to move over there, but they have to be afraid of getting picked off.
Yeah, so the side of Tempo Storm, it's in their name. They got the tempo in this game. They have pretty much everything. They haven't even died at this point. An 8,000 gold lead, a Corki package wrapping around the backside. If you are Team Gates, you have to be extremely careful of this because you have the entire 5-man squad that you haven't been able to take in a scattered fight, and when they're grouped up and they're continuously poking down onto your tower, you need to be extremely careful. They have to back away from that tower. A blue buff's going to be donated over to Corki. They're going to try to push up some minions in the mid lane as well, and they're going to just be able to move back and forth between their enemy jungle because, like you said, they're continuing to establish vision.
Yeah, I mean, Team Tempo Storm has a team comp that's very fun to play from ahead. You get set up in front of turrets and you just keep shooting projectiles at them, and it's very difficult for Team Gates to really contest it. And unlike a lot of these weak poke comps, you still have good tanks in the support and jungle position, as well as engage and other options like that, so you're not just relegated to sitting back and poking being your only threat.
Well, the only things that Team Gates have really been relegated to this point in time have been like wave clear duty. And as you said, the continuous poke coming out from Tempo Storm, there's not a lot that they can really do about it. And I feel like this is, once again, this is Team Gates not really being able to be proactive with anything. They are, you said before, reactive team. They need somebody to kind of make a mistake before something happens. But Tempo Storm, with the way they've been playing this game, the slow and steady pace of it, the fact that they're just covering all of their bases with their ward coverage, they have the Tom Kench to save them if they do get into an overextension. They have a 4-0 Camille that can kind of split push at will at this point. There's not a lot that Team Gates is going to be able to do to really capitalize on anything that Tempo Storm is doing right now, and they're actually going to eventually cede that bot lane tower from all that poke and pressure.
I mean, you mentioned them having 0 kills. They also have 0 turrets, as currently Tempo Storm's on pace for a perfect game. See, Stromp is trying to do his best to stop that from happening, but Hatrix is able to get the Valkyrie out. Not much done as they finish off the Air Dragon.
Yep, so that's another Cloud Drake going over to the side of Tempo Storm. That's going to be an Ocean Drake spawning on the next side, and that means, like you said, almost a perfect game lined up here for Tempo Storm. They keep at this pace, the gold lead is ever increasing. It's about 10,000 at this point at 23 minutes, which is
pretty good.
It's absurd. That's what it is.
I think most teams would be happy with a lead like that, most games.
As an official stats guide, what we call that discrepancy at this point is just absurd.
You have 3 absurd games this season so far.
If you have 3 absurd games, then you're
Cloud9 probably.
Or Immortals last year.
Yep. we see that it is going to be a little difficult for Tempo Storm to force around the Baron unless they're looking to turn. Vi only has Tabby's really as an armor item so far, so she's not the best tank. Obviously, Tahm Kench, being the support Tahm Kench, takes a little bit longer to get a lot of items on his side. Camille's going to be focused more on split pushing, so they don't have anyone who's good at tanking Baron, though they do have really good damage for it. So maybe they can burn it down with the help of that Mountain Dragon that they have. But overall, it could be a little slower if Team Gates doesn't go for any plays and focuses more on playing safe and wave clear. It might be a little hard for Tempo Storm to keep getting advantages.
Well, Tempo Storm and their Baron take may be the thing that Team Gates needs to turn things around. They do have an Azir who, while he isn't necessarily getting any kills, he's not getting any global gold, has hit a couple of items. He has his Berserker's Greaves, has his Nashor's Tooth, and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He's hit level 14. He's kind of at the point where Azir really starts to deal meaningful amounts of damage, where he becomes kind of that big fight and a big threat in team fights, where he's able to kind of turn things around. Jin's picked up 2 of his lethality items, which, as you mentioned, with not a lot of straight tanks on the side of Tempo Storm, could potentially provide a lot of damage. Well, Strampus takes a lot of damage as well.
Right, you see one of the things that the Azir really does struggle with, which is poke. Like you said, he has his 2 items online right now. Tempo Storm is a squishy-er team right now. The only thing that Sentinel has is the Hex Drinker, Sheep, not really much else other than Merc Tread, so he has a chance to do a lot of good damage here if Tempo Storm ever flubs a dive or anything like that, but they do have really good diving tools.
Well, ever so slowly but surely, Tempo Storm have made their way up to that top lane where Quas was split pushing when they were on the bottom side of the map, and they whittle that tower down while Hatrix in the mid lane continues to do his quirky duties and try to push that one. Strampus goes for the Shurima Shuffle, does not land that, has to flash away. The Chain of Corruption just goes a little bit wide of landing onto Vincent. At the same exact time, Quas is still split pushing in the bot lane. He's gotten up to the inhibitor tower.
All right, that's the second time in a row we saw Strampus go for that Azir Sec play, not get far enough to actually convert on it, and end up having to get his butt out of there real quick because he almost died.
Yeah, in the meantime, Quas still has that glimpse of the Void buff on him. Just the presence of Camille is enough to let them back away from that tower and let Freeze and the minions just take that one down with Hatrix on the backside as well. So now that is 6 towers down compared to the 0 of Team Gates. Every single outer tower on the map is unavailable for Team Gates. The inhibitor towers are next on the map. If you're Tempo Storm, you want to keep up that great vision you've been putting up all game. You want to try to threaten this Baron. You don't even have to finish it at this point. If Team Gates collapses and you have the superior vision, that's a fight you want to take.
Right. I'm going to go for the commentator's curse here and say Tempo Storm will get the perfect game.
That's a bold move, Mark. We'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can help Team Gates out here a little bit.
Would you put an ice cream on that?
No, stop trying to get ice cream from me.
I'm trying.
Well, there's no more outer or inner turrets left, so it's just the inhibitor turrets available. It is more difficult to crack those than anything else, so like we were saying about how Tempo Storm might start stalling out, this is when it's really going to happen, but it is a little bit later into the game now. We see the Dead Man's Plate completed onto Sentinel, so he does have that extra armor to help start this Baron off. But like you see, he still takes a little bit of damage, so they have to be very careful if they decide to go for this.
Yeah, they're just poking around it, but they haven't established as much vision into Team Gates' side of the jungle as they had previously had, or as they would want to before that Baron gets taken. So they wisely just poke at it and back away as soon as they sniff out that Team Gates is moving forward and approaching for it. We did mention that Team Gates, they thrive on a little bit more of those unorganized team fights. Week 1 versus Delta Fox, they were able to come back because of a bad Baron fight that Delta Fox had. They lasted all the way until a second or third Elder Dragon fight, where they were the ones that came out on the receiving end of a Katarina reset composition. So they can stall this game out. They can have some damage in the late game, and they can turn around these big fights. But Tempo Storm, they're not falling into those pitfalls that you would that Delta Fox did.
Yeah, they seem pretty happy to grind this game out. You see Quas as being a bully, not even letting him get the Gromp. Poppy just wants a frog, man.
Poppy gets enough frog.
See Quas opening up onto Alorum here. He's going to get a... Oh, he jumps the ultimate. Great play by Quas, locking Alorum into the Octagon with him. Looked like he's going to be able to finish him off here.
Yeah, he just wails away on the Poppy and takes him down. Quas is unstoppable, and as tanky as that Poppy wants to be, it's not enough tank to survive through all that melting that Quas puts down.
We talk about how some Camille's look like they're not very practiced on the champion despite it being very strong. Quas showing some mastery on Camille. They're hopping over the Poppy ultimate with his own and able to lock him in there before taking him down.
Well, and with Quas pushing away on the bottom lane, someone's going to have to deal with him eventually as the rest of Tempo Stormers started up this Baron, but Team Gates, they don't know that it's happening. Quas has actually moved all the way up from that bottom lane just to secure this Baron. Patrick is going to get kicked in. Oh, the Sonic Wave landed. Lee Sin wanted to use him as a taxi, but Quas took him down. The curtain call comes out, but Corki secures the Baron. That is 2 members down on the side of Team Gates. We count Poppy dying earlier on. Azir needs to use the wall to push them away, but he's still going to go down as Freeze wraps around the backside. Team Gates are melting to the pressure from Tempo Storm, and that is a 3-for-0, a Baron, and 11-0 in the kill score.
Right, and looks like they don't even need to go back yet. They're still relatively healthy. They can push this down. Freeze looked like he's looking at that mid inhibitor turret. Sheep kind of low, Patrick's kind of low, but they're not scared at all of Team Gates. They also got the top side with Quas pushing in as well. They're going for these inhibitors right away.
Yeah, Quas even just leaping past the inhibitor, proxy up that minion wave, wanting to take down that top lane inhibitor. At the same time, the rest of his team is taking the mid lane inhibitor. This looks like the replay that we had from game number 1, where both of those inhibitors are going down simultaneously, and Team Gates can only stand by and watch.
So let's take another look at this. I like the idea of Auto Orange using Hatrix as a little escape vehicle to get in there, but he's just too low. He's taking too much damage. Quas moves over, finishes him off so he cannot contest the Baron. And then once the Baron's low, Team Gates is still caught out of position. They wanted to contest it, but now everyone's just too far away from any of the defensive structures. And with the Tahm Kench being able to come reinforced, they're able to pick up a couple more kills.
We had the flash chain aggression from Freeze, missing on DFX, but he did wind up finding himself and Azir as a consolation prize. So 30 minutes into this game, 8 towers to none, all 3 dragons, now to be 4 as the second Ocean Drake gets picked up here by Team Tempo Storm. Like you said, Mark, they're on pace for that perfect game.
Like I said, I tried to jinx them, but it looks like it did not work. Our last hope here, Tom, is that they dive the fountain and give a kill.
That's the last hope if you want to go against your prediction. You want the commentator's curse to be real.
That's what I wanted.
Okay.
I wanted the commentator's curse.
So you want Team Gates to get a kill?
Right, that's what I said.
Okay. I thought you were just
Come on, Tom, keep up with me.
I thought you were saying that they were going to get it, and therefore you were jinxing them, and it wasn't going to happen.
No, it was the other way around.
Oh, okay. So you want them not to get it. I got it. You just want chaos.
I just want Team Gates to get a kill, man.
Well, Team Gates have only 1 inhibitor left to defend. Meanwhile, Quas is content with split pushing and wailing away on some Nexus towers. Tempo Storm, meanwhile, have 4 remaining members on this bottom side. Tahm Kench going to be able to tank up that tower for a couple extra pot shots. They almost chunk out Strompus entirely off of that poke combination. And with that, Vex is going to be dove by the Vi. She's charging into the back lines, and this looks like it might be lights out for Team Gates. They're trying to stay alive. They're trying to fall back to their summoner platform to heal up, but their Nexus towers are taking damage. The Poppy Hammer goes out, trying to knock people away, but the Octagon's been thrown down, and they're trapping them on the inside. The towers are all going down. The Nexus is going down.
They get the perfect game, Tom.
dies.
They got the perfect game against my best efforts. An incredible game out of Team Tempo Storm. We saw that everything was clicking for them basically there. They got the dives off bottom. Quas was winning top. And in the mid lane, they had a ton of pressure as well.
It kind of just looked like textbook League of Legends played by Tempo Storm. They did what they wanted to do. They did what they continued to do from week 1. Have Quas have an advantage in his top side of the map. Check. Have a 3-man roaming squad with a lot of CC led by Freeze and Sentinel. Check. Slowly but surely whittle down the towers on the map and eventually take an objective and win the game.
Right, and I think the big thing you have to look at here is the decision by Team Gates to leave Camille up 2 games in a row. And I think the other thing that was really impressive out of Team Tempo Storm was the fact that they realized these guys don't care about Camille. We actually don't even need to first pick it. They get the Varus on blue side, which is usually hard to do when you're prioritizing the Kha'Zix or other options.
Right, and because of that, Tempo Storm was able to just kind of keep control of the game. They got exactly what they wanted. They played the draft phase extremely well. They played the game extremely well as well. And 18 minutes in, they were able to break away. Really, that was kind of the first set away of like a giant goal gap coming in with a 3-for-0.
Right, I mean, they had done a really good job of controlling whatever they're trying to focus over the course of the game, but this is Team Gates' first real stab at putting an end to it. They get the TP flank with Poppy. He's able to get the interrupt onto Hatrix's Valkyrie away, but the team is just too far away from follow-up. The knockup also made the Jin W miss as well, and then Hatrix gets the last-second exhaust off on Alarim, keeping himself alive as now Quas joins the fight late. He's going to open up onto Azir. He's going to get away with just a tiny bit of health, and though it's only a 1 or 2-for-0 right now, they're going to get the long chase down where they're eventually going to find Poppy again after Quas finishes off the Azir.
And that's just the power of the Camille being able to chase down. Almost picks up the Jhin before realizing he should turn on the Poppy and save his AD carry and freeze and save the perfect game.
Right, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that the Poppy still almost managed to get this kill on the freeze, but the rest of the team was there to back him up as Alarim's basically doing his best to survive, but not going to be able to.
Yeah, and that's just the power of Tempo Storm and Quas on that Camille pick as well. So he saved his AD carry in that fight. They wound up not having any deaths whatsoever, lost no objectives, and
I mean, very impressive game overall, especially I think the thing that impressed me the most, despite everything going right, was the vision control, which is one of the things that we see teams struggling with most often in the Challenger scene.
Well, now, besides just us analyzing it, why don't we just get the inside scoop from someone on Tempo Storm themselves? We're going to welcome Freeze via Skype. How's it going?
Oh, hey. How are you guys? I'm fine.
Good. I assume you're fine. You guys just crushed Team Gates.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't really like fight back, you know, so it felt a bit less fun for us to crush them like that. But yeah, definitely, you know, going to 0, showing the game it's like we did like this is really amazing for us.
Right. Talking about them not fighting back a ton, it felt like once you guys had that pressure in the bot side around you, you know, you had the jungler Vi backing you up the entire game and just getting a ton of vision control, and they just kind of sat there and hovered around while you guys just kept that pressure up. Was this something that you guys work really well around, like having vision around the bot side, or was that just kind of how the game played out?
We obviously have money strategies, but given the champions we had in bot lane, that's usually how you play. You play around your pressure points in the game, and basically when you have a Varus, you have a poke machine, something like if you had a Jace mid lane, it would be the similar case, and you just put the pressure there so they can never ever engage on you. You're ready to disengage when they are looking for it, and then you just poke them up and poke them down, and that way you just chip on the turrets slowly and surely.
And we heard from you in the first week. We had a little bit of an interview clip where you were saying that you didn't really want to be the focus point. You kind of were using this as an opportunity to rebuild yourself up. But I mean, you guys focused on you on the bottom. You got extremely ahead. Like, how are you looking at the NA Challenger Series overall as a way to kind of like build yourself back up?
Oh, definitely challenging for me because we have 2 rivals, big rivals, Golco and United, and then United teams. They both are looking very strong. I've seen the first game they were playing each other. That was a very long game and back and forth. So I'm very looking forward to play against the Golco next week.
And then the last thing I want to ask about is what's it like playing with Quas? He's always been a guy with crazier champion picks. And depending on the team environment, sometimes that actually causes friction where some people want you to play meta, and then you have your best champions, which aren't the meta ones. And then you say, practice those in solo queue. What's your team's attitude toward Quas's more unique champion pool?
We're kind of split as a team on it, but trust me, like I'm playing AD carry, right? If I see 5-0 Maokai, then I'm like, there's something wrong about this game. Like this guy is one-shotting everyone and just never dies, you know? Like I'm like pointing a bit like this to Quas that is like, you know, we should play these, but like we don't really require for him to play those. We're playing well around him, and when he gets his champions, he's super confident on them, and he plays super well, and he gives the hell to enemy top laners. You know, like you don't want to play tanks versus Quas, for sure.
No, he's definitely got some crazy picks in the top lane and some crazy moves on some more meta picks too with the Camille coming in. But I want to congratulate you on the 2-0 tonight, Freeze, and the perfect game. Thanks for the interview.
All right, thank you.
And with tonight matches complete, let's see how the NACS League stands overall. With their 2-0 tonight, Tempo Storm has tied Delta Fox for first place with a 1-1 overall record and 4 points. And the rest of the teams follow behind with a 2-2 record apiece, except for Team Gates, which will still be looking for their first win next Wednesday. And for more league action, be sure to tune into the NALCS starting on Friday as Immortals faces off against Phoenix One in the first game of the night, and then Team Envy will go head-to-head with Team Liquid.
Right, it's a very interesting first night back for the week 3 of LCS. A lot of those teams are struggling right now, and it's going to be very important for them to start picking up some wins, because even early in the season when a team is struggling, they need them to make sure that they're having a safe buffer period coming into the playoffs. And it might be a little early, you'd think, week 3 to be talking about playoffs, but those teams are struggling a little bit, especially someone like Team Liquid who had high expectations coming in.
Right, when you have best of 3 series, there's still plenty of games to play ahead of you. So as much practice you can get in, as much repetition as you can get in, it can only improve you as you get into like that last stretch. As you mentioned, playoffs seem far away, but it's almost week 3.
Right, I mean that's
third of the
33%,
season.
yeah, 33% gone, and if you go 1-1 again, 0-2 again, you find yourself in a huge hole.
All right, so that's going to be it for us tonight. So for myself, Mark, and the entire Challenger broadcast crew, because I can talk. That's our sign off there. We need to go. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next week.
Long night.
I want to really, really keep my eye on what happens when they get picks like this, and they're able to do things like dive. The Assault and Battery comes out at level 6, and they're very quickly able to pick up a first blood. The Poppy knockup is there, but the Assault and Battery onto the Odd Orange, they can't convert, and they can't kill hat tricks. Instead, the Odd Orange winds up going down, and now it's Freeze, Rain, and some pain when this arrow charges up a shot and gets a double kill. Team Gates, they tried, but they got nowhere for that, and Quas is not done. The Flash and the Octagon gets laid down onto Azir. Azir needs to use the wall to push them away, but he's still going to go down as Freeze wraps around the backside. Team Gates are melting to the pressure from Tempo Storm, and that is a 3-for-0, a Baron, and 11-0 in the kill score.
Me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.